Renato! What's up, man?
Nice to see you.
This is beautiful, huh?
Hey, Viper. How's it going?
Oh, Viper, what's up, dude? It's good to see you here, dude. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Red Bull Wololo, El Reinado. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, watching right here in Spain and around the world, welcome one and all to Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. I'm your host, Reinado, and joining me here on the stage, my co-host, she's back. A long, long history in RTS as she's returning to her roots. My friends, please put your hands together and make Zoe feel welcome here at Castillo Almodóvar. Zoe, so good to have you here, a luminary of esports casting. A little bit starstruck today when I met you for the first time, I'll be honest, but it's so good to have you. Must be a thrilling event for you. Have you ever worked in an event in a literal medieval castle?
Actual medieval castle, that one I haven't done yet in 20 years, but I'm just so thrilled to be here in this historic venue with all of you, and we get to watch some of Age of Empires' finest make their mark in Red Bull Wololo history. I am as hyped as can get.
Well, look, I imagine there are people that are so excited to get underway. Not just the people, of course, the thousands of people joining us from around the world, but the hundreds of people who have come here to Castillo Almodóvar. We've got a packed house here in front of us. Thanks so much for making the trip. I hope you're looking forward to what we've got in store for you. Oh my goodness me. But there's some other people we'd like to thank, not just the people who are here today. We'd also like to thank our partners, AOC, Backforce and AMD for their support, and a special thanks to World's Edge for their essential partnership. Without these people, this show would not be possible. Let's hear it for the people supporting the show, our sponsors here. Well, Zoe, a lot to get across today, of course, but let's remind ourselves of how we got here with a quick refresher of what we've seen so far. 8 of the best players from Age of Empires around the world coming to play here at Castillo Almodóvar. For those of you who've been following all the action, you'll know what we're all about here, but for those of you who are new, welcome, by all means, welcome. We're playing Empire Wars this time around, a little bit different from regular competitive Age of Empires. We get into the action a bit faster, a more developed game state to kick things off. Here's a quick look at how the bracket has worked so far. We've already said farewell to half the field through the opening rounds, the winners and losers rounds, the decider rounds all taking place across day 1 and 2. Day number 3, however, it's all business. Single elimination, best of 7 semi-finals. We'll be talking about who we'll be seeing very shortly. A random draw for these semi-finals as well, it's worth noting. And then tomorrow, of course, our grand final. Tens of thousands of dollars on the line when it comes to the grand final. $45,000 going to our champion. A massive amount of money on the line here at Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. But to determine who was in our semi-final, Zoe, we cooked up something pretty special.
You really did. I mean, what better way to determine our semi-finalist pairings than, I guess, a marble run? Because why not? It's Red Bull Wololo. Why wouldn't you do that? Yeah, so this happened just a few minutes ago. The players are watching on as the marbles are rolling down.
Look at that village of Parfait.
Gorgeous track. Some manual labor involved here as well.
Yeah. But no, look, these are these events are never done by halves here, Zoe. So we'll find out who's going to be paired up against whom here. And this is also how we determine some of the map picks as well. So for fans of the Marble Run, it'll be getting a fair bit of attention later on. We could have just tossed a coin.
But why would you do that if you have a marble run? Specifically built for this event as well.
Let's find out who the pairing is here. So here's Hera and Hart, the pairing for our first semi-final, and that means that Viper and Leary will be our second semi-final as well. That's a huge match, Zoe.
It is. That is the Red Bull Wololo rematch from Red Bull Wololo 5. And also, of course, the Hera Hart match. That's the rematch from round 1.
Round number 1.
Let's see what Hart learned along the way through the lower bracket.
So there is the bracket. You can see Hera versus Hart, the Viper and Leary. We haven't seen Hera or the Viper yet. Well, we haven't seen them for a couple of days, not since the first day. They got yesterday off after their clean sweeps in the opening day. But what are they playing for, Zoe? Let's have a look at this.
I mean, we already covered the prize pool, but have we talked about this trophy yet? Every time you think Red Bull can't do any better, they do better. Like, how can you top this trophy? I genuinely do not know.
Well, last time, of course, we had a trebuchet as the trophy. This time we've got a castle.
Let's just rebuild the entire castle.
Exactly. It's quite an incredible thing for good luck getting it home and you carry on, I'll tell you that. So here's our schedule for today. Zoe, talk us through what we're seeing here. Kicking things off with Hera and Hart.
We do indeed. So that's our first semi-final pairing. And then afterwards, we're going to dive into the second one, the Viper and Leary. And of course, we also have a grand final on the horizon for Age of Empires 4, where PuppyPaw and MarineLord will be going at it in a best-of-5 series.
Yes, indeed. Best of 5 Age of Empires 4 to round out the day. But Zoe, let's now turn our attention to what's coming up very shortly, the semi-finals for Age of Empires 2. 2 huge matches. Hera made quick work of Hart in day number 1. I think we'll be hoping for a little bit more competition. But look, yesterday, Hart, incredible
I was about to say, I mean, this might be Hart's very best performance ever. And it looked like a different player when we watched the matches yesterday. So I very much hope that this time there's going to be a little bit more resistance against Hera in that semi-final. Yeah,
Hart looked in great touch, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him really test Hera today a little bit more than on day number 1. But our second semi-final, an absolute blockbuster. Leary, one of the all-time greats in Empire Wars. The Viper, one of the all-time greats, full stop. And a rematch of a huge final a couple of years ago.
Yeah, you have to mention here that the Viper is coming off of a day off. He got to kick back yesterday, enjoy the castle, and watch the game. So, he had a little bit more time perhaps to prepare for this one.
Whereas Leary was put through his paces by Tato yesterday. Anyone catch the match yesterday? Anyone at all saw Leary and Tato go at it?
That was such a good
How
one.
about we have a big round of applause for the fallen hero, Tato, on home soil here in Spain. Devastating to see him go down, but well done, Tato, all the same. I know lots and lots of fans
Rightfully so. I mean, the performance yesterday was incredible. Unfortunately, this time Leary came out on top, as that was also a Retold Wololo Grand Final rematch. But I'm so interested to see what all of these players have in store for us today.
Yes, indeed. So we've got Hart, we've got Hera, we've got Leary, we've got the Viper, we've got an action-packed semi-final set for people all around the world to enjoy, but most importantly, the people right here. Who's excited to see the semi-finals here at Red Bull Wololo El Reinado? Well, I've got some good news for you all, because standing by, ready to take the reins right up here in our casting area, you can see our casters. It's Dave, it's Tristan. T90 and Dave, take it away from the casting area up the top of the castle parapets.
Welcome, everybody. It is semi-final Saturday here in Cordoba, and we've got a packed house behind us. We've got two amazing semi-final sets in front of us. I'm Dave. This is T90. Are you excited?
I'm very excited, dude. I got chills right now. The introduction could not have been better.
Yep.
And man, the fans are even more energy than yesterday. I think every single seat is filled, so it's going to be a day.
And we begin this one with Hart versus Hera in a best-of-7. Now, Hart went 6-0 yesterday on the main stage in all that pressure after losing his opening round against Hera. So let's see if he can get some revenge here for that defeat. Hera, coming into this tournament, was basically the uncontested #1 favorite. Coming in here, he's won the previous events leading up to this, so the one championship he doesn't have yet is a Red Bull title. We're going to get into the draft shortly, but right now it's Hart's to claim and Hera's to defend, essentially, coming into this set.
Absolutely, and the draft is a really important part of any level of success anyone's going to have here, and a big reason they have got here. So just a basic explanation on how it works. Basically, you're going to alternate back and forth between the players. It's evenly spaced, starts off with some bans, then goes to the picks. The fun thing is, to determine game #1, all the remaining maps are thrown into the marble run, so we will see that here in a second. That determines game #1 instead of, just a randomizer online. Who needs an online program?
May the fastest marble win.
Yeah, exactly. And then Civilization is similar, only no marbles, unfortunately. And again, there will be a series of bans. This will be something we talk about a lot once it comes through. It's really important. And then it's the picks and the preference for the players, which is pretty self-explanatory from there. So 4 bans per player. That's 8 total civilizations that you could have practiced with, you could have prepared with, that you just don't get to play. And then from there, you have to adapt and go for the picks. And like with these two, they know each other so well.
Yeah.
It's an interesting one, right? I think that like Hart and Hera have known each other for pretty much 10 years. They're as close as friends as can be, right? And so I think that they know each other very well. Does that help one player? Does that hurt another? I'm not sure, but I would say that at least like probably Hera's got the confidence in the matchup. I'm really hoping Hart can pull some confidence from yesterday, because he truly looked a different player yesterday than he did when he played Hera the first day here.
And he was up on the main stage. Now, the first day, Hera wasn't playing on that main stage in front of a crowd.
Yep.
So Hera won both of his matches, got sent to the semifinal, but in some aspects, he's lacking the experience that Hart has playing on the stage, playing outdoors, playing in front of that live crowd, getting 6 wins out of 6 games. I think Hart should have a lot of confidence coming into this set, even though he is against Hera. I think he's got a solid chance here, and a big part of that chance is going to depend on the draft.
Absolutely. I think you make it to this Final Four, you can beat anyone. Truly mean it. Red Bull Wololo has shown to be very difficult to repeat victories, right? Mm-hmm. Viper, 1 victory out of, 7? You got Leary 2, but none are online, or offline events, LAN events. Hera has never won one. Hart, this is his first time making it deep into one. So there's Hera on the left side, and then we'll have Hart on the right. And there is our drafting room. So as we just explained, there will be maps first, and they will be selecting those maps here shortly. Any maps you think are just like insta bans here for either player? They each have 1 map to get rid of here.
I don't know if there's any insta-bans. They're so similar in so many aspects, both of these guys. I think Hera, if he's a little bit nervous about Hart's performance yesterday, maybe he goes something a little off meta for him, maybe something like Passage, just trusting in his superior overall game ability.
I like that, I like that.
You play the water map that maybe Hart isn't comfortable with, just trusting in yourself. But I would suspect maybe some land maps here, as we see, Passage is banned, and then we have Cliffbound getting banned from Hera. So Hera wants to stay far away from Hart. He saw the micro yesterday. He saw the pressure, and he said, no. Keep that away from me.
So Shrubland, first pick there for Hera. That is a very boomy, long-term type of map. And then we have Isthmus picked then from Hart. So two very different maps. I think the clear difference so far, Isthmus a bit more the early aggression, to your point. So I think Hera's going to trust himself on the land maps where it goes late game. Hart's going to try and finish these games early here today. And he goes for Sandrift as well. Now, I think Sandrift was actually a map that he played against Hera in their first round.
Yep.
And he felt as though he should have won that game, if not for a couple missteps early. So I like the confidence to go back to that pick despite losing there.
I believe Hera goes for, okay, there's the Shrubland pick, and I think there was Gulch there. Yep. Gulch is coming in. Now, that's a new map to this tournament, but it will suit both of the styles from these players.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, remember, folks, best of sevens. So we're going to see a lot of maps here. There was only one ban for each. So I do wonder, like, at this point, I don't know if there's going to be many surprises for either. They banned out and picked already some of the maps that stand out from the others. We got Kars here, so any Arabia nerds out there, Kars is pretty much, Arabia 2.0, at least for Empire Wars. Gulch may be fairly similar to that.
River Divide as well is kind of like an Isthmus kind of gameplay without the deep fish on either side, but still the same style of approach.
So, interestingly enough, since more maps have been picked by the players, we now have fewer marbles for this marble
So we can really cheer for the marbles.
We can really cheer for the marble.
Oh,
and
here we go. Okay.
An index.
Okay, red is Mountain Dunes, black is Depression. Black is Depression.
No, I'm going with Depression.
Oh,
Let's go Depression.
Far beyond that one. How appropriate. Here we go.
Right.
Okay. Oh, no, yellow. Come on, it's stuck.
What's happened here? Oh,
Pathing.
Depression is catching up. It always does, doesn't it?
It does.
Here we go. Let's see.
Oh,
no.
We got blue in the lead.
Okay, go ahead.
We don't know what blue is. It's
Take it
clear,
away.
blue, red. So Mountain Dunes is trailing behind, and I believe green came in first, whatever that was.
Yeah, well, I definitely remember what that was, but there it is. It looks green to me.
Hollow
and
Woodlands.
That is Hollow Woodlands. And thank
Oh,
God,
yes.
dude. That map is amazing. I think it's one of the best Empire Wars maps ever. We've seen some extraordinary games. We saw Tato Leary close out their series yesterday. We saw Tato Sebastian at one point, I believe. I mean, just the perfect map to start the series.
Yeah, and this is about the draft that I would expect from both of these players. There's not many mix-ups here. We don't see something like Mountain Dunes being picked. We don't see Passage. Obviously, that was banned. Or Golden Stream, right? There's not the boomy maps. There's the maps where you can get a snowball started early. You can continue that pressure into the Castle Age and hopefully win it there rather than going to Imperial Age.
Do you think they'll let me take the marble thing home?
The Red Bull, maybe. Customs? Maybe not.
True. I'll try and explain that one. So I will say this. Now, right now, they're going to just list out the civilizations they think are the strongest and design their whole draft so that we have a bit of time to talk. I felt what helped Hart so much at the start of day yesterday was that game one was a boomy chill style, right? And so he wasn't instantly smashed in the face. He had time to ease into it. Which he didn't have against Hera when he played against Hera on day one.
Yeah.
Right? And I remember talking to Hart after game two, if you remember, it was very short, and he was just like, man, it's just like one or two things went wrong, and then the series was over. I think Hollow Woodlands is potentially better for Hera just because he is maybe the favorite here. And he can assert his dominance earlier in the series.
But if Hart manages to take that map, we've opened a can of worms here. Like, if Hart gets up 1-0, that's a huge confidence boost for him. Suddenly he doesn't feel that pressure, like you mentioned in the best of three. And I'm really expecting something here from Hart based on his results yesterday on this first map in Hollow Woodlands. If he can get over the nerves and just get a good opening, even if he doesn't win, just get a good opening in the game, something he can feel proud of. He can carry that forward to the rest of the best of seven.
I mean, and who's going to have more confidence up on the stage here, right? They're going to march down between our crowd who's going to be excited. There's, Hera hasn't been up on that stage yet at all, right? So I do feel genuinely that maybe, yeah, to your point, maybe game 1 is actually Heart's moment. It's just really an interesting map to be. It is one of the hardest maps to play. So to just be thrown into that right away is just truly something else.
Yeah, and these are probably the 2 highest EAPM players when we're looking at Capture Age EAPM.
Yeah.
They're both going to average around like 140 or something like that on this map. So their hands are going to be flying throughout this game, and it's going to be an intense one. We ended yesterday with Hollow Woodlands. We're going to open today with Hollow Woodlands as we see the first bans coming in. Hera banning Byzantines, presumably for Isthmus, and then Heart banning Magyars. And Magyars are just good on every single one of these maps, so that's just a solid ban.
I find it very interesting. Hera has banned Aztecs.
Yeah.
Because we haven't seen Aztecs, Mayans, or Incas picked much.
No.
I'm not surprised by Heart's bans. It seems like I think he said he likes to ban out mobile cavalry civilizations because it's annoying to play against. And then he said, well, but I also like to play that way. So you can't ban out too many
He
of them,
didn't forget the Saracens this time.
Yeah,
Saracens is banned there from Heart. And that is basically the consensus ban between all of us casters and players. Shouldn't make it through the draft. It's just so strong in these Empire War settings on this map.
I think Hindustanis is a really big one here. I think we have yet to see their potential on Gulch. They're really good there, and usually good matchups against cavalry civilizations. Hera banning Incas now, and we'll have one more ban, but I believe that it would be Hera first pick. I don't know if Hindustanis are worthy of a first pick, but they're just something to keep your eye out here for. The 25% extra bonus damage your buildings receive on Gulch is really difficult to hold your base with if Hindustani scouts are doing the additional bonus damage behind that. So
he's banned Incas, he's banned Cumans, 2 really good civs for Shrubland, and then Aztecs as well. So he's kind of scared of the push with the Eagles potentially.
Just anything that's not quite what we've seen, right?
Yeah.
We haven't seen, like, Cumans are very unique, Byzantines quite unique, Aztecs, Incas. So I think Hera seems pretty happy with all the cavalry civilizations on the board.
Portuguese first.
Now, Portuguese first pick was Heart's play in 2 of his sets here this week. So I find it interesting that Hera kind of takes that from him now.
Remember, Leary played Portuguese yesterday on Shrubland, and he went Cav Archer Knight.
Yeah,
and it was amazing.
That's interesting, yeah. Yeah, Portuguese can kind of go anywhere. We're going to see, is that Armenians' first pick?
Lithuanians.
Lithuanians,
yeah.
Okay.
They had Armenians down there, but it was Lithuanians.
They're Armenian.
That's a very interesting pick there.
Yeah, I think Lithuanians. Now, remember, he's got a second. He's got a second.
Yeah.
So this is 2 picks, and the order doesn't necessarily matter.
Okay.
And is that what it is? Because if it is, I love that pick. I think it's definitely for Gulch. Okay.
Very, very nice. 2 very solid civs all around for Heart. Non-specialty civs. Like, he can mix and match those if he really wants to.
Let's talk like Cav Archer civs. We've seen a lot of CA civs this tournament. Magyars are out. Huns are out. Georgians are out.
We're not going to see Mongols, I don't think.
Persians could be a Cav Archer civ, in all honesty. So that's a nice pick there from Hera. Vietnamese is another one that comes to mind for me.
Persians have been picked from Hera. And he's got another pick here, so what is it going to be? Is it going to be... She's spinning, it's spinning, it's spinning, and Mayans! So he fans out both of the other Mesocivs, and he goes for Mayans.
So when I first arrived to the player room on day 1, the players were practicing with each other. And then Hera, I don't know the reasoning, maybe he probably practiced a bunch with humans. He was beating up the AI with Mayans. Just constantly reloading.
As you do.
Yeah, he was constantly reloading into like a car scheme or something with Mayans just to get a feel. And so, I mean, you start with the extra Vil. They're great with the archers. Hera's got great micro, so I think it's a nice pick. Could be a little dangerous against Hindustanis. We maybe could have
another
weird
Cav Archer
there.
civ for Heart. Tatars, and then Khmer. Khmer is a great pick there for Hollow Woodlands. If you can manage it.
Yeah.
If you can manage it. We've seen some people get overwhelmed by the potential of the garrisonable houses.
Yeah, true.
Where they're just like, you know, instead of walling off or instead of keeping spearmen there, they're just constantly using their APM to garrison and ungarrison their villagers, and they're essentially wasting time.
It's annoying. Like, if you put a villager in a town center and press go back to work, they go back to work. But if you put them in the house, it doesn't seem to work the same.
Yeah, that's what my employer said after COVID.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the garrisoning in houses an anti-bonus, I guess, depending on if you have Army on the field. There's the civs now for Hera. Vietnamese, we thought we'd see. And then I'm missing the other one right now. He may have not picked it just yet. But we'll see that come in here shortly. Oh, it's at the bottom. Excuse me. It's below the bands there. So it's Berbers and Vietnamese.
Yep. And Koreans now for Hart.
Okay. Well, I think Koreans... really underrated, especially when there's 8 bands, because the cheaper wood cost on all your any military that costs wood is insane. So double archer range opening with Koreans is very strong. The free armor too is quite good.
I just want to see turtle ships on Gulch.
Gulch?
Just around the edge.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely you get your wish there, my friend.
No, it's extremely unlikely. Now Malian's being picked. Another solid civ overall for Hart. At the moment, I'm kind of liking both of these drafts. They're very, very solid. Neither one is really standing out to me.
I agree.
The only thing that's quite thematic here from Hera's draft is that he did ban Aztecs and Incas, and then he drafted Mayans himself. So that's telling me that he has a map in his mind that is very good with eagles, and he got rid of both the other eagle civilizations, and he saved one for himself.
Yeah, I could see that. Ethiopian's late pick there for Hera. An interesting one, right? We haven't seen many crossbow plays in this tournament, but there are maybe the best crossbow civilization available. I think Hera's got the slightly better, he's definitely got the better knight civs, like Persians, Franks, and Berbers are just super strong with that. But for counter to knights, there's a couple Campbell civs on the other side there for Hart.
Also, Lithuanian knights aren't bad.
Yeah, that's true. And then cav archers too. I think Hindustanis can play cav archers quite nicely. The Tatars are one of the best, and now Burgundians.
Burgundians.
Well, I think the Burgundians are going to be interesting. That might be a Strublin pick, because there's no other map where it immediately feels like you're going to be safe and have time.
I mean, you could play Hindustanis. If you're not going to play Hindustanis on Gulch or whatever map you said that they were really strong on,
that's true.
You could play them on Shrubland as well, especially if you think Hera's going Franks.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's going to be a tough decision for Hart.
I wonder where the Burgundians fit in.
I could easily see Lithuanians being played on Gulch too. I just have this sick fascination with cracked terrain and Hindustani scouts. I've been talking about it every single day. We've yet to see it.
What is it? Slavs.
Okay,
the classic. And he took it away from Hera, and we know Hera loves the Slavs.
Yeah, Hera's like, oh! It's a really tough feeling, by the way, because when it gets down to this point, you're definitely thinking, okay, this is the civ I go for next.
Watch Hera snag like Burmese or something. He's always got to sneak it into his draft somewhere.
Burmese. I mean, I would be very impressed. Bulgarians, you got the wrong B. You got the wrong B.
Dude! And oh, man. I got the wrong BU.
True. Well, I mean, I think Bulgarians are quite good in close quarters, and they're much better in Empire Wars than they are in RM. So there is our draft. Now, the players just did all that. Now they're starting to hear all the commotion as they make their way through the castle. As we've said throughout the week, it's full reign for this castle. All of this castle is for Age of Empires 2 in this event.
All ours.
It's all ours. We have enjoyed it. I have walked up many flights of stairs, and my knees have not thanked me so much in the morning.
We're getting old, bro.
But, yeah, so they're going to be making their way kind of like back this direction. It's probably hard for you to figure out back behind us here, and you'll see the crowd here soon. So Hart versus Hera, semifinal number 1. Remember, we have Viper and Leary, semifinal number 2, before the final of Age of Empires 4 later on. But, I mean, I'm just pumped, dude. I can't believe we're here already in the semifinals. I'm going to enjoy every single second I can.
It's gone by so fast. Hopefully this set will not go by fast. We want all 7 games here between Hart and Hera. Hart definitely the underdog coming in here, but after yesterday, we feel like he has potential. We feel like there's a real chance here for Hart to go to the finals.
Yeah.
And his best performance ever.
Yeah, and I think Hart, this is his moment. You got to push out the thoughts of, oh, I could be happy at this point. This is your moment to take. Take your moment and make a name for yourself on top of what he already has done this year. So we're going to send it over to Riley and Memb to prep us for this series.
Thanks very much, Tristan. Also joined here in the crowd by Zoe. It's great to have everyone's company. And before I ask for Mem's perspective on the draft, how do we think that went, everyone? That draft, was it all right? What do we reckon? All right, we've got some excited fans, but never mind what everyone else thinks. There's only one opinion that matters. Mem, what were your thoughts on the draft? What did you think about what we've just seen?
Well, it's the first series that is best of 7. You know, both players are kind of similar play style, but here a better execution. We have seen maps that are aggressive in both sides, but I think Hart could be happy. He has, if I'm not mistaken, 2 aggressive maps as a whole map. The first one is also aggressive, so I think Hart should be happy with the overall result.
But don't you think the opposition obviously expected that, so therefore they came prepared? Since they both have an aggressive play style, do you feel like there is actually one player who has an advantage?
Well, in this situation it's very tricky. I think it depends also how they are going to play with this incredible crowd here. You know, everyone is kind of excited. We are excited as well. So the nerves is going to be really important. But we have seen also some situations like Hera ban Aztecs and Incas, if I'm not mistaken, then pick Maya.
Then pick Mayans.
Himself. It's complicated, really complicated, because Aztecs is not being picked, you know, and now he's banned. Mayas in what map? I don't know really what they are going to do, and that's what makes this series even more exciting.
We saw some spicy-ish picks towards the end there. We saw the Slavs get picked up, the Bulgarians. What do you think about them? We got some secret strats that might be coming out. Mem, you looking forward to these civs?
Yeah, well, the good thing here is that I think he picked Slavs to take from Hera. So that's why I think Hart is happy, because he probably wanted to pick that one, and then he picked Bulgarians. Bulgarians is better than Slavs, don't think so?
All right, well, we'll see how it goes. Right now, however, we are ready. We are all geared up and prepared to go with our first semi-final. Let's hear it for the competitors making their way out onto the stage. It's Hera, it's Hart. Age of Empires 2 semi-final number 1 begins here at Red Bull Wololo El Reinado.
Unbelievable walkout there. The drone shots and everything. If I was Hera, if I was Hart, my heart would be beating so fast right now. But I know Hart got some experience with the main stage yesterday. Hera is a competitor. He's ready to go. Tristan, how are you feeling about this set now that we're just moments away?
Well, I think for both these two, I think you got to understand that there's going to be nerves, right? There's no one that walks through that and doesn't have it, right? I think the best way to calm your nerves and really, you know, focus on the game is get into that game, where thankfully Age of Empires 2 is so crazy, you kind of forget about everything else.
Once that first villager dies, all of that is right out of your mind.
I think in terms of the crowd, I actually think the toughest thing in my conversation with players has been they can hear the crowd in the big moments, right? So if something horrible happens to you and a bunch of fans of the other player cheer, that can kind of, I think it's a LAN event. You want to feel the atmosphere. It's supposed to be like that. So again, you just gotta, I mean, maybe even step a couple years back and you just say, man, who would have thought that I'd be here and just enjoy the moment. But Hall of Woodlands is going to be game number 1. We are not going to have time, nor will the players, of course, to ease into today. So really, I think the first 3 minutes dictate the pace of this whole series. Hart, like yesterday, when he was up against ACCM, I thought he would lose because he tends to have shaky starts, and he shows his true potential in maybe game 3 or game 4. Every single game yesterday, he was ready and he was firing on all cylinders. If we see that Hart today, if Hera has a slow start, the moment could get to him, and he could yet again find another Red Bull trophy slip through his hands, as I know he wants it so badly.
And remember, it's just a singular moment that on a map like Hall of Woodlands, if you are a little bit late with that first archery range, or you choose a stable when you should have chosen archery range as your opening, you could be absolutely screwed. Like, you could lose the game in 2 minutes. It'll go on for another 10, but you could lose the game so easily. Here's our head-to-head. Hera looking like one of those video game characters that you unlock once you've 100%ed the game. He's full stat line here. We look at micro, macro, strategy, experience, speed, almost all the way to the edge. Hart also with great micro macro strategy, a little bit less on the experience, this being his second land ever, and then the speed. I think the speed should actually be one up from that.
I agree.
Hart is about as fast as they come. Hera's just a tiny little bit quicker than him.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that Hart's speed is on par with Hera's. I actually think if there was a difference between these two, it might just be the experience there.
Yeah.
And I think with experience comes consistency because you're used to the big moments. You feel worthy of the big moment. I think there's a lot of self-doubting that can happen in this game. Many people watching will know how everything can be going right, and then boom, you're dead, right? And I think that leads to maybe you could be a little too hypercritical, right? Maybe you can be a little too frustrated, thinking, what a mistake. But I've just been so impressed with Hart. I am so excited. I think that a 3-0 against Sebastian, who is the bigger story coming into this yesterday, is insane. When I talked to Sebastian obviously disappointed in the loss. He said, honestly, normally I'd be upset if I got swept.
Yeah.
But with how I played,
Hart was playing so well.
I think I can't be that upset because it genuinely just came back to the man from Peru.
You know, we also talked with Hera a little bit earlier about his thoughts on his matchup against Hart, and we can show you that right now.
My first round opponent is going to be up against Hart, but Hart as a player is a very aggressive one as well, and he likes to take control of the map early, so my game plan against him is to not let him get the initiative and to take it away from him and kind of, catch him off guard a little bit.
Yeah, so that would have been prior to the first round where they played, and that's kind of precisely what happened, at least in game number 2. Hart, he had an issue in early game 2, and it was on Hall of Woodlands, actually, if I recall correctly. So, this game just snowballed out of control. And
then he felt like it was too late.
He felt like it was
a
too
best
late.
of 3, right?
Yeah,
but now it's
exactly.
a best of 7. He's won his last 6 games. You only need to win 4 here.
Yep.
He has experience on the stage. We keep talking about it because coming into this tournament, I don't think we would have really given Hart all that much of a shot here. I am giving him a legitimate chance to take down the consensus #1 player in the world right now, Hera.
Yeah, and now let's get to Hera's side of things, right? Hera has won everything there is to win over the past year and much before that.
Yeah.
But if you watch the prior Red Bulls, there have been some great disappointments. He was up 2-0 against MBL, quarterfinals, Red Bull 5. Everyone's thinking Hera's going to win. Reverse sweep, crazy series. Previous Red Bull, I believe, made it to the semifinals. Again, got a step closer, right? So maybe he makes it to the finals this time, but this has been that thing that's been elusive for him. I think he's been a bit outspoken on how Empire Wars is it is very different from RM, where he seems to be the specialist right now. We will see today, and possibly, hopefully for fans, maybe tomorrow, what Hera is made of and if he can finally become a Red Bull champion, but I am not ready to say that it is clear with how good all 4 players have played over this week.
No, and we can even get a little bit of an insight because we talked to Hart as well about the matchup with Hera. So we'll get some thoughts here from Hart prior to the matchup, I believe prior to the first matchup on that first day.
My first round opponent is Hera. He's known to be currently the best player in the world. He's very aggressive, very good micro, multitasking, pretty much excels at everything. Have played a lot against him. He's been my practice partner and one of my best friends in the game. So it's a personal challenge to beat him. I'm ready to give it my all and test his skills.
Yeah, so that's the big story between these two, is the fact that they have been best friends for a very long time. They will have discussed strategies, tournaments, everything together more than with any other players in the community. And yes, they are on opposing teams right now, but trust me, you hang around this castle, you're in the Age of Empires scene, you know these two are as thick as thieves. Yep. They are buddy, and I think they complement each other well. In terms of personalities and play style.
You can see the preparation here. Like, he's done the draft and everything, but you still really got to think through and double check all your civs before you go into Hollow Woodlands, before you go into the set itself. Like, you have the civs in front of you, but you've got an A, a B, a C plan, and that's what Hera's doing here. He's marking everything down in his notebook. Hart doing the same thing, really getting themselves in the right mental state where they feel prepared heading into this first game.
Yeah, so viewers can vote right now on who they think is going to win this semifinal. A 1 in the chat goes to Hera, a 2 in the chat goes to Hart. So we'll watch this bar at the top move back and forth here. Right now it's looking 50-50, but I'm expecting the chatters to start to fly in with the votes.
I expect the blue to get a little bit more here.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree,
whether it's fully justified or not. It looks like Hera was in the lead there as far as what the fans think is going to happen in this set, as we see another beautiful drone shot over the castle there. Absolutely stunning scenery here.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you make it this far, you're just hoping to bring your best in the moment, and sometimes that just doesn't happen, right? Sometimes your best can only come for the first couple games, right? Maybe 3 or 4, and then exhaustion sets in or something. But I hope, everyone here hopes, we see the very best from both of them. If we see the very best from these two, I think it's very similar to some of the matchups of Hera Leary or Viper Leary that we have seen over the years. I think we go to 7 games. So it's about to start off. We are close to the first semifinal. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and I hope you're ready. I hope you've cleared your schedule for the next, for the rest of the day, because we've got fantastic Age of Empires, and tomorrow, yes, because we've got fantastic Age of Empires coming our way.
Oh man, the tension here before game 1. Hera really wants Red Bull, I think more than any other competition. He knows what's gone wrong in the past. He really wants it. Hart, finding himself in an unlikely position, he's just got to go for it, essentially. Yep. He's got to give it everything that he has, and he has to have belief that he can make it to the finals and then even maybe make it further tomorrow, as both of them are just getting into that first game, and we should be in there shortly.
I don't know. I've just got a feeling, man. Like 6-0 yesterday from Hart, lots of stage experience. I really got a feeling we're going to see a banger from him today. We always know with Hera that it is going to be a very good competitive series. That seems to be the theme. But again, those are the maps, those are the civs we're working with. So all you true nerds out there, start to get out your pen and paper, or I don't know, a notepad online, or PC and
print screen
and whatever you guys are doing out there.
Print screen and paint. The Margugu solution.
It is actually kind of funny how
stay humble, though.
We Age of Empires players are like so basic with the technology as well. Like they're all just bringing up a notepad to type it out. No Excel sheets or anything, unless you're Tato or something. But they'll have it all written down here in their nice little notebook. Any civs, any thoughts, let's talk about like maybe some of the later picks. Hello, everybody. Some of the later picks. Any civilizations stand out there as
Burgundians.
Like a surprise? Burgundians.
It's just like where?
Yeah.
Is the question, right? Are you going to play it on Kars?
Could
Can't
be.
wall up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stone there. There's a lot of gold.
Could be.
If you get into gunpowder composition late on Kars, it could, with Burgundians, could be really devastating.
Yeah, I could see that as an option, especially if you're thinking like that it's a cavalry map. I mean, that seems to be the theme there for Hart. There's not a lot of hills, so Tatars won't be too good.
Oh, they're in, and we should be in shortly. Looking forward to this first game. This first game of our first best of 7 here. We've got 2 semi-final sets. Hera versus Hart are going to open it up, and we should be in shortly to Hollow Woodlands. Now, Hollow Woodlands is going to come at us fast.
Yeah. So don't look away here. If you haven't sat down yet, sit down, find your seat. Here we are. We're going to get started here.
They're not in.
I thought they were. Was that just one little AI test before?
I think Hera really wants the sound to be correct here.
Ah, that's fair. Well, that's understandable.
Yeah, that's understandable.
I mean, if I had...
He hasn't played on this main stage yet, right? So he's got to figure all out his comfort settings. Hart is perfectly comfortable.
I wonder, like, what is perfectly comfortable now? What percentage?
There is no perfectly
exactly,
comfortable
but like, what percentage is it? Like
acceptably
40%?
comfortable.
Acceptably comfortable. Okay. Because I feel like there's really no one that's going to be perfect, at least come game number 1. I think game number 4, you're up 3-0, then maybe the comfort really sets in. But listen, folks, before we really get into this, I just feel very blessed to be in this position. I know Dave does as well. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's been insane to see so many people show up live. I could never imagine this was possible for a third time in a different castle, in a castle where Game of Thrones was filmed. Like, what in the world is our lives right now? Thank you. We've got an amazing community, dude. That's why Red Bull came on board. That's why World's Edge and everyone wanted to make this happen again. Our player base is amazing, so let's have a good one. All right, let's have a good one. And let's get that Hollow Woodlands out of our system, Dave. This is like, I'm nervous right now.
Hera, stop adjusting your monitor.
I'm nervous. I mean, we should all have heart rate monitors on to see who's more nervous, the casters or the players.
Yeah.
Probably the players. But maybe they're able to calm their nerves here. And that is a conic, I believe.
Let's try to identify. We don't see them very often.
It looks like a light cap.
If he got off his horse right now,
yeah,
I'd be able to identify.
Okay, and
first
that
Malian,
is a Gebetto. Okay,
Gebetto's a nice little graphic there.
She's got some strong arms, let me tell you. That is a big weapon. So Malians for Hart. I'm 97% certain that was Bulgarians for Hera.
Yeah.
Those are the unique units, amazing graphics. Now, it doesn't look like it now because they walked off stage, but they were actually physically there on stage with the players. Don't fact check me on that. And
they should be getting into the game shortly. Burgundians against Malians. Hollow Woodlands is going to be our first game of this first semi-final here at Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. I almost missed that one, but game number 1 is in. You can hear the crowd. Hart with the Malians, Hera with the Burgundians, and it's going to be on Hollow Woodlands. Take it away, T9.
Okay, so the big thing is the potential for the Bulgarians to go man-at-arms actually dictates your opening a lot here. So Hart needs to find out right away what his opponent is doing. I think that he could be assuming man-at-arms and might need the fast archer switch. Malians are considered way more flexible. They're able to do so much more and get those military buildings out. But the Bulgarians, because you start with the Blacksmith in Empire Wars, and the Blacksmith upgrades are cheaper and research faster, it's all about those fast timings with the upgrades here for Hera.
Yeah, as we see Hart just trying not to lose HP on those scouts. He's pulling them away from the Spearmen. He added the archer range in addition to the stable. So Hart is going to use the mobility of those scouts, and he's going to try and pick off the villagers from Hera while keeping himself defended at home. Hera's opened with the archers here, and he's got a few spearmen to help them out, but Hart still looking for value.
Yeah, I was just going to say, a little surprised Hera didn't have spearmen around, but he was able to correct it. This is why this map is one of the most stressful ones to start off with. How are you supposed to micro perfectly under these conditions right away? We got an early tower here from Hera because he respects the pressure. And, you know, Spearman Archer play is so much stronger on this map, Dave, because they are next-door neighbors.
Yeah, I mean, Hart did a great job to snipe that scout. Now Hera doesn't have a scout on the field.
Yep.
He doesn't have a stable yet. He's just going archers and spearmen. Also, the tower timing from Hart is perfect. The archers can't do damage there. Hera needs to keep moving around here. He's going to find the berries, but Hart should be able to get those villagers inside the TC and back to safety as he pushes forward and takes the first villager from Hera. Excellent start for Hart.
Listen, of all the things that Hera has done, like with all the things that Hera can do, to go forward right there instead of lingering around for an extra 30 seconds in defense is amazing there. You're going to need moments like that in the series today if you're Hart to beat Hera. And Hera does oftentimes try and buy himself a little bit of time and then greed up, right? Get those walls, play defensive. But it's double stable from Hera. It feels like a lot of the games on this map have come down to scouts, so Hera also going to switch out of the archers because Bulgarians aren't necessarily great with that long term.
Oh, we lost one to the TC. If he had 2 archers still back here, that would be extremely annoying. Hart needs that food from the shorefish. But that was fascinating that Hera opened with the archer range, a lot of spearmen to support the archers, comes forward, and then instantly just double stable.
Yeah. Look at how little we have seen Hera's base at this point, right? The Observer has done a perfect job showing the action. All the action has just simply been away from Hera. So that's the positive for Hera right now, and so he has a more efficient economy. He's collected more resources, largely due to that fact. Now, Hart knows about the first stable. What he's not expecting is forging and bloodlines. These are crazy upgrades combined with Hera's archers, and this is why Hera picked Bulgarians. This is going to be really difficult for Hart to hold right now.
Yeah, those blacksmith upgrades cheaper, and they're coming in super, super quick. So he's going to have the armor, he's going to have bloodlines, he's going to have forging, fully upgraded scouts. And what was Hart doing while all that was happening? He was adding skirms.
Yeah.
He was adding skirms, which can't really do anything against the scouts to begin with. He was making them to try and counter the archers.
Horrible.
But great transition here from Hera.
I'm not sure what happened there, but Hart scouts, they didn't run away, and it goes from bad to worse here, and this could be a very quick victory here for Hera to start off the semifinal. He's just got the stronger army, and I don't think that Hart is even aware of all the upgrades that are in. Obviously, he's just losing everything, but Hera in cruise control, he came to play today, as he often does, and now he's got even more time than he had originally.
Hart's done some good damage control, though. He's only lost 1 villager so far. We look at the army count. Hera's still got double at the moment as Hart gets that cavalry armor for his scouts, but still only 1 scout in the queue, 2 archers on the field, and we see Hera with 2 scouts in the queue, 8 on the field currently. They're fully upgraded. The archers are just harassing the gold, keeping Hart away from that, and he's about to lose a lot more villagers here.
Yeah, and Hera has been very patient here, honestly. He could have dove, tried to get more kills, but he knows my opponent's comeback condition is scout numbers, so I will simply add more of my own, and I believe we are moments away from the GG call here. It's not the fastest game, not the longest game, probably the fastest game of the semifinal, and Hera starts off with a bang here.
And that was an crazy approach there from Hera. Hart came forward with the scouts. You saw he had the initial advantage with the 3 scouts. He sniped the villager. But Hera coming forward with the archers pushes the scouts back to Hart's base, so his economy is safe. He's protecting them with the spearmen, and while Hart isn't at his base, he adds 2 stables and then instantly goes into all the upgrades for his scouts. By the time Hart realizes what's happening, he's already dead.
I'm really surprised that Hart opened with a scout opening there. Ultimately, we got to move on from it, plan for what will hopefully be many more games. But it feels like the archer opening is a little bit more natural with the Malians. When you generate, you've got a lot of villagers on wood and gold. It's actually food that's more difficult to come by. So a lot of times you're seeing range opening so you can wait for your farming eco to kick in.
Yeah.
He really had an issue with the spears there, didn't he? He did find the villager kill, but Hera had so many spears around, and then he has to go into range units.
Yep.
I did like the trick there from Hera. It's like, I'm Bulgarians, right? He's never going to expect archers. Goes archers. And then Hart's like, huh. Okay, I guess I have to counter them, and by the time he was there to counter them with the skirms, the scout numbers were out. It was a perfect transition there from Hera.
And there's so many elements to that you need to do to make that strategy work, right? You have to keep your spearmen producing at the beginning. You have to keep them right beside the archers. You have to get fletching for the archers. You have to force the scouts from Hart back so that you can hide those stables and then buy yourself enough time to produce those scouts, and at the same time force Hart into skirmisher production, which is wasting the food that he's not putting into scouts of his own. It's this whole convoluted mess that Harris somehow managed to weave together into a coherent strategy.
That is something, that's a great start for Hera because it's a later civilization pick, and it's a confidence boost. And I think my worry here coming into this series has really been, will Hart feel as though he just can't beat this guy, right? Because they are such close friends, because they've trained together, because Hera is Hera, right? Every time they played each other in tournaments, it hasn't looked good for Hart. He's 0-4 in the sets. Hera usually winning by 2 or 3 games. So I think that's huge for Hera. It is his buddy, but the gameplay kind of said, yo, I'm better than you right there. So Hart's got to rebound from that, push it out of his mind. And we'll hop into game number 2, which would be on Hart's choice. And this is a map we actually haven't seen much at all in the main event, if I'm not mistaken.
Landing on the ladder.
I'm really excited to see.
Lot on the qualifying ladder. I know these guys played this a ton. This map is going to be River Divide, and we're going to see the civs right now as we get into game number 2. We have Hera playing as the Berbers. We have Hart playing as the Tatars, and Hera is opening with a scout here. Now, river divide, we have the rivers on each side. Each player has a transport ship, but they're on the opposite river. So if you're going to wall off your base, you have to make sure whatever river your opponent has the transport on, you can't wall to the river. You have to wall to the edge of the map.
So main difference here in terms of the opening, the Tatars feel really smooth. The extra food on the sheep, combined with all the eco you already have, allows you to cut a lot of corners here, and usually that means you don't have to farm quite as early. So we could see Hart transition into archers a bit faster than Hera. I think the comfort situation for the Berbers is really to farm heavily, to delay your archer range and just stay on the stable units. They have cheap stable units. That's the building you want to be basically winning the game with. And Hart, he's going to go in here for a villager pick, and he gets the snipe there. Beautiful start here for Hart.
Yeah, he did the same thing last game, though. He did the same thing last game. Now, it's important to keep your army numbers up. Don't get overconfident with something like that. Right now, Hart has the military advantage. He's produced 4 spearmen, so he should be able to counter the initial scouts here from Hera. Let's just see how he expands his economy. It looks like he's actually walling around the backside of his base, so he's trying to defend himself as he comes in again with another couple scouts. They are weak, though, so the villagers might be able to fight those back.
Yeah, Hera being just very patient here. Ooh. And Hart, not the first time he's been a little late, and I mean a little, but a little late to reacting can lose you the game in Empire Wars, and so Hera will be fine here, I'm sure. 1 villager when you have 35 is not a high percentage, right? And I think Berbers feel very strong here, provided they make it to Castle Age and can get some camels and knights on the field.
Slow walls for both of them, so they're making military just so they can wall.
Yep.
Essentially.
I really feel like this lends itself towards cav archers if this just goes scouts into walls. So I'm expecting Hera to really ramp up the aggression here. Another little misstep there from Hart. Now, Hera's transport's on the left, so he can actually wall to the water on the left.
Yeah, and Hart can wall to the water on the right.
Exactly, yeah, but the reason players won't wall to the water on the side their opponent's transport is because they don't want the opponent to use it. So that's actually like, that's something that had to form over time.
That's something they've figured out.
Yeah. It's a little disappointing they know about it now, but I think it's such a nice detail, and well done from them to make sure
they're very,
on top of it.
look at all the posturing here. It's mostly defensive, right? They're trying to pick away, they're trying to look for opportunities, but at the end of the day, their main objective for both of them is to get the walls up and get to Castle Age.
I want to see Hera consider going to Stone here. I mean, he's not a huge unique unit player, but if Tatars are going to play into cav archers,
I mean, you could open Genitor and then mine Stone and go into Camel Archers.
Maybe. The alternative is you go for the 3-town center economy and you can just go Camel. Camels can still be great against cav archers, but the risk is if the cav archer mass gets to 15 to 20, they'll start to kill those camels off quickly, and then even going Camel Archers is tough because you're going to start from 0 against 20 units out in the field.
And also, Tatars get Thumb Ring automatically.
Yeah.
So their cav archers are very, very good to begin with. Hera on the way to the Castle Age first. We see Hart, he's trying to build his way up there. I'm not certain if he has a market, so he can't buy the food yet, but he should be up shortly. He is idling his TC to do so.
Yep. Hera's economic management is just so smooth yet again here.
It's so good.
Lost a Vill, right? Lost a villager, but yet he's had less TC idle time. Hart is idling his TC just to click up right now. There he goes. But I think Hera will be more than fine. So, Hera's just not the player to go for the castle. He's going to go for the eco first.
I think he might be adding double stable behind.
Yeah, most likely, because I see the
archery ranges, Genitors. Think about it.
Does he go cav archers instead?
Genitors are the cav archers
Genitors
of the
are mounted.
world.
Yeah, so they're a mounted skirm, right? It does make sense. You can't. You could have some struggles, I would say, long term with Genitor. Like you can't win the game with Genitor.
No, it's an option until you get into Camel Archers.
Yeah, it could help you hold.
And they take the same upgrades as the Camel Archers.
Also, Hart will have seen armor and bloodlines on those scouts, so he's going to be expecting
the
stable, and now he sees an archery range there, so he has an idea.
I wonder what he suspects from that, though. Probably Genitors.
I wasn't expecting Genitors from Hera. He's really not a player to usually do that, but what better time than to do it now in the semifinals? Let's see.
There they are.
Genitors in queue.
There they are. So this is a fairly unique play. I mean, Berbers are the only Civ in a 1v1 situation anyway that can make Genitors. And Hera's also used that transport ship to transport some villagers away and go for an additional town center. So he's going to expand his economy, make the Genitors to keep himself safe, and probably at some point he'll drop a TC on stone and start looking for the castle into the Camel Archers.
And it really is going to make Hart think twice about playing with his Civilization's best unit right now, which is Cav Archers.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, Berbers are just such a good civ here. You can go for cheaper Camels, which is great against the Tars. You have the Camel Archer, and now Genitor too? Let's see. You do need to get upgrades on them, which Hera doesn't have many of right now. But I guess if it's just against Archers, you don't need to stress out too much about upgrades.
I mean, those Archers do have Thumb Ring, but it's not enough to fight up against the Genitors as we see Hera taking care of all of those Spearmen. Hera now with basically full map control as Hart now adds an additional town center of his own and is forced into making some camels.
Yeah, this is so good for Hera right now, dude.
What is this?
This is so good.
What is this counterattack?
The TC is already up. Hart sees it, and that TC's been up for a while. It's in a great position there for Hera. And Hera also, think of the investment. Like, he didn't get bodkin, he didn't get armor. Like, this unit, any skirmisher unit, you normally need both, right? But because of the surprise element and because he got the numbers out, at the moment he doesn't.
And he's feeling pretty confident in this whole setup here, especially looking at what Hart has on the map. Harris still has his light cav alive. He's just backing up with his Genitors for the time being. He's getting Bodkin Arrow now. A couple more Knights coming out for him. They can basically push the Camels away, and the Genitors are going to help kill those Camels as Hera tries to take out the numbers early from Hart. Hart pushing back again the other way. What is the strategy you should go for if you're Hart? Because Hera is very clearly not trying to kill you. He's just trying to defend himself until the boom gets rolling and he can get into Camel Archers, which is very dangerous. Yeah,
I mean, Camel is the right play here. You do a lot of bonus damage against the Genitors. You also do nice bonus damage against any Knights. What you can't consider is Knights. Like, yes, Knights of your own are better against Genitor, but then Berbers just have cheap Camels to combine with that. So I think his own Camel is the correct play for now. The way this is playing out, it's going to be a lot of small things. It's going to be who's better in the economic state, who maybe has the best composition early imp. And I actually do feel like that's where things could get weird for me for Hera. His Civilization doesn't get Halberdier if Camels become a problem. And I'm not certain that Genitor is really the long-term thing. I think it was just to kind of protect.
He's going on to stone now.
So he needs to switch at some point. Yeah. And that would mean that this is kind of the moment. Hart's on a unit that he can consistently make. Hera's on a unit that is not made sometimes for reasons. And let's see, with Husbandry on the way, Hera's going to get chased down here.
The Camels are coming.
These Genitors are probably going to get cleaned up in the back here, Dave.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the worst thing in the world, though, for Hera. If, you know, he pulls these maybe 2 minutes away from any action, he's going to pull them all the way to the corner. He's going to micro the whole way along with these Genitors, adding that third town center, of course, at the front side of his base. And I also saw him sneak a few villagers out to stone, so he's already planning on maybe getting that castle, getting into Camel Archers. And if you're thinking about Berbers versus Tatars late game, oh, he's going to transport them away. See you later. That was the solution.
That's just so stupid.
I forgot about that one.
I love that because I think those 3 Genitors are so unimportant to the rest of this game, right? Like, those guys are just some extras that are going to be cut anyways, but they get saved, and Hera gets some great value, and now clears up the Archers. But, you know, I think as Hera adds to stables, I think you just go your own Camel. You just have cheaper Camels.
Maybe.
The only thing that's better about Tatar Camels is the type of Camel they have access to, the Flaming Camel.
The explosive kind.
I hope we see that. I kind of doubt it, but that is maybe on your mind right now. This is just such a clean matchup for Berbers in a Camel War.
I mean, against Berbers, like Flaming Camel, is it that bad?
It's amazing.
Like, what do they have?
It's amazing, but I really don't know if Hart is going to try it. It's like it is at the very least a desperate move. I don't think you can plan around it fully. Now, Hera looking for some relics right now around the map, patrolling some light cav on the side, which again is a bit cheaper for him. And economically, it's been pretty close. But it does feel like Hera's got the ever slight lead with all the stats on screen there.
Look at the KD. He's just been controlling the game so far. Hart is now starting to add in those Cav Archers. So he's got University going up. You can see 2 archer ranges producing cav archers right now, even mixing in some monks here. So might be able to grab some relics or get some nice conversions. And a 3rd archer range is being built. So Hart is trying to get that cav archer mass. However, Hera already with 9 on stone. He's buying stone for himself right now. He almost has enough to place a castle, which will give him access to those camel archers, which, if you're not familiar with them, are an anti-cavalry archer, cav archer of their own.
Dreamland for Hera right now. My worry for Hera today was if Hart had a better start than him, that maybe the moment not being on the stage as much, all the expectations would start to really get to him. But this right now is a dream matchup. He's had a smooth, boomy style game after an aggressive match game 1. And he's going to go forward?
He's going forward.
Hera?
I thought this castle was for production, for camel archer production, for defense, but Hera analyzing the situation, seeing that he's got the camel numbers. Monks, if they get the conversions, though, could swing this battle, and then you've got exposed villagers trying to build a castle. Let's see what happens here. Genitors are microing down the cav archers. It's not enough for Hart.
He's got the numbers.
It's not enough for Hart.
He's got the numbers. Hera had like 2 camels a second ago, and he's up to 15 camels. And he used the leftover Genitors to help out against the CA. Hart's trying to switch back to the CA, and now there's going to be camel archers on his doorstep, making matters even worse for Hart.
Yeah, and there's a hole into his base to top things off, a hole that he made himself. So potential for Hera to go in there if he wants to. I think he'll keep the camels near the castle foundation here outside of Hart's base. Hart's army count is now at 7 versus 25 from Hera. What a fantastic fight there from Hera. And Hera has constantly been raiding that outside eco from Hart. I keep seeing units over here from Hera. Lots of idle time on that TC from Hart. No idle time whatsoever in the economy from Hera.
Yeah, it's just beautiful play there. I mean, I felt a defensive castle is more than fine, but what that does is give Hart a little bit of time to sort things out, and the forward castle is potentially game-winning at this point. I think in Hart's mind, you have to tread that down, but in Hart's mind, you also need enough army to stop the camels and camel archers if they run into your base. There's a side view of our crowd there. These guys are immediately under a lot of pressure to wave towards the camera or act like they don't realize they're on the camera. There we go, there we go.
We'll work on that. We'll work on that.
Yeah,
it's game number 2.
And it's going to be probably camel archer from here for Hera. I don't think he'll make too many more camels, but he's got 17.
This is very, very demoralizing if you're Hart, because you got a castle in your face. You can't take the fight against this army. You can't push back that castle. And it's just like, what composition of units can you make now that the camel archers and the camels are here?
I don't have any suggestions. Any suggestions I could give would be more based on the game state, right?
Yeah.
Areas you could push, things to do. Ever since that castle has gone up, I have lost any idea except for Trebor. And Hart's going to click up to Imp. Hart's going to hope for that. He'll drop a castle here shortly. If Hera loses that castle, he then loses camel archer production, and then things could start to snowball. So
that's the downside of the forward castle, right? Yep. It shuts off the stone from Hart. It shuts off that whole front side of the base. You can't go through the middle of the map. But if he loses it, then the camel archer production is stalled, as you mentioned. Hera, however, sniping a few more villagers here. Eco KD is 12-1. Resources collected pretty even overall, so Hart's done a fairly good job here. And of course, that Imperial Age timing is important if we're talking about a Treb war.
It is, and Hera needs to unqueue Vils right now. He needs to unqueue Vils. High pressure situation. You're always thinking create eco, create military, get upgrades. He's got 12 Vils in queue. He unqueues those Vils. He's up to Imp, which is the way he wins this game.
Is he going to castle drop the other TC? He is.
Seems
He's
like
going to castle drop the other TC. Both these castles are going to go forward. Hart pulling all the villagers for another town center over there, and his castle is going up on a hill to contest that first castle from Hera, and his Imperial Age timing is going to be about 3 minutes ahead, maybe 2.5.
Yeah, Hera's Imp time could be a big problem for him here, and it's such a nice position that, you know, maybe you start to sweat a little bit if you start to realize that you start to falling off from it. Now Hera's going to realize now he just canceled some villagers, and he will click up to the Imperial Age, but I think it's a sure thing that Hart takes out that castle there, and maybe then Cav Archer can actually work here.
Hart found himself in a really tough position, and he's done a fantastic job to stay alive and not lose too much here. He had the monks defending, the cav archers are defending, so the camel archers can't go in. The camels now from Hera finding their way under that second town center over on the right side. Hart a little bit late to garrison, but those two TCs should be able to push those camels away, and Imperial Age is coming in now from Hart, which means Trebs, which means that castle is now threatened from Hera.
Yeah, and Hera's going to see that. He's going to look at the clock and see he's 2 minutes away from Imp. I think here you have to plan without that castle on the front. In different instances, you could maybe repair it. Just don't plan around it anymore. And what do you think about if you're not going to have the camel archer numbers? What do you think about just going back into camel? Just like 5 stables, heavy camel play? Could that work?
It could work, yeah, and especially if you're raiding on the sides. If you have Hussar as well to mix in with that, and with Berbers, I mean, Hera could get it done. Hera will likely start to expand his food eco a little bit here. We see him on 35 right now. I suspect in a few minutes we're going to see him at about 45 or 50 or something along those lines, especially if he realizes that his castles won't survive for a long period of time.
I mean, he does have 16 camel archers. He's going to have one castle that's pretty safe producing. It looks like he just bought a bunch of stone to be able to drop another one. And
getting Casbah too. So he's planning on having castles.
Yeah, and he's also going to get relic number 4 here, folks. So the way this game has gone really is if Hera can just sort his act out in the Imperial Age, if he can max out his army, he's going to win this game and go up 2-0. Hart has, as you said, done a great job bringing it back, but I think after this castle's trebbed down, you push right away. You cannot give the guy time on the other side.
Hera hunting for relics as Mapu points that one out in the darkness. Can't see that. Hera going for another castle on the southern side of the map, on that little right edge, as he isn't able to push at the top. Those monks supporting the cav archers well. That initial castle has fallen, given Hart access to the gold and some stone at the front there. And now
so
Hart goes for a castle on the right side, so he's going to attempt to push. But like you said, it's so many camel archers and the camels in front. The monks are not enough.
I mean, these aren't even upgraded in the Imperial Age yet, these camel archers, but they're just so good. They have so much attack and so much HP, and then the camels have decent upgrades in front, and Hart, who probably felt like this matchup was impossible before, he's going to look at this now and find it very difficult to justify staying in this game.
I think the only upside to this fight is that the Trebs aren't dead yet, but Hart still calls the GG. Hera taking game number 2. He put himself in such a good position there with the Genitor opening it. Hart was kind of stunned. He didn't know what to do.
Yeah, Genitors, I mean, one of many things Berbers can do well there. I'm going to say perfect series so far for Hera. He had the aggression in game 1. He had the control and the boom in game 2. But Hart is going to feel like game 2 was as close to a Civ win as it gets. I think that's where he's going to think. I actually hope he thinks that, because it's not excuses. You can just say, okay, that wasn't the matchup we wanted. We can have some good matchups with the Hindustanis maybe, against some, like maybe Persians or maybe Franks. That's a big one to look to. Maybe Lithuanians against like Vietnamese or something. So
he needs another Red Bull.
Yeah, I think he's going to chug his Red Bull, but I actually don't think, I think that Hart hasn't been able to quite get started yet, and that was like 2 times harder for him to play in that matchup.
Yeah, difficult Civ match for sure. I was just thinking, as she came out here, our resident villager, that would be cool mod to have villagers with sunglasses on. Like beach day.
Bro, villagers already are pathing into awkward areas, right? Can you imagine the pathing if they had sunglasses on?
True.
Yeah, they would be stuck on the gold. They'd be moving all over the place, so I respect it. It is quite sunny here. Now, this gets more and more beautiful as the day progresses. The shade will cover our crowd now, and thank you everyone braving the heat. It's kind of interesting to see people sit down
in the shade.
In the shade.
Yeah.
And like the seats would fill as the shade would progress over our crowd.
Mojitos at the bar, though, if anyone's hot.
I can confirm those mojitos are very good. But we are mojito-less right now, to be clear, as we move into game number 3. But again, it's like, I just want to see Hart get moving here. Get moving. I really feel like we haven't seen his best. Take it one game at a time, of course, but it's like, what do you even rely on? What do you lean towards when Hera has won the aggressive map, and then Hera has won a quite boomy late game map? There's not much of a map you can really find where you can have an edge against this guy.
Yeah, it's so tough. I mean, he's such a well-rounded player, right? And he's fixed all of his weaknesses that he had previously, and he's put a lot of hard work into doing so, and you can see the fruits of his labor. I mean, Hera's been the favorite coming into this and coming into the last few tournaments, and he's proving it here in the first 2 games. Hart just needs to find himself in an advantageous position once.
Yep.
He hasn't yet been in either of these games.
I agree. I think, was there maybe a little bit too much respect to give into Hera? That it was just going to be an easy wall game at the previous one? Or was that just
I think he
what it
didn't
is?
consider the Genitors, and he opened crossbow. He tried to open crossbow with Tatar, which is usually like is a pretty good idea, but not when your opponent is already walled, already has light cav, and can just make a few Genitors and counter you completely.
Look at that castle. We are in that castle right now, casting Age of Empires.
I'm
2.
waving.
What in the world? Yeah, I think we're below that 110.
Below the
right
tent.
there. Yeah.
The white tent.
Look for a shiny head underneath the tent.
Shut up.
Let's talk about me. Sorry.
I've got makeup on, man. It's not shining today.
Well,
I'm caked up.
what a venue. What a venue. Next map's going to be Isthmus, and we know the civilizations now.
That's a war wagon.
That is a kicked up war
yeah.
wagon right there. So Koreans here for Hart, and we've got the Vietnamese there for Hera. I think this could be a pretty even matchup, all things considered. I think Vietnamese maybe more well-rounded as a civilization, but Koreans better at what they do.
If you get the towers set up in the middle of the map here, if you get water control with Koreans, very, very strong in an Isthmus. It's just whether you can, deal with that early pressure from Hera. But Koreans are pretty good with the cheaper wood cost on units. Very, very nice if you're going skirms, if you're going spears across the center. The only downside is that your scouts and your cavalry isn't very good.
I think if you get free armor upgrades and you get cheap units, you go aggressive here. Hart likes the aggression with scouts, but will it be possible for him to get any aggression in with the archers? It's tough because on the other side you do have those negative thoughts, because you can think about Vietnamese having great skirmishers to counter any archers, but you still got a window. You've got to take it. And I think from Hera, especially now, Hera is not going to try and force the issue if he doesn't have to. He's going to ensure that he is in a protected place and playing defensively here, Dave.
Yeah, and we actually have perspectives from other players on how they currently are viewing Hera. We talked to them before, and we're going to go to that right now.
This event, my biggest rival
in this event will probably be Hera.
It has to be Hera. Well, we faced in a lot of finals already. People know he has a good streak going with S-tier events.
So Hera probably is my hardest opponent right now. I think he's on a sharp. It's really hard to beat him. I think he's the standout the last year in the scene as a whole, so he's going to be the favorite entering the event, and he's going to be the one to beat.
Now, I think what's probably telling there, as we are in game number 3, is that I don't know if they were prompted to talk about Hera. I think they just genuinely said, who do they fear the most?
Best?
And they all came up with the same answer there. So here we are, game 3. So again, Koreans get the armor upgrade for free. That's going to be helpful. They have the cheaper wood units, so that would apply to archers or spearmen, let's say. There's the scout there from Hera. It does receive a hit from the spearmen, but Vietnamese have the faster researching and cheaper eco upgrades, and then they have more HP on their range units. So economically, Vietnamese are superior. I want to see Hart try and force the issue a little bit here.
Yeah, and this is a very technical map. You've got the water, you've got the land presence as well, as we see Hart with a villager out there. He's probably going to try and find the water. So he clicked her out there, forgot about her for a moment, hit the idle villager key, and he's going to go make a dock on this side.
There's a trap on the berries here, and Hera is in his element right now. Wait, hold.
He's expanding. He needed another villager inside. The villager might die. The villager might die. Is it going to be the man on the horse or the man on the ground? Trapped the villager, but he trapped himself in with it. Call an ambulance, but not for me.
It's a funny scenario, right? Like, sometimes you're going to ask players, was it worth it? I think Hera's going to say it was worth it, and Hart is going to say it was worth it there. Both players are going to take that trade. Hera for the style. But beautiful play there from Hart to at least realize, like, a lot of people run around helplessly in there, and then they don't end up getting the kill.
Every single game, first 2 minutes, Hart has sniped the villager from Hera. Has it made a difference?
Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah, that's true. Well, you need the follow-up, right? I think Hart is so comfortable in Castle Age himself that he opts for these walls. And Hera is just loving that each and every time. Now, I'm also noticing some rustiness and maybe the moment getting to Hart. All games he's had idle TC time. So he has killed a villager, and then soon after that had 30, 40 seconds of idle TC time.
And now he's going for
the
wheelbarrow.
bill count is even.
Yeah, he's going for wheelbarrow because I believe he was housed there for a second.
Pop-locked. Yeah, exactly. So wheelbarrow is really not an upgrade that's super helpful here, I would say. And there's Hart with a dock on the shoreline, but Hera coming over with some skirmishers. And also, I love that from Hera, using his spearman to check the other side.
Oh,
Very
boy.
nice scouting from Hera.
Oh, man, Hera is all over the place. He's got the vision. He's generally got the army. He's generally got the momentum in these sets. He's coming over with a fire galley, but Hart is on the hill with the skirmishers. He can delete the wall, and he might even be able to save this villager. Let's see if that man gets away. Hera's trying to snipe him down. Hart! He zigged when he should have zagged.
I mean, again, it's like, is it worth it here, actually? Because you lose the Vil, and then you kill all those skirms when ranged units are the biggest thing in this matchup.
That's worth.
That might actually end up being worth the sacrifice.
And Hera doesn't have a dock yet on this top side.
Yep.
So Hart's got a dock on both sides. Now, Hera did add that fishing ship before, and Hera is on the way to the Castle Age. Hart will be following shortly. But I think that's a nice little confidence boost there for Hart. He's got the KD advantage for the first time in a very long time, and he's the one that's going to hold that map control on the land part of this map.
So there's a little bit of guessing games involved when you're playing up against the Vietnamese right now, because while they're known for the ranged units, they do still have good stable units. And so Hera's going to sneak a stable behind.
Again.
I think Hart should ultimately think, Hera's lost his skirm numbers. What's he going to do against me next? And expect a stable unit here.
Yeah.
But we'll see. It could be, you know, 2 knights clear up those skirmishers, and then suddenly Hera's right back up on top here, and that villager still has not been saved in the north.
It's also worth pointing out that Hart played this map so many times on the ladder.
Yep.
I think I watched him play like 15 games in a row against Sebastian one day when he was doing the ladder qualifier. It was absolutely insane. He's got plenty of experience here. I know it's not the same civilizations. It's not Mirror, but Hart knows generally how the sequence of events is going to play out on Isthmus, and he's got a really, really good feel for it.
Fair to say that water control is like more of a mental victory than anything here. I don't know how big it is.
You don't want water control for your own fish. You want water control more to prevent your opponent from fish booming.
Yeah.
So it's just a level of comfort, like you said.
Yeah, and later on you can take the stone on those islands, but when you're looking at 40 villagers on both sides and then just 1 or 2 fishing ships, I don't think it's really going to change too much here. But any amount of control is still helpful, and Hera is going to click Elite Skirm. He's going to click the Bot Canero upgrade, and also make a couple knights. So it's clear here, Hera still wants range units, but he needs a little bit of help, and that's why the knights are going to be there. I think Hart senses something because he's immediately backed away. It could just be that he's expecting Hera to go for the skirm upgrades, but Hart's on 10 skirms. Hera's going to have upgraded skirms, and Hart has not seen any knights yet as he backs away to the TC.
Yeah, Hart continues to make skirms here. He's adding the occasional fishing ship, same with Hera, supplementing their food eco a little bit, and now Hera getting the armor upgrade for the knights.
No elite upgrade could be a bit of a problem here. I think 2 knights with armor are enough to really disrupt Hart here, but he does have a couple spears around.
He's going to get it soon, surely, right?
I was thinking that.
Surely.
But he still hasn't clicked it. It does take a long time to research as well, right?
Yeah.
So he opted for the TC first. Now he is walled. I think where he needs to be is actually behind his own walls just because of those knights, but he hasn't seen him yet. And Hera didn't expect that TC there from Hart.
Who's got the advantage in this game right now? Is it Hera?
I think just because of the series and because of what we've seen, you got to lean towards Hera. But also I think the economy is still so much better for the Vietnamese. Again, cheaper and faster researching. Hera hasn't actually done any Castle Age techs yet, but I'm going Vietnamese. I think the difference maker between these 2 civs is the cost on the range units. So in theory, you would want Hart to have more of them. And then the siege aspect with like mangonels and Castle Age. But if it's not that, yet again, it's like there's just a few more bonuses to work with as Hera just waltzes right in. Hart had to run back into his base. He didn't know there were knights. And now he's under so much pressure here.
Yeah, he was dancing around outside of that palisade wall with the skirms for too long. If you're going to retreat, and then you can make a wall of some sort with the villagers, but the knights come in, and now there's knights protecting the skirmishers and say goodbye to any sort of forward pressure from Hart here. He's going to have to defend this. Hera's just going to hang out by that gold. Hart's forced to go for another more defensive TC on the wood line to the right, and Hera's just hanging around. He's picking off some HP on the villagers. He's trying to take care of the skirmisher army, and he's sending his reinforcements in uncontested.
This is a tough moment for Hart right here, right? Like, that is where you start to kick yourself. Just your opponent waltzing into your base like that is going to be a frustrating thing. He needs to win these fights. Now, armor doesn't matter all that much in a skirm v skirm war. The monk goes into the TC, and Hart's still hanging in here with the Vil count. If he can clear this up, it's great, but the problem is Hera can bring in more units. It's still open here.
That man is spry. That old man was hopping in and outside of that TC. Still didn't lose the monk. Great job from Hart to save that monk, and now he's got 2. However, Hera's still on the doorstep. He's still knocking here. He's got the army outside. He's moving it around to the left side. He's looking for opportunities, and he's adding that aggressive siege workshop outside of Hart's base. He's also adding a 3rd TC as he goes over and uses the knights that have no other purpose currently to take out that dock. I really, really like that.
I do think this could be a moment for Hart to actually advance forward and take engagements, though. He can't advance too far because the knights could just be brought over.
Housed again.
But like he could move out to try and fight on the skirms. That's a good point in the house. Again, that's been a theme, and there's just so many things happening here in these games. It's clear that Hera is able to manage it more than Hart today.
Yeah, Hera's been all over the place here. Idle TC time now, racking up again from Hart. It's only 33 seconds from Hera. He's been really, really good on that front as he pulls the knights back and pushes the skirmishers from Hart away. The siege workshop is almost complete, and let's see what he produces. He's got a mangonel in the queue, and he goes for that +2 armor, and he clears the dock, which means fishing ships, nowhere to drop off the resources.
Let's see if Hart can get an engagement here, Dave. I mean, this has been all Hera here today. It has not been close, and again, we're just looking at Hart's base all the time. Hera's finding moment after moment, area after area to pressure and to capitalize on any opportunities Hart's able to give him, and is still waiting for a difference maker here. The problem is, every single time it seems like Hera has that next step here. Like, he has the siege. He is dancing here, which I guess, you know, is impressive, but like the siege could hop out, kill those skirmishers as well. That dance as well is confidence move from Hera, and Hart needs the conversions.
He gets 1. He gets 2. Okay, 2 is acceptable here as Hera loses 2 knights to Hart, and Hart finds himself with 2 knights of his own. 3rd monk finally going down there as the skirmishers from Hera still unable to push, but they're getting siege, so they might be able to go into the front of Hart's base. Monk goes down over there. Hera has pushed into a new side of Hart's base, and Hart still just camping his economy, is unable to go anywhere.
Hera is being patient with these mangonels to a point where this might end this game fast. Usually, when the game's really close and competitive, you need the siege right away. Hera clearly didn't feel like he needed it, and now it's panic time for Hart because the siege will show up on the front, and he's like, huh? What? He shows up not just with 1, but with 2 mangonels. And villagers, skirmishers, archery range, all in jeopardy right now. Hera, look at it. I mean, just looking to finish the series as quickly as possible, Dave. This is ruthless.
It is. Market now going down from Hart. He needs to balance his economy a little bit, floating a lot of wood there. Going for more monks, which ideally is not what you want to make as Koreans against Vietnamese. That's not part of the game plan. Was that a double university over there?
I think that was a market.
Oh, market.
But
okay.
I can see why you think that.
He is studious.
Well, now skirms are less of an option for Hart due to the siege and the lack of numbers. And he's going to try pikeman. Hera just kills his own knights.
Oh, there you go, Hart.
Oh, man. Let's have a look at those mangonels, see how many kills that was.
That was 3.
Yeah, and it might have maybe a 4th one in there.
Okay, that was a nice attack round.
Yeah,
let's see the Mangonel Micro Hart. He's played against NBL plenty of times. And he gets it, but loses 2 Mogs. What a shot there from Hera as the Knights come in. Hart tries to snipe the skirms, doesn't get him, and the Knights do end up sniping that Mangonel. Hera still with 2 Mangonels in reserve, still has the production coming in, and Ballistics is about to complete for him.
Korean monks as well, not necessarily a unit you want to rely on here. They don't get great upgrades, so you can't convert the siege. You can't really compete with it long term. And I'm wondering, like, can you compete as he deletes the fishing ships? Can you compete long-term against Hera, against Vietnamese? With the situation here, we've got big Mangonel shots. We've got split micro from Hart. He did take damage, though, to the shot.
Oh!
And Hart going to recover here. Gets a big one. And Hera's going to recover.
Oh, he
and
gets it!
My God!
Let's go hard. That's what he needed. All the Mangonels from Hera are gone. Bloodlines coming in, Lightcap coming in, Handcart coming in for Hera. But a big moment in defense there for Hart. That's going to buy him another minute to kind of collect himself and start thinking about what he needs to do to win this game. Look at the resources from Hart. He's thinking about Imperial Age. He's thinking about a castle. Koreans, if they get into the late game and Hart has stable resources, can start setting up the towers. They can start coming out with the siege. They've got options here against Vietnamese.
You need the middle. You need the middle, and you need the siege to really do some big things here for you. Now, what I'm curious on is where we're going to see the castle. There's the castle there. Now, that's obviously he loved more map control, but that's a safe castle. You don't want to go underneath the siege workshop. But Hera won't necessarily see that right away. It feels like he should be able to walk forward as well right now to build his own, but he doesn't quite have the stone for it.
Yeah, both players on the way to Imperial Age. Hart just slightly faster as Hera. Only with 8 knights on the field. He's got a decent amount of skirmishers, obviously with that option to go imp skirm, which could be devastating against the Koreans. But if Hart gets those towers set up, man, if he's got the castles in the right positions, if he gets the siege, there is potential as Hart grabs the first relic of the game.
Okay, so again, armor isn't the biggest role in skirm v skirm battles, but it will help. And Hart's going to get that upgrade for free. It also frees up resources to be able to get the other attack upgrades, as oftentimes you're trying to get everything. The towers, as you said, should probably play a role here. It's a little awkward, but you can actually use Korean towers to protect your bombard cannons. So if he knows where Hera's castle is, he could place some towers close by. This almost seems to be like that area there is where he wants to push with bombard cannons.
Yeah. How many golds does he have available? Like, how many... Okay, he's got the main gold, which he's not... Oh, Hart's got plenty of gold back here.
He's rich.
Plenty of gold.
He's in a good spot.
And there's stones on the island. If he thinks about transporting out there, that's a lot of distractions at this point in the game to, you know, build the dock, make the transport, bring the villagers over, then mine the stone. But it is available on those islands in the water.
Hera has a lot of cav here. Hart is really vulnerable on the sides. I'm a little surprised Hera hasn't tried to raid the sides as he gets the shot through the middle. That was an attack round directly between two Mangonels. Hart is going to be so frustrated with that.
Precision shots coming out from Hera. And he only ejected one of them, too. He's like, one's enough. We'll wait again for another day to eject our second as the tower now goes up from Hart. Both players in the Imperial Age. Imp Skirm immediately from Hera. In addition to Bracer and Chemistry, he actually canceled the Cavalier upgrade, which was coming in. We see Chemistry and Bracer on the way from Hart, and he's got more pikemen in the queue. Skirmishers.
Where are we going? Hera is going to land some shots. I mean, that could have been so much worse for Hart. My goodness. Hart just like weaved his way between like 4 houses there. But beautiful job from Hera, Dave. I mean, we've been saying it nonstop. Imp Skirm now. I mean, he's going to win the Skirm war. He gets access to bombard cannons.
I like the tower setup, though, from Hart. I like the fact he's pushing forward with these towers if he can take care of the traps.
Yeah, I think the upgrades need to be in, so he's able to use the towers to outrange any bombard cannons, and then his own bombard cannons can decide this game. 3 bombard cannons, landing a proper attack round there on the Imp Skirms, they're all dead. So that's the key here for Hart.
Imp Skirmishers, 42 HP. 4+4 attack. They've got 8
There's
range.
The upgrade.
They're a pretty decent unit. However, regular elite skirmishers can match up against them relatively well. And with the towers included, Hart should be able to hold this position, provided he gets the bombard cannons on the field. And he's working away on that right now.
Something we haven't talked about a lot is how weak Vietnamese castles are. They are very weak. So it's something that doesn't really lend a helping hand in defense a lot of the times. That castle's likely going to fall here for Hera, but his Cav is going to try and split off to the side here as he's hoping to micro down the Mangonel. He does do so, still repairing his castle. Cav are in the back of Hart's base here. Bombard cannon shots on the front are going to happen. But, oh, Hera's just splitting away from it, and he's forcing the cannons back. That, man, these Imperial skirmishers, they just don't care about the towers.
I mean, that bomber cannon's getting some pretty decent shots in on these skirmishers. The skirms are coming in. Another bomber cannon firing away. Hera snipes down one, but he's lost a lot of elite skirms. Still a couple towers alive, and the castle has fallen from Hera. Meanwhile, in the back of Heart's base, it looks like there's a little bit of a raid. Those knights are trying to wreak havoc back there, but we have the pikemen that Hart made on the way to Imperial Age defending his economy at home.
Really good job from Hart. That raid could have killed him, but he tracked it the whole way through. But these Imperial skirmishers have proven to be a problem. I'm wondering, like, does Hera need to even spend gold beyond Siege right now? I think just Skirm Lightcav is doing the job.
Yeah.
He's got great upgrades. He's banking that gold for later.
Man.
And he's just going to dive here, and he says, bye-bye, Bombard Cannon. I'll take the Trev as well. And this tower defense, it was just not going to work here, it seems, for Hart.
He needed the bomber cannons faster. He needed the transition faster. The Trebs behind for Hera have just been working away at these towers. And let's look at the resources from Hart. He doesn't have that much in the bank. He's got 27 on food versus 46 from Hera. Hera's got 1,000 gold in the bank. Hart's got 270.
Yeah, and yet again, Hera has been able to find just a slight lead in every scenario, and it has felt inevitable. Like every single game, I guess the first game wasn't really that long, but game 2 and now game 3 has felt like it's been Hera's the whole way. It is like a predictable movie that you toss on the TV because you want a certain type, you want to be able to know what's coming, no surprises. And when this guy plays, he is just this dominant, David, and Hart's trying now, like hoping to find a way, but if there was a moment, I think it would have been with the towers there.
I mean, Hart does get 2 bombard cannons with his own. He snipes that down, gets another great shot against the Imp Skirms, but still an impressive army behind this from Hera. Hart is actually making a transport ship. He realized he was out of stone. He's going to try and go to the stone on the outside,
Turtle
but
ship?
it takes a very, very long time to get out there and really start gathering in a meaningful way. He snipes down another bomber cannon. This man is a hero. He needs to do the job. It's the only bomber cannon left on the field here for Hart as he tries to dodge the shots from the Imp Skirms and takes them out with his own skirmishers, the bomber cannon.
I think in this
still alive
right now. I mean, Hart is fighting with everything he has. Hera right now is taking his foot off the gas to make sure everything's sorted out, right?
Yeah.
Make sure he can diversify. I mean, he can do anything at this point. He can consider elephants at this point. He's going to go elite battle elephant. Probably could get the unique tech as well if he gets a castle up, which would mean 420 HP elephants to finish the game. Hart doesn't really have much pikemen anymore to counter the cav, and yeah, Hera's just kind of playing.
Man, it's all been about this bomber cannon for Hart. It's all been about this bomber cannon. He's got 11 kills on him. He's trying to dodge the shots one at a time as the elite skirms now kill the imp skirms. The bomber cannon's still alive, still being repaired. It's already killed, I believe, 4 bomber cannons from Hera, and he's trying to kill more.
If Hart doesn't call it before, you know, call it in this moment, we may see him call it when he sees the first elephant. The elephants might not even attack.
I mean, potentially.
I think it'll honestly be like that because it's such a strong unit, and Hart's just sitting here like, okay, you gonna kill me yet? I think the elephant is gonna send the message, yo, get out of my game. There's Chatras now, so this adds more HP to the elephants. There's some raids from Hera even
He's
before
constantly
we see
been back
the
here.
elephants.
He's constantly been back here with the light cav. Hera diversifying his army, and he's putting them in different positions here, and he's giving Hart a huge headache. Hart made that transport ship so long ago.
Well,
he made 2 transports. He still hasn't gotten villagers out to the stone.
Let's see it. Okay.
Here come the elephants.
I want to see Hart's point of view here. Hasn't seen an elephant yet. Probably feels like he's in such a bad spot. He does not want to go down 0-3.
Menacing music. Oh, he saw one.
There's a glimpse of the elephant.
Glimpsed it.
Might not have seen it, Dave.
He hasn't seen the full force. He saw 1 elephant. Could identify that it's elite if he was looking that direction. And here they come.
There they are.
The charge of the elephants.
Here they are. Let's see what Hart does against this. There is nothing he could do against this. There's simply nothing. And the GG's called. And Hera having a little bit of fun there to close out game number 3. But Dave, it has been dominance from Hera. We raised the question. Can he perform at his very best up on the big stage? Because he hasn't been here.
Seconds of Hart being ahead.
Yep.
And it was in that one after he won the initial skirm fight.
I still, like, it's really tough when you're casting a player as good as Hera because he himself, with his ability, is able to get ahead. But I do feel like in the last 2 games, I have just felt like, man, the Civ that Hera's playing is really good.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I think the draft was still beneficial for him here, but my goodness, like, I think like the guy could play with the worst Civ in the game up there, and I might be looking at all the positives that the Civilization might have.
He's been excellent.
Yeah.
He's been on peak form today, and the 3-0 certainly reflects that. Hart is going to have to figure out something. If he wants to win this set, he's going to have to win 4 games in a row. Now, he did win 6 games in a row yesterday.
True.
So
Against 2
it's
different
not
opponents.
an impossible task, but it wasn't against Hera.
Well, I am reminding myself in this moment of the feeling we had, the things we were saying, Red Bull 5, when Hera was up 2-0
Against MBL.
and had stomped MBL.
Yeah.
MBL won Game 3. We thought, okay, well, you know, MBL's a great player. Then Game 4 happened, then Game 5 happened. Eventually, MBL reverse swept. However, this would be 4 games in a row.
Yeah.
And I think Hera is a better player now than he was in that Red Bull. So it is currently very hard to find a lot of positives for Hart, but we'll see if he can get some wins on the board, I suppose.
I would rather climb the outside of this castle wall than trying to come back against a 3-0 versus Hera. That is an impossible task.
Well, for you, certainly. For Hart, maybe as well. We actually were analyzing the arrow slits. Many people will know that tech. There are arrow slits in this castle. And the fact that they are spaced like they're not very symmetrical, let's say, and that bothered me initially for whatever reason. And Dave pointed out that it may have been due to they don't want to make it easy for anyone to scale the outside of the castle. If you look at the far tower there's
a couple
one
arrow slits
at
on
the top right.
Yeah, and I'm not
then on the
certain.
left.
Like, if you go straight across with arrow slits, like, does the arrow slit 2 feet further down the wall give you a superior angle?
Is that an arrow slit or a murder hole?
No, a murder hole would be like a little tube on the outside that you could drop things like that.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, like rocks.
Okay, or like oil or some hot
No,
oil.
oil, just hot water, dude. Who's wasting oil on that? Just boil some water
we don't
and
know
throw
what
it
their
across.
economy looks like. They might have been on 5 TCs for an hour, man.
No, man. Who's wasting oil on that?
I guess the devs did get rid of boiling oil. That was a tech at one point, and it's gone now. So yeah, I guess
just drop a rock. Or
what is that? What is that? The tech equivalent? Is that Citadel's the new tech? It's not really dropping the rock. It's shooting the rock.
Citadel shoots a bullet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be a part of a rock or something. I don't know.
Here we go.
Man, who was in charge of fixing this banner? The wind has been pretty extreme up there.
I'm surprised
someone
it's held
climbed
on.
up there and fixed that banner. It was flopping around earlier today.
Okay.
There's the view from the top of the tower,
It is
folks.
stunning.
That's amazing.
Stunning.
Little
waiting for that drone to get mixed up with the flag.
I mean, just look at this. And this castle is so far up on the hill, it's really hard to tell from this view.
You can see everything in the surrounding area.
Yeah, it's amazing. And so many people have made it up here.
They had fireworks down in the town the other day. They had a celebration down there, so I was sitting up on the castle wall watching fireworks.
That was awesome.
It was, oh man. Unreal that we found ourselves here, and the Age of Empires 2 has found itself here. Huge shout out to Red Bull, to all the sponsors involved, to all of our fans in the audience waiting for game number 4 to get started. Thank you for being here. I'm hoping that you're having a great time and looking forward, of course, to the remainder of these games and our second semifinal coming later today. As we see our beautiful view, the drone is about at its limit. At any point here, we're going to get a signal.
I was going to say, like, what is the range on this
He's going
thing?
out, man.
What is the range on this thing? That's pretty insane. Can we test that drone guy?
No,
Does he have...
no,
Oh, come
no.
on. You know Twitch chat. They want that. I might get fired, so they might not want to do that at all. And...
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, we found it.
Okay,
we found it. Come on back. Come on back.
Well, it's been cool to see some of the different rooms in this castle, and some of them have been used for the broadcast as well.
Mm-hmm.
The backup stream we did on day 1 was in an armory, so we're just surrounded by weapons.
Halberds and swords and shields and everything.
I really wish we had like a stats on what was the kill-death ratio, how many of those weapons contributed to, you know.
I think those are
pretty gruesome
replicas.
things. Oh, what?
Dude, it's been like 1,000 years.
Well,
have you owned a car for 10 years?
I mean,
like,
don't
metal
ruin
doesn't
don't
metal
ruin
doesn't
my
last all that
immersion,
long, bro.
Okay,
You have to take care of it really, really well.
Okay, that's fair. It has been a long time. And I wonder if this is the first time we've had an esports event in this castle. I imagine so, but maybe that's a theme elsewhere in other communities. other people might know, but it's certainly been an amazing experience here. I mean, everyone who's bought a ticket here has had access to food, drinks. We've got some, I believe, they must have received a hat with their ticket because everyone's got the same Red Bull hat on.
Yeah.
And there's the front of the castle. And that's what you see while you kind of drive up the hill there.
Yeah, it's
very windy.
It is amazing. We actually, you know, they've put this together in the time between us talking about the arrow slits of the castle. We actually have an overview of some of the history of the castle and the arrow slits themselves.
Really?
So we can learn more about that coming in now.
If you've ever visited a medieval castle before, you may have noticed on the outside of the walls these thin vertical slits that are everywhere. These are arrow slits. Arrow slits are very specifically designed to give a maximum amount of advantage to people on the inside of a castle firing out with a bow. You can see that they're built to maximize the field of fire for any interior archer while minimizing the target area for any archers that are outside the walls. This makes it a lot easier to defend the castle from oncoming hordes, and it makes it very difficult for the people outside.
Good luck trying to hit me from out there, mate.
I wonder if that was his idea. That had to be Riley's idea. Oh, that was not in the original script. Oh my goodness. Well, there's actually a bow and arrow set up in the little courtyard we have here as well.
Yeah.
There's no arrow slits for you to try and shoot your buddy through the hole, but that was hilarious. Wow, did they really record that in the 10 minutes we had there? That's impressive. Well, game number 4 coming up here. We did have a established break for the players in the midway point of the series, but honestly, as there's our little shooting range,
our setup.
Honestly, this series may not last longer. Hera has come out. He has played Cutthroat Age of Empires. He's got a great civilization for his skill sets, and this map is very, very aggressive. Here we are, game number 4. We've got Hart playing as the Lithuanians on Gulch, and we have Persians for Hera. Some really aggressive civilizations with cavalry here.
Okay, I think based on the way this series has gone, the best possible thing that Hera could go for Hart so far is not killing a villager.
I agree. Just
don't get that villager early. Don't you dare come in with those scouts, because if you snipe a villager once again, and yeah, this is not going to go well for you based on previous results.
It's been a very interesting theme, right? Hera losing the first vill. Maybe he just gets angry. Don't make the bad man angry here, Hart. But I do think army consistency is key on this map. So if you do sacrifice army numbers for one vill pick, sometimes it's not worth it. But here we go again. Hart looping around. This is a positive.
It's
okay?
over.
This is a positive. That should be a dead villager, and Hart should be very happy he didn't actually receive a hit from the spears there. So for the 4th straight game, Hart off to a very fast start here.
He is. And he's still got pressure forward. He's got the spearmen coming forward, and for the first time in a long time, Hera's actually concerned with defense around his economy. He's not the one pressuring Hart, so he's trying to go for the quick walls, keeping his scouts around. Hart will regroup with these scouts with his reinforcements, and with the spearmen right there applying pressure against the wood line from Hera. Now he's getting forging upgrade for his spearmen and his scouts. Nice opening here from Hart.
This is what we want to see. Early upgrades, lots more army. Do not allow Hera to sit back and just kind of chip away at you and boom here. You need to make it messy. I actually think that players should occasionally do some things that might not be incredibly optimal, right? Just go for the unexpected. He does overextend a little bit there, but his scouts still have forging and could loop in if Hera doesn't get the wall up there.
I would be very nervous with some of these angles coming into Hera's base. The one-tile gaps, maybe, you know, the gap in between the mill and the blacksmith. Very trappable for a player like Hera. Hart's got to be nervous about sending the scouts in and then finding himself behind a series of walls that Hera fabricates.
Hart will be very disappointed if he doesn't get through there in a moment.
Yeah.
And that scout as well is not in position. He's trying to break through. He has the forging upgrade, but man, he didn't break through there. Now, some of the map is cracked terrain, not all of it, so you do actually have to pay attention to certain areas. And here, Hera's exposed on the gold. The scout's going to go down. There's another group of scouts coming back from Hera, though. Hera just, again, it seems like he just wants to stabilize his base. And then he's happy to play to Castle Age. Hart, I guess he's just going to have to accept that that's the type of game it's going to be again.
Yeah, I mean, Hart hasn't added that archer range yet. He doesn't need it because there's no spearman from Hera. What he is doing, though, Tristan, is continuing to add spears. So he's got bloodlines, he's got forging. Hera only has bloodlines, and Hera has no spearman yet. So if Hart can somehow manage to pressure a position in Hera's base with scouts and spearmen, it's going to be really, really tough for Hera to defend as Hera is trying to save resources and go to the Castle Age. There is a moment when a player clicks up to Castle Age where the player who is making Feudal Army can potentially do damage.
This is enough scouts where Hart could break down a stable potentially.
But he's chasing. He
is chasing. Yep. Well, it's tough because he feels Hera is fully walled. And because Hera's been able to play so defensive here, he can't use his numbers. And Hera is on the way to Castle Age already. A theme, again, it's like every game. Hera loses that Vil and then goes to Castle Age and dropping the archer ranges for some CA here. I mean, long term, Persian Cav Archers do not get Bracer, but their economy is so smooth as is right now. And they do get amazing upgrades in Castle Age, and I think it's the right play here for Hera.
Okay, so the scouts are over there from Hera. No way in, and Hart still running around with his scouts. He still is not clicked up to the Castle Age, so he's later to the Castle Age once again. I think he's been later to the Castle Age in every single game so far, and I think by around the same margin, honestly, as the scouts come forward, the spearmen come forward, but no way in to Hera's eco either.
Yeah, this is gonna be a tough moment here in early castle for Hart. I think you want to play light cav knight. And oh my God,
there's a way in.
Oh no, there's a hole.
Maybe he could trap. Maybe he could trap. If the belief is there, he doesn't need to.
Yeah, I mean, just so unfortunate. Especially, so frustrating because Hart was just there. He was just with that army. And Hera's got to be like kind of laughing right now.
Oh, Hera's trying to bait him into trying to trap him. He's pulling the villagers out of position. He snipes down a villager, and now he's going to go back through the hole from whence he came.
Don't let him get away. Don't let him get away. Stand there with the spear and do not move. Just do not move. Do not let him pass through that gap. Hera's going to run around right now, and he's going to give himself time, but he's got time to mass those CA. He'll have 4, maybe 6 on the field before we see the first snipe from Hart, and this could be dangerous for Hart.
What are you doing here if you're Hart? Oh, Hart goes for the trap. He goes for the house. He goes for double palisade. He's got the scouts right where he wants them, and he's going to clear up all of the scouts in his base. So that's a minor victory there for Hart. Now he's going to have the scouts coming back across. He'll see the CA in low numbers as Hera goes for the monastery as well. Maybe that gives Hart the boost that he needs to carry forward into the Castle Age in this game.
I think if you found out about this, if you sensed this before and Castle Age times were even, you could have added a range and consider skirms. On paper, Elite Skirm is really good, but if you don't have the range yet and your opponent's at 5 Cav Archers, that is no longer an option. I think dropping TCs to protect Woodlines is critical, and I think going for Siege with Knights is really your best play. You could still eventually snack some relics here with the Lithuanians. You have lots of Cav. Hera may overchop his Woodlines. There's opportunities there, but Skirm's off the table for now. Knight Scorpion is kind of what I'm expecting here.
I just don't know if Hera's going to be able to keep up this production. Like, without selling the stone, I don't know if he's going to have enough gold for 3 range production. He's getting Thumb Ring now. He also went for the monastery as well. Like, how on earth is Hera doing this?
Well, remember, Persian TCs are working faster ever since the game started.
Yeah.
And the Eco KD is 2-to-1 for Hera. So he's got a super healthy Vil lead simply due to his civilization bonuses.
Hart needs to get back to that Woodline, man, with just even a few cavalry. Yeah. He's getting the +2 now. If he sends some cavalry over to that Woodline and distracts Hera with a fight, he could kill a bunch of villagers.
Another big thing about the map, you can see in the middle, there's 2 relics just waiting for you. That's huge for the Lithuanians. And then you'd also have relics around the sides as well. So as the drone just flew over our heads.
Through us.
Is that because we talked smack earlier? Oh my goodness. Might see that footage later on. Hera is pushing the middle. He won't want to give up those relics to the to the Peruvian here.
There are other relics along this map, and we can see that Hart just has his first monk in the queue. Hera's only got 1 monk of his own. He's got 14 Cav Archers. Hart trying to find a position here where he can trap these Cav Archers, but Hera weasels his way out of this one, and there's nothing on the other side. The Scorpion will push Hera away, though, and Hart hasn't lost all that much. So great job there from Hart to push those Cav Archers away, but still good job from Hera to keep his numbers up.
Yeah, I think that's nice there for Hart. You're not... Your worry is you lose in early castle, and lose before the Scorpions are there. But he got some hits with the Scorpions at least. Man, I'd really like to see just one scout scouting around the map right now on Auto Scout or something for Hart, just to find some of the additional relics. But there's a lot to focus on right now. I think Hera, oddly enough, could consider... Well, I think Hera's actually in a pretty nice spot. Camels are nice, but monks convert a knight, and then you can use that knight to take care of the Scorpions. So sometimes you don't actually need to change plans here if you're Hera.
Yeah, Hart's just coming forward with that Scorpion, maybe getting a little bit too aggressive with that.
Nice blocking from Hera to keep his monk alive. He doesn't keep it alive, but he does get a conversion. And now he's going to kill one monk. He's going to kill another monk. He's going to kill another Scorpion, and there's not enough knights there here for Hart. I don't think so anyways. Hera's micro wasn't perfect.
And Hart is on stand ground.
Into the knights. And I think the numbers have just disappeared right before our eyes here for Hart. And it has been all about Hera. Semi-final #1. Can he close it out and send himself to the grand final tomorrow?
I mean, Hera, everything's just gone right for him. I mean, he's played so well today, and you could see it in that engagement right there. He prioritized the monks. He got the conversion that he needed, and that killed another monk, and now he's pushing in with the Cav Archers. The Scorpions are not enough. It's very awkward in this situation. The Camels are trying to get in front, but Hart still has Knights. He won't go down easy. He's got 55 villagers against the 60 from Hera, so a comparable eco here, but we look at the resources collected, and Hera is ahead by 2,000 resources.
Only thing I can think of is counterattack with the Knights. Knights do nothing.
That's a good position to attack from. He probably should have been here before.
Yeah, I think, like, you can't use your Knights in the middle anymore, as Hera sees this as low HP, and Hera says, goodbye, Knight, for we are villagers. Nice awareness there from Hera. But yeah, like, the Knights don't help you at home. So I think it's looking bad. You use the Scorpions at home with a monk or two, and those Knights just avoid the middle. You can't keep giving Hera the fight that he wants right now. Your opportunity's all on the outside, but it's not looking good right now for Hart.
No, he needed that first group of Knights to be around the outside there and pull the Cav Archers back to Hera's base, and then you can build up the Scorpions in defense. But he was concerned about that middle area, maybe thinking about those relics long term. Hera forced the fight there that he wanted and definitely didn't go well for Hart. Now Hart is thinking about counterattacks. He's looping 3 Knights around the right side, hoping to find some exposed villagers and keeping 4 Scorpions at home in defense. Hera still only has 17 Cav Archers, so it's not really an army that can kill Hart at the moment. He's just going to have to try and bait Hart into some really, really bad engagements.
Hart has just had a really hard time getting into Hera's base. Like there was an opportunity, there was a hole, but he didn't see it. And what's probably going to happen is now Hera shows up and he's going to see a hole in Hart's base. Like, it just really has been unfortunate at times.
The Scorpions
Obviously,
are coming
Hera's
back,
played
though.
So good.
The Scorpions are coming back. The Knights are over here. Just a couple camels around from Hera. Just one camel, actually, trying to stop these Knights. That's not going to be enough.
Yeah, nice job. TC will help a little bit.
Cav Archers on the other side, though.
A little desperation here for Hart. And the Cav Archers are looping around. It is a 20 villager lead for Hera, and Hera is going to mix in Knights now. I like it. I think the Cav Archers are accomplishing enough. What you really need is something to snipe the Scorpions. I'm a little surprised it's Knight. I would have preferred to see Light Cav, just because there's monks out on the field, but either way, I think Hera, as we've been saying, just in the driver's seat here. Everything is going according to plan.
Yeah, still some Knights targeted by conversion, so Hart needs to escape from their line of sight and then come back for another day. Cav Archers have made the full loop around the base. Hart with 2 town centers, Hera with 3. However, he has the Persians, so his town centers are producing faster. Resources advantage for Hera is climbing here as well. 35 on food versus 29 on food from Hart. Hart has 6 Scorpions, though. So if these Cav Archers just run in and they're not paying attention, the Scorpions are there, he could presumably clear up this army pretty quick.
I think that's why Hera is adding the Knights. The key now also becomes those monks for Hart, because Hart's going to need all the conversions he can get. Hart did get 1 relic, so he gets +1 extra attack on the Knights. But the middle area is what it all comes down to. It just look at the army numbers for Hera. He's got so much more. The upgrades as well that it's taken to upgrade these units. Remember, he has Thumb Ring. Ballistics actually isn't in yet, but I know he has the University, and Hera needs to be careful. That's a lot more Scorpions than I was expecting.
That's a heck of an army there. Where did this army come from Hard? He's got the 3 monks, he's got the scorpions, he's got the knights with the +2 armor. More knights in the queue. Perhaps this is the moment here for Hard. The only thing he's missing is some siege to take out the TC. He's got the scorpions to take out the units, and let's see what type of engagement Hera wants to take around this town center.
Honestly, I think if Hera isn't leaving the forward wood lines, this could be a problem for him as well. There's a lot of vills on screen. Hera ultimately maybe feels like he's going to win the fights, but I'm seeing a lot of weak cav archers in that group, and 1 volley from 7 scorpions, and that whole army can go down.
The scorpions are advancing. It's not the best position for them behind the wood line. It's going to get pretty awkward when they want to move around. The knights pushing in again. They can't fully abandon the scorpions and the monks. He's trying to snipe the monks from Hera. He's trying to snipe the monks from Hera, but Hera gets away.
Good fight back here from Hart. Really good fight back. That's a lot of knights from Hera, though. Hera can maybe take out those scorpions. If the scorpions aren't there, Dave, if the scorpions aren't there, then the cav archers can advance. But the monks from Hart protecting the scorpions. This is a very awkward fight to cast.
Weird. So weird for both players and for us as the knights come in, trying to get some value. 3 knights targeted for conversion. He gets 1 conversion. He gets 2 conversions. He gets all 3 as the knights are trying to take out the scorpions. Knights defending from Hart. Cav archers hanging out behind that, and the scorpions are going down.
Yeah, and I think that is really the key. Hera was patient enough. The knight switch was enough. Even though he lost knight, he needs to take care of the scorpions. And then if he has knight and cav archer, it should be better than just knight. These are still much stronger knights for Hart, but it's a varied army comp. There's a meat shield in front for Hera, and there is not for Hart.
5 stables producing for Hera right now. We only see 1 stable producing for Hart. This is insane production from Hera. He's got 48 on food right now versus the 36 on food from Hart. Hart going for the counterattack, but Hera notices right away he's on top of it.
Yeah, now Hera should just go to the gold. He says, okay, your knights aren't there. That's fun. I'm just going to go to your base. And Hart has probably done the right thing to try and raid. We've been calling for it, but Hera's got the TC set up.
Not the right
Hera's
time.
going to have armies at home, and now Hart is going to be pushed off the only gold that he is on. He calls the GG, and it is a clean sweep here for Hera in semifinal number 1.
I don't know how you stop that Hera. I don't know how you stop that version of Hera. Hart played so well yesterday. I think he played fairly well today, but Hera was just on another level, as he so often is. Huge cheers from the crowd for Hera, and also for Hart for making it this far, but Hera goes on to the grand finals.
Hera's mind has been on the grand finals before this, he qualified for this event, right? That has been his goal, and I think that he showed everyone today yet again why he's one of the favorites. He will make his first final, I believe, in the lands, right? He had previously been knocked out in the quarters and the semis, so he will be guaranteed in that final spot. And I think maybe regardless of who he's up against, and we've still yet to determine that, he will be the favorite going into the series tomorrow. A complete domination here from Hera. He pulled out all the stops, the defense when he needed it, the aggro when he needed it, like game number 1. And honestly, at this point, maybe Hart, even though being 4-0 probably doesn't feel good, he'll understand all these things as well and just be happy with the performance he had. He went 6-0 yesterday. A lot of people had Hart maybe at that 7th or 8th position.
But not a semifinalist.
Yeah.
And he can hold his head high and know that he made it here at one of our biggest events ever to the semifinals, unfortunately going down to Hera. But I mean, you look at Hera's performance in that set. He never gave Hart a chance. At any point, he wasn't lazy with any of his army movements. He wasn't, getting too greedy. He wasn't getting too aggressive. He was balancing everything perfectly, and Hart just felt like he couldn't do anything.
I think for Hart, it was just really tricky because he always has tried to model his game after Hera, right? Hera has been kind of the goal of the destination because they know each other so well and know their play styles. And well, I mean, he's still behind him a little bit, right? In the same things. The only game we really saw there from Hart where he made a lot of army, which is maybe what I would have wanted to see, it didn't end up working out. It was the last game. Like, he didn't get through, and the extra upgrades didn't actually do anything. So then you go back to the other games and say maybe you just can't against Hera. He's too good at defending and prepping for it, and he always has just enough army to keep you guessing too. So Hera just played amazing. There's nothing more I could say about that one. He's so good, and we're going to send you over to the interview with our winner of semifinal number 1, Hera.
So much. Yeah, please, once again, give it up for our first Red Bull Wololo El Reinado finalist. It's Hera. and he did so in a convincing fashion. Hera, congratulations. Let's roll this one back, right? Like, you banned Aztecs and Incas, then you went on to actually pick the Mayas, and your opponent is not really known to play those Meso-civs, so can you maybe walk us through the thought process here?
I wanted to take out the infantry civs of the Meso, like the eagle civs, so I took those out, and mine is more archer civ, which I wanted.
Right on. Well, it worked out just fine for you. If we're looking at that first map, you know, you were off to a very dominant start, a lightning fast game, and you did so with your last picked civ. Were you surprised to see that much success with the Bulgarians?
I was thinking about them, and I felt like they were a really good civ. Shout out to Mr. Yo for playing Bulgarians like 30 times.
That one fan in the audience, yeah, that's your person.
So yeah, I just got inspiration from Yo in the ladder ranked, and I knew that Bulgarians were solid, and I was able to showcase them here.
Yeah, and what a dominant showcase that was in that first map. Now, of course, this was a rematch. Heading into this one, did you expect to be able to show the same kind of dominance?
I want to give a shout out to Hart for performing so well yesterday. I think the crowd should give him some love, to be honest. Because I played him the first set, and he was obviously, you know, starting out with a loss, but bouncing back 6-0 yesterday. He deserves a lot of credit for that. I thought he played an amazing, you know, day yesterday, and even today, despite the result, I think he played incredible.
Absolutely. Yeah, let's hear it for Hart. Coming into here and making it to the semifinals, definitely a lot to be proud of as well. Now, you yourself, you're such a highly decorated player. You know, you're raking up those accolades, but Red Bull Wololo trophy still missing on that shelf. Is that extra motivation for you, or perhaps even extra pressure?
It's definitely extra motivation. And honestly, I don't really feel the pressure. I feel more excitement. I think the crowd's been amazing. So it's just, it hasn't been pressure so much as it's been excitement and just feeling good. Great vibes.
Just good vibes all around. Yeah, maybe the pressure is coming in the grand final. You just qualified. Tomorrow is the big day. Who would you rather face off against? Do you have a preference between the Viper and Leary?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think those are like my two biggest rivals, basically. I've played them countless times. I think I'd like either or for different reasons, but if I had to say, you know, if I go against one, it's hard to pick. 50-50, I can't decide.
Great answer. You know what? How about that? Just battle it out. They will decide amongst them. Hera, thank you so much for joining me. Once again, let's hear it for our first finalist, Hera.
Well, he's a man with something to prove, Hera. He has not yet won a Red Bull Wololo title, and he's hoping to do so this weekend. One match away for victory from him, but he'll have a very, very strong competitor when he faces off against someone in the grand final. But we'll come to that right now. Welcome to the analyst desk here with my good friend and colleague Jordan. For the first time today, Jordan, welcome along. It's excellent to have you, my friend. You've been paying very close attention to what we've just seen between Hart and Hera, and I want to pick your brain, get your thoughts on that series. Obviously, Hart put up a good fight, but Hera in such incredible form, and a sort of a bit of a repeat of what we saw in day number one. Hart unable to get on the board. Hera just so dominant right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary to play against Hera. I've been in that kind of situation a couple of times already as well, and I feel that he has improved the game to such a level that you feel like even as you're a professional player, you feel like you're chanceless, and that's kind of frustrating. So it's hard against him. Yeah, I think Hart has tried his best. I think the biggest issue was for him game one. He didn't have the smooth start which he had yesterday against ACCM, right? And game one is so important, right? If you win, especially convincingly, then that gives you such a good boost, which carries over the entire set.
Yeah, we saw Hart have just a huge amount of momentum yesterday. Didn't lose a game, 3-0, 3-0, very clean. Played some great Age of Empires, but look, we're not here to discredit the bloke. He's come here and he's played his guts out. He's done such a good job, but there is no shame in going down to a player like Hera.
Yeah, 100%.
Let's go all the way back now to the draft, right? We can have a chat about some of the things that we saw. Some things expected: Byzantine ban, Saracen ban. Some things that maybe were a little less clear, right? The Meso picks from Hera, what have you. But I want to focus in on his last pick, right? The Bulgarians.
which he brought to bear in game number 1 on the neutral map, which was Hollow Woodlands. Talk us through your thoughts on what Hera may have been doing here, utilising his last pick on the neutral map.
I was very surprised to see Bulgarians as well, because Bulgarians as a last pick, it's not like the top tier Civ for Empire Wars. They have certain shenanigans they can play with, especially on close maps with the 3-minute arm upgrade. So yeah, I think it was more about him having Bulgarians as a last pick to counter a Civ from hard.
Right.
I think he had a different Civ planned on that map initially, but you know, it worked out pretty well for him. He really showed why Bulgarians can be extremely dangerous on Empire Wars on close maps because of the timing attacks, fast upgraded blacksmith upgrades, and he showed that.
Well, yes, for those of you who missed game number 1, it was, well, certainly don't blame me for missing it. It lasted, what, 3.5 minutes? It was over before we knew it. And we saw the Bulgarians really, there's some very precise timings that you need to hit when you're playing with the Bulgarians, but we saw Hera do that here.
Yeah, exactly. And now there was a nice moment where Hera was also having some good saves with the transport there. And also something to mention here, Hard was able to kill a villager from Hera every single game in the beginning.
And that early damage can really snowball into the later games. We're looking now, this is game number 3. We saw some very exciting Mangonel fights here. This really got the crowd up and about. Jordan, game number 3, we saw Hera put on some really effective raids while booming behind with a terrific Vietnamese eco. This one was very smooth from Hera.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we see again another villager pick off by Hard. And in this game specifically, for me, it was standing out that in Castle Age, beginning of Castle Age, Hera was going for the CA, which was a surprise to me, because usually as Persians you want to go for camels, maybe switching a little bit of knights in there as well, because Lithuanians with the knights, camels are the perfect counter to that. But Hera has proven that the CA seemed to be the better choice here, and you know, he played just a perfect game there.
Well, let's talk more about game 4. A little bit of surprise for you, Jordan. We were talking about this before we headed into the match. The fact that Hera headed into CA instead of the, I guess, more typical or the more expected camels, Knights camels. So talk to us about the way that Hera was able to switch things up there and maybe steal a march on Hard.
I think it was him thinking that if Lithuanians get into the relics there and getting the plus attack on the knights, it could be dangerous even though you have the camels. So with CA, if you're capable of massing them, then you always are able to keep your opponent at bay, and he showed that he was able to do so. And after Hard has you know, added some scorpions as well, Hera was just waiting until his economy was thriving enough to get the production for Knights as well, and then Knight countered the Scorpions, getting the Monk kills as well, and the CA with the Knight-Camel combination are just overwhelming for the Lithuanian Knights there.
It's interesting you bring up the eco, because we can go back to game 3 now and talk about it. I mentioned before the Vietnamese eco. Something that Hera does really well is boom up effectively, efficiently, right? And pick his moment, right, to launch into an attack. He's able to take material advantage gained through booming, through early picks, value that he's able to put together, and decide really decisively when he wants to attack, right? And this is, I think, one of the core strengths of his game plan, the fact that he can recognize the best opportunities.
Yeah, exactly. That's what makes him so special. And also something which I had a talk with him a couple of months ago, and it was funny because he has that mindset of, okay, if I kill 1 or 2 villager of my opponent, I will always be ahead. So in his mind, he is always playing perfect, right? And that's really interesting to see. And yeah, he shows that performance, his strengths, and it's lovely to watch. I mean, he was able to beat someone who managed to get in the top 4 of the biggest tournament 4-0. That's really convincingly.
Yes, indeed. It speaks to his dominance in the game at the moment. We're going to see more from Hera tomorrow, of course, but right now it's time to turn our attention to our second semi-final here as we continue our coverage of Age of Empires 2 here at Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. We've got the Viper, we've got Leary, 2 titans of the game, and we can't wait to get stuck into our second semi-final. Standing by, you can see it's Mem and Nilly. They're going to be taking us through this match, so we'll throw it over to the casting desk for semi-final number 2.
Thank you, Riley. Nelly, the first series, 4-0. Viper and Leary, I don't think it's going to be 4-0.
I don't think so either. I was a bit scared there for Hard facing Hera after the opening match wasn't that pretty for him, but completely different story there with Leary and Viper. We feel like Leary is performing really well, but Viper has also been performing on an incredibly high level, and I talked to Dowd and Tato, and they were saying he is so sharp right now, and I'm a bit scared for Leary actually.
People here sharp as well, as you can see.
Tato just walked by, yeah.
When Tato is here, when you see that the crowd is going crazy, it's Tato. That's it. That's it. We don't have to explain. Anyway, we can see now the players already.
Yeah.
The Viper and Leary.
It's going to be a crazy, crazy matchup. The Viper, well, we have a Red Bull champion, but he's facing the two-time Red Bull champion there in Leary, the draft. About to start, Leary on your left, the Viper on your right. Krasini as the admin in the back. Now, for best of 7, we're picking 8 civilizations, and we are obviously picking 7 maps. We're starting off with the maps, then going to the civilization. First off, 1 map ban each.
People have been talking here, oh, Hera, give him the title. If there's 2 players that can beat him, it's these 2.
It's only those 2. It feels like... actually, before going into the tournament, I thought Tato could have been an option. But looking at this, it feels like one of those 2 guys, and we have to decide who will get the honor to challenge Hera tomorrow.
Well, there's Dowd too, but he must be happy this time, you know. We love you, Dowd. Anyway, we're going to start with the draft. Jokes aside, mountain dunes already banned. Well, it makes sense because Viper in those kind of macro maps.
Really good. Looked really sharp there against MBL, was on an incredible level, felt always in control, and Leary doesn't want to see himself in the same spot that MBL was.
They're smiling. We'll love to know what they say. Let's see what is going to be the next one. He's going to ban now aggressive maps with the Viper?
Yeah, something like Hollow Woodlands make a lot of sense. He didn't look too sharp there with the opening against Sebastian. His only loss on the opening day, so I think that would be a thing. And well, Krasini scrolling around here and
on point, nearly on point.
As if I did my homework.
Decent casters, you know.
Yeah, it just makes a lot of sense. And now we should see something super aggressive for Leary that is the most likely scenario there to break the Viper. Because if we think, okay, we're going into the super late game, that will be tricky, and Sandrift, it's tough to wall, it's tough to farm, and Viper even struggled against Sebastian there, only won because of the hole, is what we are thinking. So I think very reasonable pick there for Leary.
Yeah, he's gonna try to bring his game. His game is trying to go very, very aggressive. It's not that the Viper cannot do it, but he always been more comfortable with his macro in late game.
Passage, the map that Leary lost to Tato, so we are squeezing that one in. And Golden Stream, really strategic map as well. Viper wants to play water. Maybe he tries to squeeze in Dune Springs along the lines as well. And now we go for Cliff Bound. Oh, Depression, another super aggressive map. So yeah, it is the clash of the styles. The slow control player of the Viper and the super aggressive micro intense player of Leary.
And Karst as well. It's completely different, both players. I mean, it's crazy how they are going both for what they think they benefit the most, but also what he's trying is to probably counter Leary, because Viper could play against all the players, maybe all the maps as well.
Yeah.
But he's trying to pick exactly what he thinks that Leary is going to be a little bit weaker. It's not going to be weak, but weaker.
It's tricky, right? We see Leary, the top 2 micro player in the world, together with Hera, so you want to fight those fights. And yeah, Dune Springs. So the 3 maps with most water in there included for the Viper, and Leary doesn't seem too surprised. Kind of a predictable draft, we have to say. And now the big question, what the marbles will give us. Obviously a slow map, something like Shrubland would be better for the Viper, and more open maps would be better for Leary.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to see right now. We see the options left. Only 5, of course, because this is a best of 7.
So Gulch would be the best. So you're cheering for white if you're cheering for Leary, and you're cheering for blue if you're cheering for the Viper. What? Was there yellow in?
Yeah. It's gonna be clip bound. I just say that
still
because random, you know.
Okay, so not the greatest one here for Leary, but I think it will be a rather neutral map that will make it there. And that looks like the blue-red one squeezed through. Looks
River
like
Divide?
Isthmus to me? Isthmus. Okay, I would say completely fair map. Okay. I like this. No advantage there really on the neutral map, as it should be.
Now it's very important civilization. Let's see the bands what is going to be. But with these maps, imagine that there's no civilization right now. You see those maps? Who benefited here better?
I think it's completely even, right? It's 3 crazy good maps for the Viper as his home maps, and the 3 super aggressive maps for Leary. And obviously, like we're always stating, okay, he's so smart and he's so good with micro. Like the Viper's micro is probably top 3 as well, if we think about that. And Leary is one of the greatest minds that we've ever seen in Age of Empires. So I don't want to be disrespectful. It's just like, if you try to somehow find a weakness of your opponent, you're trying to play into those directions.
Because now that you mentioned top 3, for those people that you joined the broadcast and they are not really aware about the players' skills, we have probably the top 3 players currently right now.
Yeah.
They are reading the finals and these 2.
Yeah, there was a big question mark about the Viper, right? He was directly invited, didn't have to play the qualification, so we didn't know how well he would play, but he had a 1-week boot camp, attended most of it in person, trained from home as well, and apparently really strong performances there, so...
Well, he beat Sebastian. He was grinding in the ladder, so he was ready to come. So he's definitely ready. I mean, with this stage, you know, with the prize that we have, definitely the Viper was going to be ready for the occasion.
Yeah, so true. He has been showing up for the last Red Bulls as well, and now the strategic ideas are floating through the room. What
crazy.
Maps do we want to play?
I'm watching the previous series basically in the players' room. They were taking all the time notes, and it's still going. You know.
Okay.
So probably something has been not like they expect. You know, and they are now trying to definitely pick civilizations. Couple of them for each map, maybe, in case that the first choice, at least, right?
Yeah, you have to prepare your bands as well. Like, what civilizations do you really not want to see from your opponent? There will be a run for Vikings. There will be a run for Armenians. And those will be either early picks or even bands.
Okay. Let's see when I start soon. I was going to ask to the crowd, but the crowd is taking a small snack, so when they are coming, for who they are cheering. Who do you think is the crowd cheering?
I think Viper's an all-time favorite, but the crowd has been so incredibly respectful yesterday as well, and cheering for Leary. I think we will be happy no matter what happens. Byzantines, the first ban from the Viper.
We don't see the Byzantines in the tournament. We saw a note during the qualification. Have we seen a single time Byzantine? Don't think so?
Don't think so. Yeah, Georgians we have seen, and they won. The Tato game.
I guess Saracens will be banned as well. The Huns
as well. So Leary, that's kind of interesting that he is banning the hyper-aggressive civilizations.
And the ones that has been using the Viper in the tournament.
Saracens banned by the Viper makes lots of sense. Otherwise, Leary's first pick could have been Saracens. Another strong civilization left. Could be Incas.
Let's see what is going to be the next one. Portuguese, I think he said. Let's see if I read his lips properly or not. No.
Persians?
well, Portuguese version, more or less. You know.
You read the P.
The P.
Yeah. Leary's continuing with this aggressive bands. No, Koreans mixed in, okay. Still have a crazy civ like Magyars that some people don't want to play against. Incas can be strong. Bengalis. Okay, so those are 2 bands for water maps.
And for the players he is facing.
Yeah. And like it's still he lost against Bengalis. So I wouldn't be surprised if Leary is going for an early Vikings pick and feels like, okay, passage should not be lost then.
Okay.
But also the question, does he really want to prioritize the home, like his civs for the home maps of his opponent?
I mean, I was going to ask you, he should focus first in his home maps, right? To secure that one. But a break point like it was tennis, right?
But it's tricky, right? If there's a clear number 1 civ for one of the maps, and that kind of guarantees you a point, then you should go for it. Okay, it goes for Portuguese first.
Well, we saw yesterday how well it works, but the maps they played yesterday is not here. So, what Portuguese for here?
Would have been great for shrublands. And it will be Cumans. Wow, that
first peak.
That could be for depression.
But not double TC. For the double archery range or archery range unstable, the crazy aggression.
Magyars, aggressive civilization. Yeah, okay, so the Viper goes for the really aggressive approaches. Wants to maybe take a map away from Leary.
This is nice. This is really.
Oh, Leary a bit sad there.
Yeah,
that's not how I planned.
It's like it's not going well. It's not going well. Let's see. It's gonna be
Romans. Ooh, likely pick for Dune Springs. Can play really aggressively there. Contest the water, contest early on
and Armenians
as well, and Armenians.
Okay.
I think Viper has to pick Vikings here within the next 2 civilizations. Could also play something like Burgundians. Goes for Khmer first. Khmer incredibly good on Sanddrift. Feels like Viper was already drafting a lot for the maps of Leary.
And very fast. You have seen he's not thinking a lot in the picks.
Mm-hmm.
You have seen he's very clear. You know, he has the idea very clear.
Mm-hmm.
And
going
right away. Vietnam.
If this is the Vikings pick for Leary now, I think he secures passage already. And then Golden Stream will be tricky for the Viper as well, in the sense that he would need to play something like Burgundians. Leary now checking, okay, what are the civilizations still left?
He's trying to find them. It's the Vikings, no?
Yeah, makes lots of sense. That is really surprising to me. And Viper's face? Is he surprised by this?
No,
There's
Lithuanians?
still Incas. Hindustanis as an option as well. Dravidians could be still a pick for the Viper. It's clearly weaker than Armenians. Yeah, I think my prediction, last pick for the Viper could be something like Dravidians. Simply that he has something to play on Golden Stream and the passage.
The love for that civilization for me, you know how much it is, but for this match make a lot of sense. The problem is that you also want to have some versatile civilizations, no? To make think your opponent, oh, maybe he's gonna not pick that one. Dravidian is one of those that you kind of know in what map is going to be almost 100%.
Yeah, but if you don't have any other civilizations, that's not such a big loss. Otherwise, yeah, you can keep your opponent guessing, but it's just like between 2 bad civilizations, so you're not really gaining that much. Japanese? What? That has to be on Dune Springs, right? Is that as a counter against Romans? I don't think we have seen Japanese.
Berber Japanese.
Mills are cheaper. Your fishing ships are a bit better. See,
can work.
Play passage.
This is
Ethiopians for Leary. Okay.
Been picking. The love from Ethiopians for Leary is still there. Huh? Historically, has been always picking those. And now Malay or Dravidians, Hindustanis. We see those 3. Which one is going to be?
I think he keeps scrolling.
He's moving a guy. He's not sure. He's definitely not sure.
Obviously, that's very unique to them, this drafting format. And he decides for Slavs.
Slavs, yes.
Viper still underrepresented on his own home maps.
Slavs in what? In which one?
Slavs.
For cards?
Sanddrift against Vietnamese doesn't excite me that much. Cars, maybe?
No, Sanddrift, and you cannot make the farms around the TC, right?
Yeah,
so it's exposed.
It's tricky. Malians could still be a strong pick for both of them.
Sicilian.
Ooh.
I want to see a Donjon Ras.
Sicilians can be really good on Dune Springs. Kind of pushed Japanese more into the direction of Isthmus.
Is he gonna have the Viper something prepared, something special that we don't expect? Something GL? Trademark?
And Bohemians, wow. Wow. I'm so confused. What are we playing on Passage here? Japanese? Is that the answer?
It has to be. Towers, Yasama Towers?
And what are we playing on Golden Stream then? It's just a boom. Wow. Okay, I'm really surprised. Viper will struggle to contest water on his own home maps.
Or did they play Hans and didn't go for water, but that's Hans?
Yeah.
What he can do here?
Well, he can still play aggressively with something like Magyars, right? But as I said, like water will be tricky. Hindustani now against not too many Cav civs that he's facing. Magyars, Khmer, yeah, I see those.
We might see a lot of mind games. this, I mean, you see the maps, you see the ships, and it would be a very big surprise that this is going to be a fast series. It's really, really surprising that this can be a fast series. And if we focus in the first one, it's most. Which one do you think is going to be?
It has to be Japanese for me. But Japanese. I'm really surprised by the focus here of the Viper. Armenians and Vikings both gone. We had Bengalis and Koreans already banned. It just feels so reversed. Like Viper drafting for Lyri's maps and Lyri drafting for Viper's maps. That's what it feels like to me.
So the Viper is going to be aggressive, and Lyri is going to play defensive, and Boomy.
Yeah.
With castles on the hill all the time.
That's what the civs would imply to me. Yeah.
4-3 and we finish at 1 a.m.
Yeah, something like that.
With time limit in all the games.
And 1 a.m. AoE4 finals is starting.
Good luck. Well, let's see what it's going to be, because we are going to start very soon. You can see, guys, how the weather is excellent. Now it's cool. Now it's cooling, you know, because before, excellent weather, but this country, who likes to come here? This country is an amazing one. Spain, an amazing one. People is just getting ready to keep going. But then now analyzing all these maps, now we have all the civilizations. It's kind of hard to say who has a better draft, no? Because also we see the last two, the last three, you wouldn't think that he was going to pick Japanese, Sicilians, and Bohemians.
Yeah. Sicilians, we've seen that multiple times from the GL crew, so they value them pretty highly. And Dune Springs, we have seen it before. I think Dowd played in the qualifier as well, had some good games there, so that's not the biggest surprise. But Bohemians, we have seen it drafted by Sebastian. We have seen it a lot on Mountain Dunes as well. But yeah, I've not seen them in the main event yet.
Yeah, okay.
And Japanese,
not in the fireworks.
Actually, we have seen at NAC 5 group stage, I think Viper also played Japanese.
Do they get extra wood bonus? I mean, since you have
no, they're not saving that. No.
You're not saving that wood.
Yeah.
I was wondering that maybe it was that.
Yeah, so it's like faster attacking men-at-arms or spearmen, but that's not too important. If you build more mills, that's nice. Your CA attack to have more damage against archers, and your fishing ships are a bit better. So maybe he wants to play it there. I'm excited for those. I'm excited for our second semi-final. Dowd. Forgetting that he didn't qualify for the tournament.
He's a legend. He's a real legend. This is absolutely amazing, guys.
That's why you don't get food between two semifinals, right? People are now coming in and looking at so many smiling faces, so happy here, and yeah, doubt-worthy appearance, and still, as you can see, debating.
We are not doing the same noise because we are here. Because if not, we were doing exactly the same. Absolutely amazing. You cannot imagine what you guys are missing if you are not here right now, because the experience is incredible. Obviously, it's beautiful because I've been watching on the stream before, and the production is amazing. But being here, it's just special, Nelly. It's really special.
It is the best crowd in Age of Empires history.
Yeah,
it's that easy to say. It's just like so many fans flying in from all around the world, and just here to experience this one. Even people from down there waving up here.
They did a listen that we say that you are, guys, the best crowd of Age of Empires, el mejor público del Age of Empires. I have to make it in Spanish because you know. Well, we are going to go with the first map as soon as they are ready. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And you see, imagine it was Tatot here, you know? Because there's a lot of people that were telling, man, we did Tatot yesterday, but they didn't lose the passion because obviously they were cheering for Tatot, but what they love is the game and the community.
They love the game, and we love the depth that we get in the game with all the draft. And we had the pleasure to talk to the Viper about the importance of the draft.
To get to the finals, I need to beat my opponent. Just kidding. I need to have a good day. That's essentially where I perform the best. And yeah, viewers at home might not realize how important the draft is for players, because essentially you might enter a map with a complete civ disadvantage or a civ advantage depending on how the draft goes. So first and foremost, good draft. Secondly, hopefully have a good day, and that usually leads to a good outcome.
The Viper, he says, well, I need to win against my opponent if I want to advance to the finals. Thank you for your insight there.
Very deep, right? Always giving a lot of details, you know?
Yeah.
Giving always a lot of details. Oh, there's people from...
all Peruvian flags there.
Yeah.
And that Wololo flag, it feels like AI generated, right? It's so perfect at every single shot. It's incredible. Like, we're so blessed with the wind even.
It's really amazing, but the drone is scary me, you know? Sometimes I thought it was looking to me, you know? But no, definitely not.
Looking into your eyes.
It's amazing. Look at the castle, look at the view, you know?
Oh, the perfect sun as well.
Yeah, we will talk about the games, but guys, let us enjoy these views as well.
Thank you so much, Red Bull, for making all of this happen, and that we can be here and sharing those wonderful moments for a 25-year-old game.
No, it's a 5-year-old game.
5-year-old?
Definitive edition.
edition. Okay, man. Okay. Well, then see you again in 20 years.
Okay. Age of Empires 2, Definitive Edition, they are getting ready, the players are getting ready, and you're gonna see now the players. I have the feeling, I don't know what you think, that the stage is not a factor that important anymore. They are starting to feel comfortable, the players.
For both of them, and later on we will see the head-to-head statistics and the values, and I think both of them should be really high experience stats there, right? They've been in the stage, they have been in the final of a Red Bull event before, and they went to distance there. They've delivered one of the best sets that we can ever remember, and one of the best sets in Red Bull history. So I don't think they will be too nervous, but obviously there will be pressure.
Pressure and excitement as well. And depending how the series is going, because if it's going super close and they go for the later stage in this series, it's gonna be maybe more pressure, right? Do you think if someone get a 2-0 lead can affect them to the players, because 2-0 lead is a best of 7, but it's risky.
I think 2-0 won't be enough. People are too strong, but you can now cheer. Who do you want to see win and advance to the grand finals? 1 in the chat for the Viper and 2 in the chat for Leary. Best of 9 grand finals tomorrow. This will be a banger of a semi-final. Let us know. Who are you cheering for?
Well, the chat is kind of clear. What we don't know is hear the crowd, but we're not going to make the question because we don't know
wait
if exactly, because the players might be ready and maybe might listen. So better to be calm in that regard.
Yeah, it felt like they are so happy for both of the players.
For sure.
The crowd, so fair, so
well,
respectful.
You saw last night, like Leary They won the decider, and you saw the crowd also.
Yeah, yeah,
you know?
yeah,
It's
yeah.
not like it were
Incredible.
Woo. No.
Incredible.
It was amazing, and reaction for Leary, they were cheering as well.
Oh, look at that. No, Tato.
That's Tato.
Tato.
With doubt in the balcony, let's see if there's gonna be a camera they're gonna see. There you go. Tato and doubt. It's so cool. I don't even have to translate, right? Well, the crowd was telling to kiss, but they make a hug.
Better love story than Twilight. A bit like Romeo and Juliet on their balcony.
But who is Romeo?
Well, Roberto, Romeo.
Can you imagine Doubt as a Juliet?
I can.
Doughty? I think he's not listening. Doubt, to your right?
Oh God.
Anyway.
Let's focus a bit more here because the players, for them it's not all fun. There's so much on the line for them as well. And as you can see, experience, incredible experience for both of them. Leary, two-time Red Bull Wololo champion. The Viper played a bit more of offline finals there as well. And we think Micro, Leary, probably #1 in the world.
And the meme strategy about the Viper forever, right?
Strategy lacking. He's lacking with strategies.
You think?
He's lacking. 7 out of 10. We didn't make up those numbers. Those are objective.
But with so much experience, then he doesn't have a strategy? What is this, Nelly? What is this? A speed 9 as well? Well, let's see what is going to be here, because according to this and according to the maps, maybe the Micro that Leary has 10 points is not going to be that important, or is it going to be?
On his 3 home maps, it will be super important. Plus, there will be a big element in the neutral map as well. Soon putting up their headphones here, trying to adjust the screen a bit more. I'm starting to get a bit nervous here. Just one set away from the big grand final, or with a very respectable semi-final finish there for both of them. But they didn't get here for for a semi-final performance.
And you don't see now anymore any smile. It's going to be a GL final. It's going to be GL versus Esports. Now we need to talk about the favorite for you.
Oof.
And with a score.
Really
tough
tough
to
to
go
say.
for the score even.
Okay. I think we didn't really see everything from both players yet, right? Especially the Viper advancing already on Thursday. Leary a bit more tested after that. I think... Oh, man, why are you putting me on the spot? I will go with the 4-2 for the Viper.
Okay. 4-2 for the Viper for I think this series is going to be a 4-3 either way.
Okay, very reasonable.
A 4-3 either way, but I will go for Leary.
Okay, 4-3 for Leary. I would love to see that as well.
Just because you say the Viper, and then I have to go for another, because I'm not sure. Honestly, it feels like a 4-3 for the Viper. And if I say Leary, it could be very possible with these maps.
I think so as well.
Very, very possible.
But the draft, like if the players drafted more their civilizations for their maps, it would have felt like, okay, both win their home maps and the first map kind of decides it. But that's absolutely not the case here. Viper with the aggressive civs, Leary with the more slower civs, giving Viper more initiative than we typically might see.
Oh, but look at the Viper, you know? With a smile, say hello to the crowd. Is that a good signal? Confidence?
Well, it's good to have fun if he will get the focus in time.
Yeah, but he's happy, he's motivated, he's probably also really good. Capoch in the crowd. Hello, Capochito. Let's see if we see more faces that we know.
Ooh, and just as another stat flying in, we asked all the players who they think should win this one. Who is the better player? And it was 50-50 exactly between Leary and the Viper. So even the players couldn't decide who is the better player on this specific day. So we will need a set. They actually will have to play map.
Yeah, I mean, it's the set that is this El Clásico? Many times it has been so long.
It's the old El Clásico.
It's the classic,
the El
right?
Clásico from 2017 to 2021.
Yeah.
Till Hera took over.
Came here. Yeah, but what is El Clásico now with Hera? Because Hera is not Clásico, it's the...
No, he's Champions League final on his own right now.
You know, he can take the hammer, you know, Hera, boom.
Yeah.
Well, we need someone that is going to be El Clásico for Hera, because right now he's dominating, you know, but he has to dominate tomorrow. And in a best of 9, we will see that tomorrow, but it's scary as well for how much stamina seems to have the Canadian. But that will be tomorrow, and now we are waiting, excited. You will see the reaction for the crowd, guys, when we get into the first game. When you see that they are going to start to move their hands very quick, is because they are in the game. Might be the last... okay. We have now Vietnam for the first map. Isus.
Okay, I thought that would be more for Karst. We've seen it multiple times now. You obviously can get your eco upgrades a bit earlier, and Lithuanians against it. I wouldn't be surprised if we see 1 or 2 skirmishes this game.
It's gonna be, and now he will open a stable, you know. Is it the Kursk casters we have?
It could be stable opening, but I think it will be skirmisher follow-up, more HP there for the Vietnamese, faster moving skirmishers for Lithuanians.
What do you prefer in that situation?
I think on Isthmus, I think Vietnamese are a bit better there. Lithuanians, they like to go for the aggression, but this map is wallable, I would think.
It's also underrated economy civilization. I think it's really underrated.
Right now I would think so, yeah. Got some buffs as well.
It's better than people think. I mean, you can see how you make those uppers not only cheaper, but super fast. So imagine having those 3 TCs going, and then you have handcart in minute, well, very early. We have seen handcart very early with Vietnam.
Yeah.
Everyone that is using them. Look at the snake. And, like I like to call him, the kid doesn't look kid anymore.
He doesn't.
You remember
like
those times?
Oh, I remember times, Memp, when we actually played Age of Empires against each other before Leary was even born.
Why do you bring this up? I don't like
Memp is not happy. Memp is not happy. He just gave me a really angry look here. He wanted to stab me.
Well,
the Red Bull taking some pictures. The beautiful venue.
And now it's great because now there's no sun anymore. The crowd now, they can enjoy a lot. Look at these views.
Oh, just beautiful. And if you enjoy Age of Empires, and not only Age of Empires 2, later tonight we'll have the Age of Empires 4 Grand Final, and tomorrow we have Age of Empires 1 and Age of Mythology Finals. And then obviously Sunday evening, best of 9 Grand Finals for Age of Empires 2 in this beauty.
Who you think will be more dangerous for Hera? Because that's another topic that we didn't talk yet.
Who will be more dangerous for Hera? That's a great question.
In a best of 9.
It feels like in recent history, Hera has been looking really sharp against the Viper. So I think Leary would be a bit scarier for Hera. Yeah,
I agree with you.
That's what I think.
I agree with you. The last time was very nice. I think it was in Warlords, but it's still, even like that, it would... Look at the crowd.
They're having a good time.
I was walking for one of those VIP areas, and I'm with the costume, and they stopped me.
They stopped you?
Yeah. And I said, I cannot go. Sorry, there's too many people with costume.
Really? And you showed them your Twitch account, and they were like, oh, ma'am. Okay, sorry.
Do you sign me? And I said, no.
Oh.
Anyway, let's see. We are going to start. We want the action. I think they started now. Yeah. That's really.
That's the clicking.
That's the clicking.
Oh, isn't that too much head movement?
No. It's starting. This is starting, guys. This is gonna be game number 1 very soon. Remember that it's gonna be Vietnam versus Lithuanians. We are about to get in the game in a moment. I can't wait anymore. I can't wait anymore.
We obviously wanted to make sure that players could play under the best conditions and could perform the best games, because this is such an incredibly important set for their careers, for their tournament, and we are live!
There you go, game number 1. Red Bull Wololo El Reinado in Spain, España, Córdoba, Lithuanians, Lyrias are red, the Viper Vietnam, and we have the Viper on the right, Lyria on the left, and a scout opening for Vietnam.
And we also have a scout opening here for Lithuanians, so both players want to get their map control. No one really starting to wall off yet. We've seen the approach earlier from Hart and Hera, just scouting to then get the walls up right now, both going for the aggression. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an archer range follow-up, but the dog first from Leary. Scout is there though, Viper might spot that one.
Yeah,
close and gets it. Good opening for the Viper.
This is very good because he's gonna deny now. Let's see if he's gonna make some quick wall. We need to focus in that villager and...
You can't quick wall. That's a stony area, man. Impossible unless he tries to make something with the dog happen. Nah, has to accept to fight back.
And that villager is down. This is so important. Villager down because not only he lost that one, he did already the dog, but he's doing another. It was not a forward villager.
Sent a second villager. Maybe one is a double dog, and that will surprise the Viper, right? He might open with too many fishing ships. As you can see, double fishing ship open. And I wouldn't be surprised if Leary opens Fire Galley first and will surprise the Viper.
Yeah, that could be a problem for sure. We'll see what is going to happen. For now, he lost a villager, but look at the Viper IWTC in LA. 36 seconds. Remember, 25 seconds to make a villager, so he's already the same population in that regard. Army almost the same as well. For a scout, for a spears, they are not going greedy, and quick walls by the Viper, so should be fine. Is going to be any hole? Seems like not.
Double spearman defense there as well. Didn't need to wall the wood line. Running away. Ooh, nice gate. Get some damage done on those scouts, but nice split.
It's nice split here. He has to be careful. He's going away. The two spears are chasing. Both controlling now the units. It's still only that Echo KD 0-1 going away with the scouts and many spearmen for both players. Are you surprised about that?
Yeah, lots of spearmen, right? 4 spearmen from Leary, obviously moving fast, but 6 spearmen soon for the Viper. Goes for the gold upgrade now. That's a bit of a surprise as well. And archer range for Leary, still not for the Viper, I believe. That could be tricky for him.
Yeah, but if you do that upgrade, I guess is to make archers, or he's gonna try to go market abuse.
Ooh, there's the market. Stradamus in the house.
There you go. The market is gonna happen. The scouts are coming. Those are need to go back, but it's not micron. The archers are there forging. Well, with so many scouts makes sense, but it's also true that fletching probably is the next one.
I think Viper's in trouble here. I think if he sells stone, this could be really problematic for him here. He doesn't have the wall set up. He doesn't have the archer range set up. He is going for the market. If we see stone go down and food go up, Viper might be struggling a bit. He's trying to wall archer range, now being rushed. He knows that aggression is coming.
Yeah, but he has to be careful now, Leary, because there's so many spears. They're still not fully wall. It's still not fully wall. Gonna take the villager back. No, he need to go away, but if he's not taking the villager, he's gonna take the fish, so it's fine. Leary is always not wall. He has to be careful at home. He's trying to get inside, but at home, it's all right. Fletching already is getting inside or not. On his base, there's too many. Those scouts shouldn't do too much damage, but he's doing so many houses. Not gonna do damage here.
Yeah, but it's only one archer. That won't scare that away. House at 400 HP, and Viper with such a late archer range.
No, it's gonna break. He's gonna break in.
We need a tower. We need a tower.
He need a tower now. He need a tower between the woodline and the goal, in my opinion, where the spears are a bit at the bottom. He's not doing.
Leary's going in.
Well, he has now 3 spears, 2 archers. Micro so important. Fletching for both players. If he micro those archers down, he can go. He did fine, the Viper.
Only 2 archers. Realized how he could defend this. I got a bit nervous for him, but Viper, cool as a cucumber.
Well, but the crazy thing here is the Viper is using the market. He sell all the stone, check Leary resources. With double the army, it's about to go up to castles in LA.
Sick. And the rewall, really important here for the Viper. That is a smooth transition for Leary. Neither player really with a lot of economy there. That's the only fishing ship, but could go down as well. So it all comes down to who has the advantage on the land.
He's on the way to castle. As you can see, Viper is gonna go up to castles as well. Didn't make any of the upgrades with no horse collar, no wheelbarrow with Vietnam, but he's gonna click up thanks to the market. While Leary, really smooth opening with a lot of army and map control.
Yeah, that's really smooth indeed. 11 to 7 KD archers. Should maybe scare this away, but maybe some harassment there on the wood line as well. Viper now adds more archer ranges, tries to wall behind this. Slight potential for a hole between those 2 houses.
Well, the house is not even done yet. The house is not even done. The house is not even done. He need to make it. He always make this to make people suffer, man. What is this?
We're getting nervous here.
Okay, scouts are coming. The archer is going to be there, but he's open.
Oh, the goal is open at all times?
The goal is open all the time. Can you go there with the scout? No. Well, now he's gonna go. It's still open completely. Yeah, but this is the thing. Leary doesn't expect that he's open.
Yeah. If both players think it's vault, then it's vault.
Yeah, but now he noticed 20 army, 12 army is going to be around. Bloodlines, he's going to be cap archers probably for the Viper. Let's see if he's going to be in time to do the job. The scouts, archers and skirmishes, the micro so important. Let's see if those 10 points in micro is going to be real.
Right now, main focus is to snipe all those archers. Skirmishers should be in the front here for Leary. Those spearmen, tough for them to find any value.
Yeah, he has to kill those. He's bringing more units. Look at the army numbers, Nelly. 21-11. He's a spamming army all the time. He's spamming army all the time, and he still have also a lot of food, a lot of gold. What is going to be the following now for Leary?
Wow.
Light caps, Botkin arrow, elite skirmishers.
Elite skirm. Uh-oh, this will be tricky for the Viper.
No.
I think Viper needs to go for some knights here as well, but that's not too pretty against Lithuanians. Early monasteries should be on the cards for Leary as well.
Yeah, this is really hard moment here. Botkin is there, but the goal is exposed. He's coming with the scouts. So many skirmishes in a moment. The light cap already kicking in. He's sending villas, and this is not what you want. This is definitely not what you want. And the house grand, the kid is having definitely the advantage, not killing many villas yet. But when the upgrades are there, they just lay the upgrades.
Yeah,
those 5 seconds, right?
Yeah, he fought a tiny bit too early there. Scouts around water is one, but Viper has Fire Galley on the other side as well. But this is still annoying, and Viper's economy not that pretty.
No, it's not pretty, but he's not going to be able to attack at all. The light guys are now going to kill villas. He's killing all the skirms. The light guys are there. Those light guys are going to kill now a lot.
Low HP ones. Low HP, that's the only saving grace there. But villagers, you don't really want to use them to fight against Castle Age army. Oi, 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 so much aggression. Knights now coming from both sides. Viper is switching into cavalry archers.
Cav archers, but the skirmishers are there as well. So he's going to micro hit, take the knight. He still didn't make the town center. 28-22 KD. Population, not that big difference with all this aggression. The Viper is holding more or less okay.
Crazy. Lesser player would have died there quite easily. Viper without a tower gets the town center up. Is he playing 3 TC here? Nah, he just sold 100 stone.
Wow. How he holded that position?
I have no idea.
He lost what, like 1 villager?
Yeah,
maybe 2.
Villagers fighting there really helped. And Leary with low HP, just really nice micro from the Viper as well. And it will be a 2 TC versus 2 TC play for a bit now.
Yeah, it's in Viper is ahead in villages. Okay, 1 villager ahead, is still behind in the military, but now it's not so scary, that army. 4 knights, 5 skirmishes. It's true that he's doing Cal marches, so he can counter that one. I don't see ballistic yet for any of the players. It's so expensive to make ballistic.
Right now, like we barely could afford eco upgrades, right? Ballistics is something, either you have a big army and you can actually use it, or it's a bit later after we have the 3 TC set up. And right now it was just so intense that it would not have paid off.
Okay, let's see, because we have to take this battle. Let's see the engagement here by Leo. He needs to put all those skirmishes together with the knights, and now those cabbages will suffer. How is the upgrades? Well, no bloodlines for Leo. He has plus one plasmid, but no bloodlines, and he's coming out with the knights. He's going to wall in the last second. Well, doesn't need it. The game is stabilized. Even if the score say that is 500 the score ahead, I don't feel that the difference is that big, or it is, because the army numbers is there.
Yeah. I don't think the advantage is that massive. Obviously, water will help out a bit there in the stats, and the big question mark now will be, how many relics are we getting here as Lithuanians? +1 attack on your knights for every relic that you got, and well, you should have 3 relics pretty close to his face.
I was going to tell you that 3 relics is really sick. He will be already +4 knights. +4 knights. Well, the good thing here, Leary will have map control. But Viper is already getting a good economy going. Wheelbarrow, heavy plow.
Wow.
It's having all the upgrades.
5 eco upgrades at the 16-minute mark against only 3. That's really solid for him. CA raid now for the first time. Viper can maybe get some aggression rolling. And mass CA, that's what Vietnamese love. Extra HP for your ranged units there from the archer range.
But he doesn't see those knights. He doesn't see those knights, and now those knights are going to start to kill villages. This is going to be 1 villager down, 2 villager down. At least, or not, he's gonna save it. Only 1.
That's a good save. That's a good save. Yes. Instant reaction there for the Viper, really nicely done, but loses the CA at the same time.
Yeah, he's going back now with those Cal marches, still having all the numbers. Leary, village number is, well, stabilized kinda, 4, but with wheelbarrow, economy definitely is better for the snake.
Viper also is getting relics himself, but simply so much map control for Leary early on, and therefore was very easy for him to collect those relics. CA now chasing down. That's a fight he can't take. Knight conversion will be tricky and gets the one conversion for Leary. Good for him.
That's really good, for sure, and he's starting to grab the relics. Leary has 2 relics already, nearly, with the 2 relics. And now doing the bloodlines. Oh man, 3 relics. He's gonna be knights with attack from Imperial Age.
Yeah, honestly.
Basically like this, plus 4.
And players sometimes are inclined to play Castle Age all-in then, because you already have such strong units and, well, you basically only need to produce them.
Yeah, and if you put them with the skirmishers, it's a perfect combo.
Yeah,
you know,
really
and those skirmishers
counter.
that are really fast. So let's see. Didn't take that one will be the 4th. 3rd TC. The game can stabilize. If the game keep going for the longer game, which benefit for you? For Leary?
The army of Leary just looks so scary, so I'm not even sure if we can stabilize for that long. If Viper gets to his ideal army with some elephants, that would be really nice, but we see a big engagement before that.
Crazy battle here. Those knights are really strong. The knight's going to disappear. Those skirmishes are now going to deal with those cab archers, and the knights don't need to go for the cab archers. He's going to try to make a counter attack. He's going to take that monk probably, and he will try to find some hole. If he's getting inside now with the +5, the Viper will have a hard time to save the villages.
Viper needs more conversions here. He still has only 1 monk left. This will be a really tricky hold for him. Only 2 archer ranges. Doesn't really get the production that he wants to get to his big CA flock.
Good thing is that he has the town center, so with those town centers, well, he's covering the rates. But 95 population for Leary, 91, 92 for the Viper. He's still so close in terms of population with only 2 town centers. Then he's gonna go full knights. Leary is going full knights.
Maybe.
He's doing the +2 armor. He's gonna go full knights. And conversion now, he's gonna convert how many? 3 monks? 3 monks? Oh he saved that one. He's microing the monks. Convert 1. They still have the 3 monks alive. Those skirmishes are now going to take all the cab archers. He's controlling the map. The map is small, nearly it's small, and with this army, it's gonna be really complicated that the Viper is gonna be able to take the game, even if he has a superior economy.
Wow, atypical move there by the Viper, diving in this deep, and now villagers are being sent to the front. Look at the stone count of Leary. He's trying to put on the pressure.
Yes, he's coming with villages. Probably, maybe he's gonna make a siege war shot first. I don't know, it's 4 villages. Now it's coming with the knights. This army is insane. I mean, that army, 33 army doing the 3rd town center, 12 knights. How do you stop that?
I think Viper needs a lot of villagers on stone. He has 8 right now, is at 200 stone, and maybe defensive castle might be the only option for him to weather the storm and then maybe try to get a run towards Imperial Age that he's winning. That could be his next steps.
Okay, let's see if he's gonna make now the castle forward, because he only needs 100 stone. He can buy even. He's gonna take the 4th relic, Nelly. He's gonna take the 4th relic and secure the +5.
That shouldn't happen. Man, that shouldn't happen.
But it will happen. It will happen. It will happen. And the Viper gonna see how that relic disappear in a moment.
Or does it?
Well, you say that this shouldn't happen, so it's not happening. Now he's gonna take it or not? He's gonna take now the relic. Gonna take the stable. 120 population both players, but definitely the position is now, in my opinion, better for Leary for the army he has. But then you check the economy, and he's 13 villages more.
And eco upgrade advantage. That's still pretty solid. And those skirms, they are diving pretty deep, trying to kill the monk. They get the kill, but the light cap now dying to the knights.
Well, but those knights, and he's taking more army. It's crazy amount of army. It's really crazy amount of army. Look at the score, Nelly. The score is splendid. There's time limit here. Obviously, it's not gonna be even close to be in that situation, but the knights are going to be +6.
That's sick.
He's doing the last upgrade.
That's 16 damage for a Castle Age unit that you don't even need a castle for to produce? That's unheard of.
There you go. 4 relic, and in 5 seconds, we'll have the +2 that in real is +6. There you go. There you go. How you take those? Well, he's gonna eat everything with those units. He will need a lot of monks, but the Viper has how many monks? 0! 0 monks. 0 monks for the Viper. You can see those knights taking the hill. He's gonna be there. He's gonna be there. No, he's going back. Like, oh, but when he gets all the knights, he's gonna commit it. Nearly, he's gonna commit with those knights. He's coming with so many knights. This is 27 knights. He's spamming 4 more. He's gonna be there. He's gonna try to get the hill. He's gonna be able to kill all that army for the Viper. He can destroy the town center with those knights.
Yeah, feels a bit like it. And those skirms still continuing to do damage against the CA. Viper constantly needs to move. Military count is looking really scary for him. 18 only against the 40 of Leary, and he keeps on swarming.
Nah, this is Leary game. This is Leary gameplay. Full aggressive, non-stop. 3-tone centers now, 4-tone centers with 4 relics. Ready now a lot. Echo KD, 19 village kill, 20 now. Still killing on the Viper. Do not notice that in the wood line, 1 Cav Archer and 1 Knight is taking absolutely everything. Leary is taking game number 1 because he's killing a lot. He's double the army.
This will be so tricky now. Tries to add some more Archer Rangers. Here is the Viper. Feels like, okay, my economy was so good, but so many idols.
Whoa. Smooth play by Leary. Really impressive gameplay by Leary.
And he's still so laser focused there. Viper? Viper? That's more like...
What went wrong?
What happened there?
Yeah, what went wrong, right? Like,
He's a bit curious.
what happened there? Has been really smooth, really clean gameplay by Leary. But what mistake did the Viper?
Just think about when did he fall behind? There was the surround there, the early scouts were a bit better. Water obviously was a bit unlucky for him that he lost the water. Leary with less investment could fish a bit longer. That didn't really win it.
The Cavarches,
the early aggression.
Yeah?
The 2 archers, the scouts, the Viper delayed archer range. I think that was the main issue. Viper was a bit too greedy. The market before the archer range. I think that's where...
He always was in a defensive position against a player like Leary.
Yeah.
You don't want to be there.
I think if you switch that order, the defense is easier. You get to 4 archers earlier. You can snipe the archers of Leary. And then the scouts will lose efficiency. Yeah. So I think that's maybe a different approach.
Okay, but now we're going to see what special guest that is with Riley gonna have to tell to you guys.
Ooh. Yes, indeed, up here on the parapet with everyone's favourite player who didn't make it into this tournament. Sorry, dude. It's Doubt. Doubt, how you doing, my friend?
I did not agree to this.
Now, there is a huge crowd behind us on their feet, paying homage to the Lord up here. So, Doubt, I want to ask you something here. You are a beloved figure in the Age of Empires community. There's not a dagger coming. This is very earnestly meant. So, you're a beloved figure in the Age of Empires community. You've got a huge fan base. Tell me, does it ever go to your head? Do you ever let this sort of inflate your ego?
No. It's like being here for like 7 days and people are amazing. Like, I cannot describe the Spanish. I love the Germany, but Spanish is winning so far.
Oh, he likes it here in Spain. Very good. Well, the reason I ask is because we have another expert here I want to bring in, an expert on staying humble. It's Magugu, everyone. Now, as you can see, Magugu, a much more relaxed response to the crowd, someone who is famous for staying humble. Obviously. How's your weekend been? You've enjoyed yourself here coming and seeing what the community has to offer here at this incredible event?
My weekend has been amazing. I mean, as the best +1 non-qualified, I have to say it has been amazing. I enjoyed so much, and coaching out for the next event is cool as well, right? You need some help, definitely.
So you've built a brand on staying humble, Magugu, which you are now burning to the ground here, it seems. No, look, there's been all sorts of stuff for these guys to get up to behind the scenes, and I know we're in a prime position here to watch these matches. But Dad, I'll bring it back to you as a GL member, as someone who is obviously pulling very hard for Viper. You're hoping to see him at his very best in this semi-final.
Yeah, like I said, if Viper brings his A game, he is definitely there to probably win the event. And I think we saw a very good Viper. Viper is playing insane.
Well, and Magugu, I'll get your thoughts as well. You mentioned before that you were hoping to see Viper get up as well, but Leary is a real competitor, and either way, we're going to have a great final.
Well, I'm a bit of a Viper fan, right? But Leary is playing insane, Viper as well, and the best will need to go to the final because Hera is scary, and we want a great final, right?
All right, we're going to see who can take it out here. Thanks very much for joining us, Doubt. Magugu, it's been good to have you. I'll let you get back to whatever you were doing. And before very much longer, we'll be back down. We'll be back down with our next semi-final. For now, I think we're heading back to the casters. It's back to Mem and Nilly.
Dowd is here for 7 days already?
Yeah.
He did a lot of rehearsing of carrying the flag.
Yeah, well, and you can see if there is someone that can make lose the control of the situation to Riley, that's Dowd. Because Riley controlled the scene like nobody else. But even Dowd, you know, with Dowd it's impossible. It's so cool, guys, to have not only Dowd, Margugu, and more people from the community here. The Fox team was here, complete cheering for Sebastian as well, and many people that is around. It's amazing, really.
Yeah, absolutely. So many people around here. It's such a community combining event. And Dowd said, if Viper plays his A game, he's going to win not only against Leary, but maybe the whole event. Now the big question is, like, is Viper not playing his A game, or is Leary even playing better than Dowd would have anticipated?
Yeah, and the Vikings, well, according to what he said, Dowd is playing his A game. He can see him even winning the event. And then Leary has won the first game, 1-0. So, how Leary is playing then?
It's great. It's tricky.
Right?
Okay, the next map. Yeah, Passage. So, probably the map where we have most water, and we feel like Vikings with the longboats, one of the best civilizations. We have seen Leary dominating with the longboats yesterday, but Tato miraculously the comeback there with Bengalis, but Bengalis banned and Viper is playing Japanese. I'm so interested to see how the Viper is approaching this, because in my books, Viper will have to make something crazy happen, because Vikings are so strong on this map.
It's not good to go here with Cav Archers?
Yeah, if you can pass, right? If the opponent already won, if the opponent already won water, you can't get to the other side with your save.
Yeah, or a sneaky, maybe some transport ship as well, like we saw yesterday. It what it gave the game. It what it gave the game to Tato in that situation.
Yeah, the right cap rate, right? That did a lot.
Because in late game, I prefer. Well, in this in a map like this, it's tricky, you know. But we're gonna see how tricky it's going to be. Game number 2, the Viper Japanese, Leary the Vikings, and we have Leary in the north as a red, the Viper Japanese in the south as a blue, and we're gonna see what is gonna be the opening. Very, very interesting here. Stable by Leary. He did a stable, I think, yesterday too, and he left only one bullet on goal. Stable as well, Nele.
Tries to go for some control. Obviously, don't need that much gold if you're going for the stable approach. And Viper, he's already sending a villager forward. What is happening here? Eats a hit of the spearman and sends her back. Ooh, I think he wanted to sneak something.
Yeah, or maybe it was a misclick, because it's sending a villager that early is kind of tricky. You know that your opponent is gonna come right away, probably to explore you, right?
Maybe he was expecting an archer range and therefore a slower approach from Leary.
Yeah, maybe.
He loves his map control, is going for the stable save. No way he's killing the deer. Why?
Slimming the deers, man. How much attention, how much focus you have to kill this? There is a villager down. Okay, that's a okay trade. I don't know what you think. One scout for one villager. There's 2 scouts here. It's now gonna take a villager. No, it's not taking. The spirit is coming. Remember, Japanese attack faster, 33%. There is a fire galley there for the Viper, while we see only one galley yet, with a dog really, really on the right side. He has to sneak the dog because you don't have the fire galleys with the Vikings, so you need to mass a little bit
He's
of
building
galleys.
it to the left side. Maybe he's trying to build 2 docks next to each other and trying to block the passage there, and then Leary couldn't go there. But I think combined you need like 4 docks to fully block this off, so I don't think that's the approach. Oh, that's a sneaky archer range. That's the Leary approach against Tato.
Yeah, same thing.
Ooh. But this could have been scouted, no? You saw it? Or is that a sneaky? Is that a sneaky knock on that side?
Well, but yesterday was even forward, you know? If I'm not mistaken, but Tato is spotted. Okay, Spear is fighting, and he's coming back with the scouts.
Leary, no? Like, there's something fishy.
Ooh, 3 scouts gonna take a village. No, he's saving it. He's saving the village. Oh my God! What a save here by the kid here. He's gonna round now with those scouts. He's gonna go back, and now that village will go back home and make a farm with that one. It's very low HP, and the Viper knows scouts are coming. Now scouts going back. So many scouts. 5 scouts, 6 scouts. That he has any other upgrade? No forging, no nothing. Just fletching, and the dog is on Leary's land.
Okay, but is that the big advantage, right? Because the Fire Galley, maybe it just is a bit of a surprise factor then. Oh, and Fire Galley arrives, but won't even get the kill.
Didn't get it. Okay, army numbers, Leary again with more. Village number, more idle TC, he lost one. Okay,
Oh, no.
4 villages behind, but it's not a big deal. He has wheelbarrow, no problem. Forging already, he's going aggro, nearly. But then you say Viper resources, looking smooth.
Oh, indeed.
If you do the market, you go up right away.
Still scouts roaming around. Forging, really surprising to me here for Leary. Wants to stay aggressive. Spearmen mainly benefiting from their bonus damage though, so not benefiting from the +1 attack as much. Leary now fully walls himself. That's a weird small wall there. He fixes those walls at the top.
I think the Viper is just doing the market right now. I see on the mini map he's gonna just spike his way to go. Bloodlines take here.
Before Castle Age?
He can go up still. He can, if he buy food, he can go up, even with Bloodlines, and then make the damage.
So he's delaying his own Castle Age timing.
He's going up.
For 5.
He's going up. He bought the resources and he's going up with the Bloodlines, and now he can do the damage. And, oh, but that's important. He wanted to do the sneaky siege workshop, maybe archery range. He's going to get it now, or he's going to make the Viper a quick wall. Viper, come on. Come on, Viper. We need to see the quick wall in that villager.
By the way,
he's going to make it.
Viper added fishing ships.
He's going to make it. He's going to save it.
No,
disappointed.
he's not even watching. Viper added fishing ships. We had 7 fishing ships here. Japanese, faster, stronger. So I'm a bit curious. And Leary won't know because he doesn't know about the redock. He might kill 3 fishing ships and thinks like, okay, my job is done here. Look at that, he keeps exactly 4 left.
But now he see it. Now he see it. He take the crocodile, but also the fishing ship now. Not all of them. The scouts are there, low HP, but he has the bloodline. Spear is coming. Oh man, on point both players. Leary now up as well. It's only 20 seconds. 20 seconds because Vikings is a crazy economy civilization. Now the fishing ship down, double HP, but the galleys are taking them all. Population keep increasing. The Viper is in some trouble. He's gonna make a gate. He's gonna make the house. Those scouts is gonna be down. Those scouts are going to be down. He's losing all the advantage. Leary is playing amazingly.
Those scouts won't be efficient in this game anymore, but Viper already is preparing the transition. Will go for CA as we can see with all those upgrades. And Viper, yeah, he is fine, right? There is no big army for Leary out on the map right now. Those galleys are killing the fishing ships, but Viper still with the hidden docks, so I don't think Viper will be too unhappy with the situation right now.
Okay, he doesn't know that the dock is there, so archery range is gonna go Cav archers, but he lost all the fishing ship basically. Need to go back, and maybe this attack is gonna make that Leary find the dock.
War galley upgrade now as well, faster production and significantly stronger ships as well. While we see longbow tech for Leary, and those are incredibly good if we can mash the map. 1v1, a fire ship wrecks a longboat, but just the micro capabilities of those is incredible. It's like 15 versus 15, Leary wins every single day.
Okay, let's see. Wheelbarrow now for the Viper. He got already obviously handcard for free. He can take some damage with those scouts. I'm not sure if he can. I think he's wall, and now those fire ships will have to deal with few galleys. The spear is doing the job. Oh, great micro, and then the longbows as well. He still have more navy. 3-2. No, it's very similar. Well, 5-3.
Okay, now the most important job that Viper has to do here is to make it as messy as possible. Because if those longboats can be microed at all times, Leary will have great fights. But if it's like 3 CAs here, 3 CAs on the other side, maybe a sneak attack on another angle, and the water fight, then even Leary can't micro 4 spots at the same time.
Okay, and I think Leary is exploring with that spear on the left. He's confused, like, why he's bringing more galleys? Yeah, why he's bringing the more and more galleys? Where the dogs are coming from? He didn't see it, and he's wall now. He's wall now, but those camp archers are annoying. He has to be careful. It's only palisade. The longbows are going to do the job. He's doing the job, and now light get upgrade. Both still with more or less similar economy. Scorpions, he has already the siege. And second tone center for the Viper, who has the advantage. The Leary score, it's promising, but population is pretty much the same.
I think it's a really even game here. Light cav around, Leary shouldn't really take too much damage on land. The light cav are now coming in. 5 light cav. Oh, Viper needs to ball, but how can he see this beforehand?
Oh, this is huge, guys. This is huge. 5 light cav now. It's gonna take so many villas. Disaster for the Viper here. They don't have the bloodlines, but he's killing absolutely everything. And it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 villas down. That's a massacre. That's a real massacre here. Echo KD 5-11, and Leary with the big advantage now.
And loses the CA at the same time. Viper, this Siege Workshop has to win him the game. Perfect positioning. Leary doesn't see it. There's a Spearman patrolling at the left-hand side, but he patrols a bit too short, and that's one tile away as well.
Yeah, but more light gas killing more villains. I don't know how many villains those light gas has killed. Oh man, a lot. Really a lot. You talk about the Siege Workshop to give him the game. He's already 5-13, but he has Siege Workshop himself.
Yeah.
He can't make a mangle right away.
I'm not saying Viper has a great chance of this one doing damage, but if he wants to win, this has to do damage and save this villager. Nice job.
Okay, still 10 population behind. That he has a mangonel, no horse collar. Oh, he canceled horse collar. Why he canceled horse collar?
Maybe add some fish now instead?
Okay. Town center still doing more light caps. Oh, I think he see the Siege Workshop. With that spear, he see the Siege Workshop. Yes, we go to his point of view, and he knows what he's going. He knows absolutely everything. He has more village and handcart. Economy definitely a lead for Leary. Mangonel gonna try to snipe that Scorpion. It's not gonna happen, and now Leary is doing the Mangonel himself. It happens. There you go. With the Mangonel and those Cav Archers. 10 Cav Archers now. It's a good number of Cav Archers. Chain Bard in armor. +2 for those light guys because he has no knights. How do you feel about that upgrade? It's a big investment.
He knows that if he defends this, it's looking really good for him. So rather over-invest than under-invest in this defense. Mangonel, oh, perfect for Leary!
Perfect, and now those light guys gonna be with the +2. You can see how they's gonna be chasing all those Cav Archers. The villas, what are you doing? Okay. Good unit to fight. Yeah, lost all the 3 villas. That was surprising.
Mangonel gets another shot off.
He has to be careful. Mangonel coming. He's defending now with that one. The house is gonna be down. It is down. He lost 25 wood. Nice Mangonel shot now by Lee. Another village down. The Viper, as you mentioned before, is doing an amazing job with that Mangonel. He's gonna lose another, and it's still, oh, in the last second with now the same village. But this moment, Viper recovered all that disadvantage with the economy.
Yeah, he's only 5 villages behind. Still has those 3 fishing ships that Leary has no idea of. Now the question is, how are we continuing with this aggression? Is it the Mangonels? Are we trying to trade this off? Unlikely that the push will do some damage, but if you don't keep the aggression up here, it's easy for Leary to raid your economy and you can't get the CA on your own side.
Yeah, and still, 22 on foot with the Vikings. Viper has 11 on foot.
Wow.
11 on foot at this point. It's really tricky to keep those 3 TCs going, Nele.
Yeah, impossible. Rule of thumb is roughly 6 on foot to keep a town center running. So you will see the idle TC time increase quite a bit for the Viper.
Okay, he's still trying to make the aggression. The score is still ahead for Leary. Now he's on the TC again, and the Viper need to react. He need to react. He need to react. He's not reacting. He's not reacting. Those are +2. He's taking villas. He doesn't see it. He doesn't notice. He's noticed now, but he's taking a lot of villas again. And again, exploding the economy advantage. And if he loses this push, he might lose the game. I don't know what you think. Oh man, it's a massacre.
It feels like there's so much control here for Leary. Indeed, he's controlling the water so nicely. Could maybe even consider building extra stables now and just try to spam against Viper. He can't use the CA, the mobility. Nice ground attack, at least trades of 1-for-1.
Amazing 1-for-1 there. He needs to do another mangle, and he's doing it. Still doesn't have army here. Like if he's going now inside with those Cav Archers, he could kill. The good thing Leary is doing is the counter-attack all the time.
Yeah, absolutely perfect move, and that's the advantage that he gets winning the water and having so much map control, but that's a scary Mangonel. And Viper has no idea how many units are in that Siege Workshop.
Yeah, but look at this wall. He's gonna make the house. He has to make the house.
Nice.
He walled it in the last second. He's still taking the valley. No, because there's no ballistic, so the accuracy is not perfect. And now he's gonna take this one. He's losing the Mangonel. This is disaster for the Viper. Those light gas. Oh, he trapped. Now he needs to delete. Oh, but he's so weak. He's going now, taking the village. He's gonna take both villages forward. The Cav Archers are going to be in time. He's rushing the TC. Leary nearly is in an amazing position to be 2-0 lead in these semifinals in Red Bull Wololo El Reinado.
Those were incredible minutes here for Leary. Is clearing up those CA eventually as well. He got the raids in, got the sneaky villagers at the front, the towers helping out. This is looking really nicely for Leary.
Yeah, really good. I mean, GG has been called. Leary is taking game number 2. 2-0 in a map that's supposed to benefit, in quotes, the Viper.
Yeah, and like we will have to go back to the drawing board, right, and really ask the Viper, like, what happened? Ooh, drone player, calm down, calm down. Oi, 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 oi. Oh, look at that beautiful sunset. Look at that beautiful castle. We will have to go down again and take a look at the draft, right? Because Vikings, Armenians, Viper didn't really show up with great civilizations for his home map. So I'm not surprised that this one went in favor for Leary, but Viper now needs to show us some wins on Leary's home maps.
Yeah, we were talking about what could happen if there is a 2-0 situation. The situation is already there. The Viper need to get the map that he has a clear plan to win the game. You cannot be 3-0 against Leary.
Well, he still has his first 3 picks, right? So that's really solid. But on the other side, Leary also was his first 3 picks.
Yes.
Wow. Do we go for Golden Stream? Because then, like, what's the plan? Is it a weird Cuban play? Is it maybe Bohemians? I'm really curious what the Viper will play on Golden Stream.
I mean, it's thinking. The reality is that if we were talking that this could be 4-3 either way, well, 0-2, 2-0, it can happen.
Yeah,
or
easily. Yeah.
So you have to secure.
Okay. So if you want to cheer for your favorite players, the Viper, number 1 in the chat. But if you cheer for Leary, a 2 in the chat. And yeah, man, even if players are completely even, like 50-50, half of the time you actually end up with 2-0 or 0-2 instead of the 1-1, which happens the other 50% of the time. So never do math on stream, but this can happen, and it's not indicating necessarily that Leary is the way stronger player and Viper can't win another map.
Yeah, let's see what is going to happen. Is obviously, I mean, it's pretty clear that a 3-0 is not what you want, and the crowd is still super happy. Do you think the crowd is a little bit more silent because they are cheering for the Viper, like in the chat?
Well, maybe you could ask them who they're cheering for, ma'am.
Well, the crowd that is there in the screen, and the next map is depression. I just understood what they are telling me in Spanish at the end. I don't want to translate. But who is the crowd cheering for? People in the crowd, they don't listen to you guys, so you can now go very loud. Who is cheering for the Viper? No, I think you didn't understand me. Who is cheering for the Viper? Now they did. And who is cheering for Leary?
Ooh.
What's going on?
You're in the
What's going on? Okay. Well, Leary surprisingly smooth now. Super clean gameplay. Like little to 0 mistakes.
Yeah, not too surprisingly, right? He looked really sharp yesterday as well, and well, we know how good he is. He's the best Empire Wars player that we have right now with the 2 wins, the only one that got 2 wins. And, well, Depression, super aggressive map, and we see the Viper with his first pick, Humans. We are expecting a stable and archery range opening, the only civilization that can do this.
Windows Tanis as a counter. How do you counter this kind of aggression from the Cumans?
I think he's just hoping to somehow get to camels, and then the stronger camels will hopefully kill the army that the Viper has on the field. Tries to kill all the cavalry that the Viper has, but I think this will be so aggressive, and then Hindustanis don't have that many advantages for the first 8 minutes of the game where humans should really shine.
Let's see, because we are going to be in game number 3. Leary as Hindustanis, red on the left. The Viper as a Cumans. Very important to see what is the Viper going to do, and it's doing as we expected. Double
stable and archery range.
And stable and archery range. Double military building. And stable and archery range, double attacks. 4 on goals. He should keep 4 on goal.
That's such a Viper approach. He goes for the super aggressive civilization and gets the eco upgrade. Most other players here with humans would go just full out aggression, try to get those masses of units out. Viper tries to find a way in between.
Okay, and he has already the same scouts than Lee, but that's the advantage. He has the archers already.
Human scout, 5% faster.
It's faster. He get the hill. I think this is...
Who's winning? Who's the better player?
I think this is Leary hit.
Yeah, Leary is winning.
Yeah, he has to go back.
Gets another hit on back.
He has to go back. Military numbers will start to increase very soon. I guess that he will do archery range soon, Leary, or he can just counter with the scouts.
He's for now trying to play full scouts here. This will be really aggressive on the stony terrain that you can see. You cannot wall. It's really spread out as well. Not unlikely that we will see big Fuel Age aggression because golds, as you can see, are really exposed. And double stable play by Leary. What? Why are we even on gold?
He's gonna go bloodlines.
Yeah, but he already has enough gold for bloodlines.
Yeah, well, good point. Then he should go back with those 2 villas. Maybe, you know, if you get gold...
He sends another one.
Yeah.
Does he not know that scouts don't cost gold?
Oh, he's thinking on the market already. This is fine. It's very close to the TC now. The archers are already there. Double stable is too greedy. Like, it's minute 3.
Did Viper scout both of them? I think so, because he's suddenly queuing up more and more spearmen. He knows what he's up against, tries to run away, maybe the left-hand side. I think those 2 archers will die, and Viper just runs away with his 3 scouts. Right decision. Yeah,
but that's the problem now. He's kind of losing that momentum, the Viper. Because you want to mass very early with the Kumans and make the game a snowball. The game is not going to snowball anymore, and those scouts got +1 armor.
Yeah, he will have a timing with the spearmen arriving now, right? If he has like 3 spearmen at the front, then it will be tricky even for like 5-6 scouts to engage ever again.
Okay. Ooh.
A small fly next to Leary there.
Oh, well, it will be really big because he was fighting. You know, he was punching the fly. Anyway, he's chasing now those scouts. 3 archers and 1 spear, 5 scouts, 2 spears. If this is an old army, those are 5 archers with fletching. That sounds scary to me.
That is indeed scary, but what are the spots that we can attack? The gold is not the most important thing. Woodline at the top abandoned. Left-hand side woodline could be maybe towered, maybe now an engagement in the center. Spearman numbers not as good as Viper would be open for.
Yeah, he's gonna kill all the spears, taking some scout, and now he's gonna take so many archers. This is absolutely good battle here for Leary. He's taking many archers, and those are with fletching. Yeah. 1 more down, he's gonna take another. No, he's gonna go back down.
They're with fletching, but we also have the armor for those scouts, right? So they're really good against those archers.
40 now for the Viper, gonna be a full feudal game, as we expected, kinda, right? This depression map is a very aggressive map.
400 gold soon for Leary. I'm really surprised by this. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a market pretty soon out of him. Look at that, he's not even putting his gold to use in the archer range. Goes for skirms.
Yeah, well, might need to use the market then. Forging already. The game can stabilize. The Viper a little bit scary here is walling. Viper need to take this game, Nille.
Yeah.
We really need to take this game. But right now, Leo seems to be solid. Bloodlines already coming with 5-6 scouts. Those are so tanky.
Viper goes for the gold upgrade with 9 on gold here. I think then we need another archer range as well. We are at 2 archer ranges here for the Viper, so that will be really important to get the aggression. I think next step should be the armor upgrade for a spearman.
Okay, let's see if now he's gonna have enough skirmishes to hold this. I don't think he's gonna make a tower Leary here. He need to go back, not gonna lose anything. Skirmishes are coming, we'll have fletching. 25 on foot. 25 on foot is a lot of delays on foot for Leary. 21 for the Viper. Viper doing bloodlines as well. No horse collar for any of the players. 7 scouts. 4 scout. Well, Viper has a lot of army, like you expect with the Kumans. So now it's all about the micro, and the tower is on the wood. He need to make this tower. The Viper is coming. So many scouts and archers, but Deer is also there with the skims and the scout, and that tower is gonna be in time.
And Viper basically announced that he will play Feudal Age all in here. He does the farm upgrade. That's only worth if you are willing to build way more farms than you already have here in Feudal Age. This is going to be brutal.
Yeah, it's being brutal already. You can see scout going back again. Need to be careful with that engagement. Archers on the hill. But those scouts are enough to kill this army. We're gonna find out in a moment, Nede.
Spearman engaging okay-ish, but the numbers were simply way better for Leary, and he's clearing this one up quite nicely.
Yeah, he's cleaning pretty much everything. Now he's coming with more scouts and those skirmishes, remember. And military number is still better for the Viper, but the good thing here for Leo is he's not taking any damage at home. He has 500 gold. He's gonna make the market, and with the market, he might go up to Castles. The market is there. Leary is still on point in this game, number 3, and the Viper now has a lot of village idle that he's going to put into the farms. And as you mentioned, all feudal, but Leary is going up.
Viper has 5 military buildings now. He's building out of 2 archer ranges, 2 stables, and the barracks. That will be very similar to the Tato game yesterday evening. Let's see if Leary can weather the storm again.
Yeah, let's see. It's a little bit different because Leary now has less army. He needs to wall. It's going up. I will buy a tower. Yeah, he's doing the tower. He's doing the tower on the goal. No? Where he's doing the tower? I think he bought it the stone. There you go. Well, it's a good area.
Okay, okay.
The farmers. Okay. He knows what is coming. He's coming full feudal, but this is the problem.
Viper needs to do damage.
Yeah, Viper needs to do damage. It's true that, well, Hindustanis don't have knights. You know, it's better than yesterday, but still, you can do botkin, you can do light caps. He's castle units nearly.
Against this yesterday, Tedo was a bit late with the addition of the barracks. Went for 3 barracks approach there, and Leary, he's not even scared of this enough. He tries to go for the counter-attack, but Viper has so much army.
I don't know if he will do a house there because those villages on goal are in danger. It's true that he has the skirmishes. That's why he's not scared. That's why he's not scared, Nelly. He's going to be there. Archers are on the right side. That's why he did the tower. The skirmishes will defend. The scouts are really close to the TC. The scout not going to do any damage. He's taking now a villager. He's killing 1 villager. He's going to take second villager. He's going to take more villagers now. The Viper is doing the damage finally. And look at the army. Look at the population. 82 population. 56. This is no damage. The Viper is now taking the initiative, buying the resources, and his way to go Castle Edge.
Okay, but was this enough damage? It's the big question mark. Leary still 30 seconds away and sends the low HP villagers to the front. Those will be some unnecessary death.
He's losing. And now up to Castle Edge. Still 9 villagers behind. And 28 army for the Viper. And now to hold, and now to keep this position, and then 0 village on goal for Leary. Can we see Mapu if he see the other goals? Leary, his fog of war, please.
Next to the woodland.
Nothing. He doesn't see the goal in the north, doesn't see the goal on the left. Right now has 0 goal income, but
yeah,
like
he sees the goal. That was the...
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But he doesn't really want to move out there. Archer's still around, and Archer's spear are fine against camels.
Yeah, and he's not enough scout, right? 6 scout, and if he's doing the light hybrid, is there not to kill that? Don't think so.
I don't think so either. Viper in a really good spot here. And he's adding the town center in the back as well. At the really good timing. Tedo built it yesterday when he was trying to make the all-in happen, but Viper here in a relatively stable situation, and he's just trying to pressure this. He wants to move back pretty soon to try to get his crossbows to Castle H.
Okay, he don't want to lose obviously those units. The skirmishes is what he has to kill. He has a spear, he has an old army to hold. He's triple the army basically. You can see now those laggards going to go down. The scout will clean now, the skirmishes is gonna clean everything here. The Viper is cleaning a lot, he's cleaning a lot, he's cleaning a lot. But the laggards are coming. Nearly, it's not the node at the end. The people go crazy, but maybe they go crazy earlier than they should be, because those laggards are with +2 armor, and now the archers are going down.
They will be cleared up, but there's still a lot of archers behind this, and you think, okay, Viper lost all his army. He has 23 military still on the map. The next army will be way bigger than Leary would expect.
Yes, it is. You can see the amount of archers here. Still 6 villages more with 2 town centers. So the advantage, it's solid here, even if the score doesn't say this. Why? Because of the KD, the last kills that he got. I think Viper has a good position. And now, what transition for Leary?
Is there that much that we can transition into? He is going for some CA. Okay, well, he felt like, okay, I lost all my skirmishes, so makes a lot of sense. Camels to chase this away, and soon the sneaky attacks. Viper's trying to go through the middle. I think Leary needs a siege workshop.
Yeah. Let's see what he's going to do. He's coming with the camel. The archers are going to go there, but those archers don't have any upgrade. No, they don't have any upgrade.
Crazy,
for the
right?
Viper.
What's happening? No botkin?
No crossbow, no nothing. Not any upgrade.
Oh, no way!
Those light guys now inside, killing all the advantage that Viper got it. Incredible. Incredible again, another hole. Look at the village different. Leary with 1 town center is going to be ahead now in village number. Crazy. It's crazy.
And Viper, he doesn't really have the upgrades yet. No botkin, no crossbow. What is happening here? I think crossbow might have just been queued up behind the archers there in production. Still the gold block. He has the university, but he has no resources to go for ballistics.
Can we check? Can we check the archery ranges, Mapu? He's there, man. He's there.
He's queued up behind some of the archers. Camel's doing an okay job here, but Lightcap's just outnumbering so heavily.
Well, he still will double the army, but this is the thing. He should have the Viper in a much better position than this.
Well, Leary, right, it's tricky. There's so much pressure on both of those players.
But how is possible that this all happening with the light? The fly is
the fly.
It's
2v1. It's 2v1 versus Viper and fly versus Leary.
Okay, crossbows and camels, as you can see. How is that come? That tower is definitely gonna help, but it's a tricky position here. Very tricky position. He's gonna lose few villas. This is +2 armor and ballistic. He's gonna lose now villas. The Viper is still having a really good position here.
Even villager count, and he's defending this here with the camel. The crossbows trying to scare this away. Still on the hill, but there's some sneaky villagers, I think, at the top trying to go for the other gold. 2v1 continues, and the CA trying to take the hill. Viper, does he want to sit under the tower? Questionable.
Yeah, he's coming now with those camels. Remember that those camels don't have a good transition for later game, but who is thinking now in later game? 2 farmers for Leary. 2 farmers for Leary right now because Viper is doing all the aggression. 2 farmers. It's a disaster for his economy. He's going cap archers, yes, but we will have some economy going. Now, Leary is going to try to clean this army, and he probably will clean. Those camels has not even the armor.
Incredible defense here by Leary. Incredible defense. The tower was helping out so much. Now the villagers are back to the farming economy, and those golds not scouted is so good for Leary. He's actually in a reasonable spot here. Villager-wise, he's only 4 behind, but he's transitioning into a really strong army here with the CA, maybe with the addition of some camels.
Yeah, he might be thinking, I have been losing quite a lot here. I've been defending, and I still ahead with the score. What is wrong here now? You know, because it should be probably behind. So what is the next here? He's gonna do more and more army. He should do extra TC Leary, Nile.
Oh, Viper, so many small groups that he's sending out. Not really that typical for him. Is he just adding 2 more archer rangers? Is that quadruple archer range play? Oh, yeah, that's just sick. Yeah. And full cross push through the center. Leary, I think, with the Siege Workshop could make an easy defense happen there and then use his mobility, but easier said than done. Those 4 crossbows, they could find quite some damage.
Well, he should see it because now he did the university. He's walling or not? Wow. He has the tower, he sees it. And he's going to the tower. He should make a house here at the edge of the map. He's not doing. There's an outpost, +2 armor. Crazy reaction by Leo as well. But the Viper stabilized, and he's still with the Echo lead. Botkin arrow, finally. Botkin arrow.
Oh,
after,
now it makes sense.
Oh, man. Botkin arrow.
Oh.
He's killing a lot. He's really killing a lot here. Not having Botkin arrow during all this time is crazy. That's why he was not really getting what he wanted and was losing more than he sold. Army numbers for the first time in a long time. Can they stabilize? Equal numbers, 17-18. Need to go back. Obviously, the Viper with 9 villages more and a lot more upgrades. Horse collar and wheelbarrow. Still some mistakes here for the Viper.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure if it was the nerfs. He arrived Castle Age with so few resources, right? Because he was constantly producing. He had the double town center play there as well. And no Botkin, no crossbows for such a long time. Easy to forget then on such hectic games. Now he's coming in with Thumbring, but will it finish in the fight or only after?
I don't know, because this is so many cap archers with all the upgrades, with +2/+2 bloodlines. This is definitely going to be a battle for Leader with those lives. It's gonna clean absolutely everything melee. This is brutal moment in the game.
Thumbring finishes at the very end here. We're down to 7 crossbows. Production continues. Viper now adds some more knights. He's still not scouting the gold.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. Ballistic now, and the problem here for the Viper is that with 4 archer ranges, Nelly, he has 9 archers now. He lost a lot, and those cap archers are fully upgraded, Nelly. Fully upgraded with ballistic +2/+2 and bloodlines. Ooh, but he saved immediately.
Wow.
Immediately, and he's walling.
Perfect timing there. How did he know that? Well, he had the outpost there, so made a bit of sense. He didn't need to be walled earlier than this.
Play. Yeah, amazingly. He has Stonewatch, if I'm not mistaken. Cabarches again taking the hill. Those Cabarches is going to be really tricky now. Cabarches is going to do the damage. He needs to move on and then take the Stone Miners probably. The Knights are good, but not enough. There's so many units. Ballistic kicking in with hill advantage. Going to take everything. There's a Knight. Ooh, but that damage is going to be huge now for Leary, but he reacted instantly.
No armor upgrade on those Knights for the Vipers, so they will really struggle against those CA, as we can see. Tries to scare those away with crossbows. The score is so incredibly even.
It's so even, but I really believe that it should be a little bit, tricky here. It's kind of lying. It's 20 bellies more still for the Snake.
Yeah, he has the advantage there. So if the game kind of stabilizes, that would be better for him. But then again, humans late game, not as good at Hindustanis. They wouldn't really have great answers to the mass camels or Gulam.
Yeah, but that's why I think the Viper doesn't want late game. He will need to keep going, but those Cabarches is going to make that the difference in velocity is going to decrease again. 1 down. How many is going to be down? 2 down, 3 down, 4 down with ballistic. No, he didn't take the 4th. Nice.
The Ritter coming. Those crossbows. That would be so much better if they were aided by 2 camels alone that could help out so much in those engagements. Still nice fight there down the hill. We'll get some villager kills.
No, the Viper is now doing the job. The Viper is doing the job. He's killing a lot. He's now going also on the right side. He's gonna go with the archers to take the goal, and this is the game. This is gonna be the game. He takes now the knight. Look at the crossbows, and with those crossbows, you can see how the Viper.
They saw it as well. They saw the mini-map that CA are still around and raiding.
Yes, raiding. Look at those crossbows. Gonna kill all the villages. Gonna kill all the villages, and this might be the 2-1 nearly. This look like this. Look at the population. The Viper is still in the game.
The crowd is believing it, and it feels like the only option here for Leary is to fight with villagers. The military advantage is so big. CA are trying to clear this one up, but the crossbows are killing.
Yeah, he's trying to dodge the arrows, but they cannot. 118 population, 67. The Viper is in a very good position doing the third town center. The Viper is not gonna get any confidence, you know. He's gonna keep going. He's gonna keep going. Going with the economy. 4 town center now in the middle. Is impossible now for the kid, Nelly.
The Viper expands 3rd and 4th town center. The tower low HP from earlier. The crossbow still shooting from the hill, and yeah, quite some kills there against all those villagers, and tries to sit under the tower again for the change. He is taking the hill advantage. Leary tries to micro around this one, but population is looking so good for our Norwegian.
Yeah, it's a really good. It's almost 40 villages more. He has basically the advantage of the village that Leary has in total, which is crazy. And now it's raiding all over. It's coming through the south. It's in the north. And if you check the map, with those 4 town centers he's spamming, I don't think Leo is gonna stay in this game any longer.
And another attack there. Leary built 2 defensive towers, but none at the goal. That could have really helped out for against those small raids. Another split off with those crossbows. I think it's the game that I've seen from the Viper where he split crossbows the most. Like so many attacks, like 3-4 crossbows all around. Really surprising here. Typically you only do that with CA, with your mobility, but Viper still makes it happen with the slow units.
Yeah, what surprised me about the tower that he's floating a lot of stone. He could have defended this area a lot earlier, but he didn't. Still, I think the score kind of lie a lot. Why is lying a lot? Because Leo has killed a lot more units than the Viper.
Yeah, look at the KD at the bottom there. Viper just investing so many crossbows in trying to get map awareness, map advantage, but he is soon 50 villagers up. Another engagement, really solid here for Leary, will clear it up, but it just feels like Viper's economy will fuel army after army, and Leary 2 on gold, 3 on stone. Not the great food economy behind it either.
Nothing now the Viper can spam whatever units he wants. I mean, they are not the best against the Hindustanis in the later game, but now they are completely fine. Will Barrow for Scholar told you that this is kind of rare that at this stage with this amount of villages that the Viper didn't check those because he's missing all the Castle Age upgrade basically.
Well, that happens.
GG. It was, as you can see guys, how the crowd won the nearly close series. I think that they are just going that crazy, smile the Viper because not only because they cheer for the Viper, because you don't want a 3-0. They got the nose with the previous series, they won close series, and now the series get into another level.
That was really important here. It just felt like Leary was about to build a lot of momentum, but Viper is stopping it here. Interesting approach by the humans, something we don't typically see. And then quadruple archery range. Leary couldn't really find the answers. That front gold punished over and over again beautifully by the Viper.
He got some hole. If he didn't get that hole at the back, I think the approach for the Viper was great.
Oh
that
yeah,
was it did make some problems to the Viper. If there was not that hole, he was in an excellent position already.
Yeah. So far, both players losing one of their home maps now. We can see Leary decide what map we want to play. Options are obviously Sandrifts and Cars of his own maps, or Golden Stream and Dune Strings for the Viper. Big question mark still. Golden Stream Civilizations feels like Armenians should be incredibly strong there for Leary and the Viper. Maybe some wild approaches. There's a lot of land aggression on a map that has a lot of water and the big gold in the center.
And if we analyze how the series is going, we have to see that it's kind of break for both players. Both win the whole maps, because remember that the first map, it was randomly selected. So the series is still very, very close, and anyone can win for sure.
Everyone wave.
It's beautiful, eh? It's
Wrong direction. They're waving at the screen instead of at the drone. Oh, World's Edge.
Look who is there.
Oh. Hi, Mom.
Okay, they're going to continue the games soon. Game number 4 is going to be...
Viper against Leary. We know how high the stakes are, and we asked Leary about what he thinks about this crazy matchup, something that we called El Clásico in the past.
In the semi-finals, I'm facing Viper. We have had our good share of history, I would say. I think we have faced in almost every tournament the last 8-9 years at some point. Obviously in Empire Wars we played each other as well a bunch of times already. And yeah, I feel like our games always deliver. I feel like our sets usually always go to the last game. So yeah, viewers will have something to enjoy and it will be fun to play.
He is an entertainer. An absolute entertainer.
I can confirm that this is El Clásico.
Yeah.
We are going to go to the next game. So
Yeah.
don't be sad, crowd, because they're going for the game number 7.
I'm all for it.
Yes, we all are, for sure. I don't know if we have the map yet, but we're going to see... Oh my god. How many drones we have? Or it's too fast?
Just one quick one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Speed up, please.
This. If we look into the window, I think this is where Jordan is.
Hello, Jordan.
I think now he's rushing to the window, I think. Dune Springs, our next map, also a really aggressive map because there's so much shorefish in the center, and shorefish is the fastest food income a villager can get. And therefore, lots of people are sending lots of villagers into the center. Lots of aggression is rewarded, and we see Sicilians. Dungeons could be an option.
To protect also the shorefish area.
And Romans.
To be very aggressive over this area.
A rather short distance, and that's why this is one of the maps where we will see a lot of infantry compared to other maps. And Romans, men-at-arms, opening could be a thing, longswords could be a thing. Also from dungeons, we can see the sergeants play. This one will be extremely interesting and extremely aggressive at the same time.
And hopefully fun. Double the armor for the Romans, which is also makes them even more dangerous as well with the infantry. Oh man, can't wait to see the next game. Can't wait to see the next game. Do you prefer one? Which one, sorry? Sicilians or Romans?
Ooh, I think both are really, really strong on this map. I think it's pretty even. Also, I think there are very different approaches there which counter each other a bit. So it's a bit of a gamble. Like, do you really want to build the first dungeon next to your fish, or do you want to build it a bit further away to control some area? There might also be skirm or scout openings here as well. So this is still pretty wild, pretty open. Actually, now that I think about it, Leary not really the guy that typically opens men-at-arms, so unlikely that will be one of the options.
Okay, let's see, because I think we're going to be into the games in a moment. And obviously the multitasking in this kind of situation is going to be crucial, because we talk about an ideal situation. Game number 4.
What? Hey, we skipped 20 minutes. Why is Viper already on the way to Castle Age?
What?
This is a super GL build. Heap open market, dungeon as the defense.
He's up.
Viper,
Oh, really?
what is happening here? And Leary's up as well. Both, that's what I said. We can see some wild strategies, but I didn't think we would go that wild.
But look how they have both prepared this.
0-0 KT.
Both?
We didn't miss anything.
Yeah. When you said the 20 minutes, I was kind of scared completely, because I was, what happened?
What happened here?
Well, they are going to be in Castle in minute number 4. The Viper Lee in number 5. They don't have obviously a lot of army, because to go up, you need to save resources. But now he has 4 dungeons there.
And Viper is on stone with 3 villagers. Those sergeants can build more dungeons. Those are stronger towers for the Sicilians, can build more dungeons themselves. And it's really tough to defend against this. It feels like Leary is trying to make a defense happen there with knights, but you can also build spearmen or pikemen out of those dungeons.
Yeah. It's 6 already, 7 is going to be. How many knights do you need to counter that?
Well, they already are getting way stronger. I think extra HP, extra damage, and extra armor once you reach Castle Age, so that's pretty crazy. And I think just another dungeon ASAP. I think 175 for them could be an option. Oh, this is tough for Leary to wall off.
Yeah, it's not going to be possible all the time. He's already in Castle Age. I wouldn't be surprised that he's building there the dungeon with the sergeants. He's doing the squires, that the speed for those units. If he's breaking in, it's going to be a quick game.
Oh, there we have the dungeon.
The dungeon is there. The knights are not going to be in time. He's doing a skill bar and armor. 15 seconds still there, but not only 15. You need to create those knights. You will have to move those villages. Obviously, those units are not really fast, but those villages are going to be idle. The dungeon is going to be up. What he has to do, he has to evacuate immediately. Nearly.
I'm pretty sure Leary has never played against the strategy. Our double stable knight production enough. He is putting the villager against the dungeon.
But why in this situation? No, he's going away. He's going to try to deny that he's building. What? This fight? No, but the dungeon is already up, and the Viper with a GL strategy is doing the job. The knights are coming. In this a note, nearly or not?
We only have one armor upgrade so far here for the Viper, but now pushed away, and I mentioned how important the Shawfish in the center is. 14 on food against 15 on food for Leary, but most of those villagers are running. What are those villagers doing now?
Dying. They are doing dying. They are dying. 45 population. The Viper is housed for so long. He need to make houses. He's housed for so long. He did it now. He's gonna lose another. He's 3 villages down. No, he didn't. After all this, he only lost 2. But look at the amount of army he has.
Sneaky Leary has some fishes there. That's the only thing that keeps him alive. Next dungeon here, 161 HP. Villagers are trying to fight this one down. They have extra damage against buildings, but those dungeons, they can build, those sergeants can build and fight.
He's crazy. He's really crazy with that dungeon. Now he's gonna take the wood. He's taking the goal. He has so many. 18.
Viper idle to see. Viper is idle to see this whole time. He is all inning this.
It's a clown. This is a clown strategy, nearly. He's gonna make it or not. Ooh, but this is not the no. That was many knights. He's going all in. The Viper is trying an amazing strategy. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Nearly. It's working. It's up. It's up. It's up. The dungeon, and as you can see, with those sergeants, he's taking absolutely everything, nearly.
An incredible strategy play here. 40 military against 6. Leary pushed away from the center, pushed away from the gold now as well. How is he collecting resources? He's trying to build another mining camp, but I think he still will be reached by the tower.
Well, they're gonna have soon less villages than in the start, nearly. Be sure about that. Anyway, as you can see, guys, this is 47 population, 39. What a strategy. An amazing economy for the Viper. 0 farmers.
Knight's counterattack. I think Knight counterattack will be the next step there. Tries to go for the fight in the center. Villagers relatively exposed. Can obviously hide in those dungeons. 10 villagers can get in there. Dungeons. Oh, those sergeants trying to move around quite a bit. Oh, this will be tricky.
Will you make
Vault of Nice.
Well, he keeps doing still more dungeons, but more sergeants, sorry. It's confusing. We don't see so many dungeons and sergeants. We don't know what we are talking now. He's gonna kill those. He's taking, but he's still losing a lot of HP in those knights.
Yeah, this is so good. This is good for Viper, I believe. More aggression here from the top. Could build another dungeon here. Leary not really walling. If this palisade falls, so could be Leary's dreams of going up 3-1.
He wall in the last second, as you can see. Why he's not building the dungeon? Because the Viper economy, it's at the limit.
But that's a lot of knights. That's a lot of knights.
He need to notice. He need to notice. He need to notice. His focus here is trying to take the mining camp. He need to notice, but he's on the right side too. He's on the right side too. With side, and he doesn't notice. So the Viper is on the right. He's in the north. He's on the left. Now the multitasking is crazy. 0 villages on wood for Leary. 7 farmers, 2 on goal. Great economy.
Incredible here what those people are providing us. It really meant we are lower than we started with when it comes to villagers.
I told you.
And now he's in the gold, I believe. Blue dots.
It's over. It's over. 50 population, 31. What a strategy by the snake. Taking the mining camp, killing the villager. GG call. 2-2. And look at the crowd going absolutely crazy.
Oh man, and Viper, he is taking the zip of Red Bull and a big smile on his face.
We don't talk, guys. The crowd is talking.
Oh man.
What was that game?
That was a thing of beauty. That was just a thing of beauty. Both players kind of playing fast castle age. Leary, I think, did 1 spearman and 1 scout. Viper just the dungeon, market, and then went up instantly.
We cannot analyze this game.
That was crazy.
We could see the first minute, maybe that is what we missed. Because when we get into the game, they were up to castle with it's a bug map. It's a bug map, it's a bug game, it's bug everything, you know.
And now this set is wide open. 2-2
in 10 minutes.
2-0. Yeah.
In 15 minutes, maybe the 2 games now. And we are now in a best of 3 series.
What are the civilizations left for us? We still feel a minion's golden stream. Oh, look at this beautiful shot. It's getting dark.
It is dark already, and it's beautiful. Now, it's the best. It's super, super cool to be casting here, Age of Empires, in Córdoba, Spain, with you, Nili.
With you, man.
Red Bull, Wololo.
And the two of the best players in the world, the Viper against Leary, giving us the set that we wanted, that we deserve, that we ask of them, and they are delivering. Viper still with his second and third pick left, Leary with his first and third pick left. So really strong civilizations that they can go for. Still some wildcards in there. We haven't seen Ethiopians, Bohemians still in there as well. We haven't seen Slavs. We could still be up for some more surprises, man.
But you know why the people hype? They don't hype for the 2-2. They hype for the innovation, for the strategy.
Yeah.
They love different things.
Yeah,
the beauty of those crazy strategies that make the people hype.
Yeah, it is a strategy game, and that's like what we kind of try to build up as well, right? We said Viper, he's the strategic guy, he can come up with stuff that surprises people. If we have a very clean game and both players would just play completely revealed and with everything explored, then we feel like Leary could be slightly better when it comes to micro and the macro behind it. But it is a strategy game, and that's what makes this game so incredibly beautiful.
Do you know what made this game incredibly beautiful? I was kind of sick before I started studio. Where's the illness now? It's gone.
Yeah.
I feel good now.
Mem before the set told me, Nelly, I'm not feeling it. Like, I'm not sure if I will have enough energy for a full hour. And Mem, where are you at now?
Well, 2-2 series. We love this game, guys. This is why we're here. We love this game. These players, of course, this community. And game number 5 will start as soon as they know what is going to be the map and which map is going to be.
Cars.
I usually call this Arabia, in quotes. It's not Arabia, obviously, because it has in those stone areas, carry areas, a lot of resources, cars. It's not so difficult to wall.
Yeah, it's easy to have small walls, so it's unlikely that you take a lot of damage against melee units, but if you have a really small base, then obviously range units will get a lot of control over a big percentage of your map.
Yeah. Well, let's see. And then, what civilizations? Ooh. Portuguese.
Portuguese here.
Orgagan is beautiful.
His first pick, if I remember correctly. So he's convinced that this one will be good. And Cars, a map where CA are extremely good. And Viper, he won't go for CA. He might go more into the Skirm Knight composition with his Khmer.
Khmer. Which one do you prefer here? I think both are very strong civilizations, for sure.
Portuguese have been delivering quite a bit cheaper military units when it comes to gold. Good for crossbow, good for knights, good for monks, good for CA. So many units that we see. Let's see. Oh man, it's on.
Game number 5, the Viper Khmer, Leary Portuguese. What is going to bring now? The snake or the kid? Are they going to bring now a new strategy? It's going to be more meta. Doesn't matter, because after this game, it's going to be match point already, Nile.
And as we see, easy walls here, and that's why we see eco approach from both of them, instant wood upgrade. We see the stable though from the Viper on a map where it's easy to wall, as I said, and Leary with archers. This could be an interesting timing attack against him, and Viper really open. I think he will have to follow up with the archer range. Viper double military production compared to only one pretty soon for Leary after he feels he has enough spearmen.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to be an ode to keep the position with both. I don't know how many farms has the Viper. Can we see a little bit the farmers? That's why he's trying also to rise a lot of farms. Khmer farms are amazing. Obviously, he cannot afford everything. Stable, archery range, horse collar is already too much. But Leary has already quite a lot of army.
Goes for fletching here. That could be an easy wall off at the top, but impossible to know. So Leary will most likely just go for the small wall behind his gold there. And yeah, just the typical potato walls, how we call them, makes it just way easier to control your map. Scout seeing, okay, you have enough spearmen, and trying to find another angle. Oh, he's diving. Atypical for Viper. No, get out of there.
It's going away.
Ooh, he wants to know. He wants to know what's up.
Yeah, he's gathering information. You can see the lumber cam, obviously, the gold. This is 5 less on gold. Remember, guys, that Portuguese, all the military units, cheaper in terms of gold. They're cheaper, but it's going to take some units here. No, there's a skirmisher. He can do damage now, and fletching already for the Viper, really.
Fletching. That he wanted to wall this up. Oh, didn't get it. But we have another skirm around. I think he could be able to deal with this. Oh, lost his scout.
He lost the scout. That is another low HP, obviously. Okay, and now he's chasing with the Villier. He's fine. The Viper is firing. He has 2 skirmishers coming now. regrouping his army now with the 2 archers and but these 3 skirmishes with fletching, he can't do the damage anymore there. I think one house made sense there with the berries are. You could get those doubles in case that he needed. And
that one scout is finding so much value here.
Doing a lot. Look at this. With very low HP, Nelly.
Yeah.
Very low HP.
It's crazy, but skirms have the minimum range. Villagers trying to scare this one away. Is he trying to find another kill? Boink!
Yeah, but you know, with these small things that a small attack leader is doing, look at his economy already.
And Portuguese will have a way easier transition as well. Yeah, he can easily go for some crossbows. He can go into CA, while the Viper, well, he can go for some skirms, but he can't really produce knights in feudal age already. So Leary will have the early aggression, early castle age.
Okay, so what the Vipers will do here? Try to go as fast as possible, or go a little bit more aggressive in this map? Going more aggressive kinda make no sense, no? Because he's kinda wall.
I think 2 scouts, 3 skirms makes a lot of sense in that you're trying to knock at the door of your opponent and force him to already clear this up. Leary, though, maybe not respecting that enough and just tries to go for the attack. Castle timing will be relatively similar, though. Viper, having the 2 scouts on the map, might just decide, okay, let's get a good idea how the map looks like and where your army is.
Yeah, what a smooth macro is going up to Castle Age without using the market, if I'm not mistaken. The Viper used it a little bit, he still keep the 200 stones, so he's fine. He can make this extra if he wanted, or in case that he need a tower, we will be able to drop it. But for now, we got to see the transition, as you mentioned.
I think Leary is going for a stable. Double stable here for the Viper. And indeed, stable. So it's Knight crossbow against double Knight from the Viper. Goes for Bloodlines here, more HP for his Knights eventually.
Okay, we might see a 1 TC for the Viper here, maybe? Even adding a siege or shot?
Why wouldn't
Knights
he
and Scorpion?
sell the stone then, if that's his plan? I think it will be him going for some Knights, maybe some light cav, and might be the 3 TC play. That's where Khmer shine, right? You want to have as many farms as possible.
And then going a lot of farming in Castle Age. Because in late game, what do you prefer?
Tricky to say on this map. Obviously, Khmer have way more mobility. Portuguese, if they can get into the heads-up fight, they might be a bit more cost-efficient. And Viper?
Okay.
Bear 1, there is 0.
Okay, you can see how KD is still very low because the big action is going to happen in Castle. It's game number 5. Very important who is winning. Will have match point. Remember, if you just joined, that lead was 2-0. Then the Viper came back, made the 2-2 really fast. Another one down. Here's the goal is to kill the animals.
Yeah, seems like it. Those archers, how much can they find? They will arrest the woodline at the front a bit. Viper, only palisade walled here. This will be tricky. We only have 3 skirmishers. This will have to be a knight defense, but you need at least 4 knights to clear this up.
Yeah, but this is, as you mentioned, it's Crossbows and Botkin. He's still not in Castle. He's gonna be now. He's doing TC to cover the goal. He's doing the siege war shop. The Scorpions make sense, a lot of sense. He has double stable. He's also +2 chain barding armor. If he's able to do the TC and the siege war shop, the Viper should be fine, but that's the problem. Leo is paying attention. He take already 1 bullet. He's gonna take probably another. He's trying, but the Viper see it and going back really quick. The Scorpion is coming and TC, double stable, chain barding armor, Scorpion. A lot of resources spent.
Yeah, and the left-hand side is still open, so he will get in there. That will be a nice harassment, but the left-hand side will be tricky. I think he can dive under the town center. Those villagers, they can jump into houses, but those houses are unfinished.
Yeah, but he can see it or not. Let's see. Anyway, he's diving, he's going in. The Scorpion is there. He need to repair. We need to see that the Scorpion, the scouts will be down. Or maybe not. Ooh, he did the Scorpion. That's really important.
The Knight's going for the counter-attack here, and the gate is open just only for a small second. That won't be enough. As Leary is repairing, though, it feels like he did more damage.
Definitely feels, and also he has 21 army. I mean, he has a lot of army on the field. This is the situation where Leary usually feel comfortable. In theory, double stable, siege war shop, a very strong army, but 9 versus 21.
Scorpion, really good answer here for the Khmer player, simply because they have the extra range, so will be tougher for Leary to find good engagements. Has to loop around. Knight aggression continues. Those skirmishers actually arresting the villagers quite nicely.
He's gonna kill that village. No, he's going away. He's gonna come with another to repair. Where's the archer? He's going home to try to kill those knights. It seems so because he's not attacking anymore. There you go. And the game is kind of stabilized. This is good for, I think, for Leary because he has a second. Well, no, both have 2 TCs. It's pretty even here.
Oh, this could be a good fight for the Viper. Not sure about the HP. Okay. Leary was ready to micro away there, and Viper rather wants to take another fight. Doesn't really invest that much into military right now, only 12 on food. That's not enough to keep his TCs running. And the TCs and the stables at the same time.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he's Khmer, but still need more. What he's doing the farmer? Well, to be close to the TC, you could do it
a bit safer.
tricky.
Yeah, and he replaces them. Yeah.
Yeah, just go quick. Just go quick. I mean, he's completely walled here, so should be fine. The good thing is, Leary, no uprising his knights, but having so many Krobos and already 6 knights is enough. It's enough to hold any army that the Viper has right now.
Well,
except that he's raiding, obviously.
Viper can't really go for the aggression, right? He actually is trying to make a raid happen, won't find the kill. Leary tries to go for the walls behind this. Okay, pretty solid, but Gate can go down, takes the villager with him.
Dolir down, he's gonna now go in, he's gonna break the palisade, he's coming now to the goal. He has to be careful, he needs to wall, but that village is gonna be down. No, he's walling everything, he needs another house. I think he's gonna take it, he's gonna take it, he's gonna take it. No, he didn't. He's walling absolutely everything, he's fine.
How did he save that?
Well, APM, a little bit faster than you and me together.
Yeah, sadly, man.
You know, look at the Krobos, look at those knights, he's gonna take a village, bang, one is down. He's doing a town center in the woodland, he has to be careful. All the Scorpions now regrouping to come back, but there's a couple of monks. Really nice game by both.
Oh yeah, this is exactly the high level that we want to see. Knights through the center, but Viper walling behind it as well. Both are warm, both are here to go up 3-2.
But this is a position that Viper feel comfortable. Why? 3 TCs Khmer. If he's not getting big damage, then the economy will keep exploding and exploding. Now he's 18 farmers. He might now Khmer on 30 farmers.
Viper wants to jump this?
Oh, he wants to jump, but he got converted. He got converted. Both knights. He's gonna kill the monks. Okay. He's taking the monks. Maybe not. He's gonna defend it. No, he can't. It's too much. But with the Krobos, he's taking the knights, Leary. This is not good now for Leary. He's gonna take some Leary. It's okay. He's gonna lose. No, he didn't lose anything. Oh, that knight is not gonna die. That
really
knight.
Taking care of it.
How much HP it has, that knight? He's gonna take more. Leary didn't notice. Leary didn't notice. He's gonna take another.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me he's microing this one away. What?
Disgusting. Not anymore. He's taking another.
Okay.
Okay, well, the knight is going to be down. It is down. He only lost 1 villager, and now 3 TCs for both players. Monastery as well. Who has the economic advantage here? Well, wheelbarrow is for Leary. It seems very close.
Yeah.
7 villagers, but very close.
Leary is simply having the better army. Like crossbow, knights, army value, as you can see, 2.5k against 1.7. Viper, he's relying on Scorpions doing more damage than they actually should get. And Leary not giving it to him. Disengaging.
Yeah, his 10 population different, but relic not gonna be happening. He's down. Heavy blow. I mean, population is different. More village for the Viper. A lot more army for Leary. But Leary with hand card now.
Wow.
It's gonna go up to Imperial soon. With that hybrid and 30 farmers.
True.
It's gonna go up to Imperial soon.
Fully commonly really solid. Doesn't have to invest that much gold as well. Is still going for more monks. But yeah, that could be an Arbalest timing.
Yeah, but now the Viper is spamming three knights. I don't know if he has more than 2 stables. He did more stables to go for the full castle age. I see 2 all in. A lot of Scorpions, but he needs to attack even light cat. He's gonna go full castle age, while the Viper is gonna go for, Leary is gonna go for Imperial. And if he's not doing damage, the Arbalest transition is gonna be really tricky for the Snake.
Yeah, I agree. And Viper has basically the option to go with the Scorpions and try to catch this off, but Leary, as you can see, he's already aware of it. He's setting his crossbows home, he will heal them up and just try to attack with the Arbalest. Viper, a bit late with his timings, maybe a bit late with his stables. He needs to do damage ASAP.
Yeah. Will you go even forward with another CUO shop? Like, try to go really, really aggressive, because it seems that breaking in and going ready is not enough. You have to push some town center to make chaotic game.
Feels like it, right? He could transition into like only raiding and then trying to defend early Imperial Age with your own skirmishers or the Scorpions, but Scorpions won't do anything against Arbalest anymore.
Yeah, even if they had 1 extra range, Arbalest is another thing. You know, another unit, Imperial 1 with a lot more range. Look at the walls, he's walling everything. He's walling everything. Leary is not getting any damage right now with those knights. He's walling the palisade, the houses. Definitely not gonna be houses anymore in this game. Gonna take now 1 village, but this is not enough. You need to go forward. How many stables got now the Viper? I think he got a lot. He's building more.
Production isn't there. He only has 1 single knight in the queue, 33 farmers. Maybe too much on wood. Would love to see some more farms being placed. That aggression is stopped as well. Leary is weathering the storm. 3 minutes till him.
Yeah, he's going to go up to Imperial. The Scorpion is coming. More stables. What? 6 stables, but you don't have food, you don't have gold. You need to go siege forward. Let's see if he's gonna be able to do the job. Population is even ahead for Leary, Nilly. It's even ahead for Nilly, so it's...
8 Scorpions! 8 Scorpions here in Castle Age, but how can they find the damage? I think we need like 2 Rams with this as well.
Yeah. Well, now it's so many Knights.
Oh, but that's vulnerable. That's a vulnerable gate. That's the point of attack. Yeah. But Leary soon has enough stone for a castle.
Yeah, that's crazy. Old Leary wouldn't have a stone for a castle here now. He never mind, but now he's binding. Where's he gonna build the castle? He's gonna be inside. That gate is so weak. He's coming with so many knights. He's gonna make how much damage? 35 army, 28. Now it's good amount of army for the Viper. The game is gonna be in this battle for one of the other players. The Monk is there. He's going to convert. We will see. He needs to dive in. I don't know what you think, he needs to dive in and kill those archers before they are going to be arbalets. He's gonna take some villains maybe, but he needs to kill the army. Now the knights are coming. The Monk is there. The knights is going to defend. Who's gonna take this battle, Nelly?
Oh, that's so tough here. Scorpions in the back now, not being killed. Those knights were under upgraded for Leary. Viper, I think, is taking good engagement at the perfect timing.
Ooh, the timing! The momentum is for the Viper. He's killing all the crossbows. Now the Knights +2. He's going with the Scorpions, killing so many units. And now Leo will be in Imperial, but he won't have the army. He's doing the castle at the back. What a game, Neely!
Knights are in there, raiding everything. Lightcap in the back as well. He's building the castle at the spot that's basically only protecting a bit of his back goals. He can't really expand this one. Viper found the perfect timing. We are reaching him, but there's 0 crossbows left.
Not only 0, gonna have no army, even elephant. We were thinking that it's not a node, but the Viper, the snake, it's having now all the situation under control. No population for Leo. Incredible battle, 15 bullets kill, 89 population, 127. And that castle might be up, but into what? Nearly into
Organs won't do it. Organs not great enough against the Cavalier spam, and Viper, he's now attacking the left-hand side as well, wants to get more villager kills in. He's 30 villagers ahead, but there could be a way to lose this game. It's just randomly throwing units away against the castle and the soon-to-be upgraded crossbows. But Viper, he's smarter than that. He's thinking about him. Look at his resources. He's soon up.
Now Khmer with 50 farmers is exploding. The
Look
Viper
at those farms.
He's on the way to Imperial. 700 stone. Probably doesn't need the castle forward. He's going to go at home, and we might see Cavaliers, Lightcap, Hazard, whatever. Population is huge advantage. And the Leary needed the castle earlier. He had the stone. He just needed the castle. He was, in my opinion, a little bit overconfident.
It is tricky, right? He actually understood the situation pretty well. It was just Viper finding the perfect timing there with like 6 stable all in. Now pulls away here. Leary struggling to get military on the field. 10 military only. But Viper not with the greatest numbers either, but the great economy behind it to replenish them.
Yes, and what is going to be the transition? Remember that he could do, in case that his opponent is going a lot of arbalets, he could go skirmishers, fully upgraded as well, but I believe he's going to go use Cavaliers.
Spam cavalry, indeed.
Yeah, cavalry.
Finding some more kills. Now the bad news here at the front. Leary sees this score switch. Leary Viper, who's ahead? We don't know.
Well, the score switch, I really believe that the Viper is still ahead because he has 30 villages more. He has Goldsat mining on the way. He has so many farmers, and that's gonna give him the kind of game that he loves it. Macro game, expanding all over. He has the castle, and he's not getting the pressure for Leary because Leary has 9 archers, 5 knights, and they have castle upgrade except those, well, it's 9 archers only, and it's not enough.
Yeah, feels like map control 75% against 25%. Leary, he will struggle to move out as well. Luckily for him, more gold and stone around this, but Viper is everywhere.
Viper is everywhere. He's raiding in the north. He's now going to be in the middle. He's going to break there. A lot of farming for the snake. Leary finally has good amount of knights, but they still +2 only.
DC at the front, but that's where Viper's building his army. That's really optimistic. Ballista Elephant!
He's going to convert. He's going to convert the Ballista Elephants. He didn't notice. He converted. He converted the Fatty. And Trebuchet coming in now, trying to make a counter raid. But the problem for Leary is that Viper has army to defend. He's doing the hand card. And the Viper has 160 population, almost 60 farmers. Khmer is gonna raid again. He's taking so many villages. The score is gonna explode now. He's played by the armor, and I don't know how Leary can defend this anymore.
Just feels like his economy is not good enough to go into Harbor. He is still trying. Now it's starting with Spearman. Python upgrade should be the next step. Villagers at the front. I'm actually surprised that Leary only lost 35 villagers here against all those relentless raids.
Ooh, but now with the +4, he's gonna lose more. He's gonna lose more. He's moving everything there. It's 40 delays ahead. He's now raiding a little. Let's see if the Viper gonna notice this one. Is still unable to make Cavalier upgrade. They are using everything. They don't have resources, both of them. Using everything. The caster is gonna go down for
over chopping you with the Ballista Elephant, a unit that can chop over trees. Look at that masterpiece.
He's breaking the trees, trying to go in. He has no map control. Pikeman upgrade, leader at the limit, and he's coming again. Now with the Elephant, he's gonna be down. Leo is trying, but I don't see how he can come back from this. He's just corner. He's not expanding it anywhere. And well, if you take the castle, no, but he has the hill, right? This is small hill, so he has the advantage as well. Morville is down. Cavalier upgrade for the Viper with 20 knights. How are you gonna stop those Cavaliers?
He's chopping
again.
He's trying to kill all the trees for Leary. He's trying to starve him on wood. This madman!
Unbelievable, really unbelievable. Now he lost that Elephant, but he's still holding that position, coming with more knights. The Viper, it's doing.
Oh, gets in again.
Ooh, he's in again. And the Viper was 2-0 behind. And if nothing changes too fast, he's in a great position to make a crazy comeback, to be 3-2 ahead.
Oh,
those are nice. He's going to be +2 nearly. Those are going to be Cavaliers in a moment. The archers going to disappear. Those archers disappear. And the Viper, 3-2. What is this? What's going on?
That's madness. That's the Viper knowing exactly what to do, where he is in the game, and he's delivering an absolute treat of a show. The crowd is going wild, 2-0 down, 3 wins in a row now.
But what kind of wins? Because this one we were skeptical.
Yeah.
If it was late with the stables, but no, he knew exactly the timing.
True.
And the momentum.
Yeah, if the castle goes up earlier, as you said, then it would have been tricky. Look at this beauty. A castle on a hill, and who better to play in it than the master of castles on the hill, the Viper himself, leading 3-2.
What a series.
A beautiful one.
What a series. What is the games left now, the map left now? I don't even remember.
We have Golden Stream, one home map for the Viper, and we have Sandrift, the first home map for Leary. The best civilization on it potentially is actually Khmer that we just saw. We still have Magyars, and we still have Armenians. Armenians pretty likely Golden Stream, Magyars pretty likely Sandrift then. Then we have either Bohemians or Berbers for Golden Stream.
Who has better saves?
Maybe Golden Stream, Magyars to get all the aggression. I don't think so. But also Sandrift, Ethiopian Slav, doesn't excite me that much, honestly.
No.
I think
I'm just thinking about who has better
really
saves here, but...
I think Berber should be performing really well on Sandrift. Can wall a lot, Castle Age aggression helps out a lot. Janitor is an option, cheaper knights, cheaper camels. And it will be Sandrift. Another aggressive land map. Impossible to farm around your town center. Area in the center, not really able to be used as well. Small woodlands all around, and therefore a lot of area that you can maneuver. And we think Berbers could be good there, Magyars could be good there, with all their mobility. Slavs maybe the better option than Ethiopians?
No matter what they pick, what we want now is to see game number 7. Golden stream is what we want to see. And, oh, look at this. People is going wild.
Is he drinking or making sound? Everyone be silent! Magyars.
We need to listen.
So Magyars on Sandrift. Viper is playing aggressively, most likely opening scouts into then later CA. Wants to play the mobility card. And Leary, the best Ethiopian player in the world, with a civilization that we have not seen before. 100 food extra, 100 gold extra at the start, faster fooding archers, the master of archers. Will it be enough? Not unlikely that the Viper is going scouts plus skirmishers here. And Leary, probably crossbows, maybe some pikemen as well. Match point for the Viper, 4th spot for the grand final.
Oof, 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 oof. Let's see if he's gonna be really aggressive with Ethiopians, but Magyars are very aggressive. For sure, a scout with 14 cheaper scouts as well. Ethiopians with that extra resources, he did the double attacks, and he's going archery race, he's taking the ship. And the Viper might want to go very aggressive. Nothing to lose, he's 3-2 leading and still have one whole map.
Still one home map, but probably Leary with a better civilization there. I think this could be really aggressive. Viper pulled everything away from gold. Scout, skirm, all in. Not impossible here. Ethiopians, they want to play a really controlled game. They don't have the mobility. They want to wall themselves, but the map too open won't really happen. Viper, he will play a massive fuel age aggression here.
Yeah, and why not, right? And why not? Remember, guys, and all this area around the TC, you cannot build anything. There's two farmers. The scouts is, well, gathering information for both players. That was a... No,
Double Spearman, Archer aggression here. We already have the Archer range. Wouldn't be surprised to soon see the Viper queue up some skirmishes. Indeed, that's happening. Still doesn't have fletching. That house will actually help quite a bit. Those Spearmen and Archers typically do a lot of damage, but Viper already walled off all this area, buys himself a lot of time.
Yeah, he bought it a lot of time. Machiars is so smooth here. Like... Aren't you surprised that he picked Ethiopians? I'm not sure about this pick, but depend a lot about that great micro that Leary has. Right now, Viper, so many scouts, Leary.
Could take the engagement here if he wanted to. Low HP, Spearman, Viper, +1 attack on a scout, is taking the engagement.
He's taking all. He's killing all the Spearmen. But he lost quite some scout. I don't know if it was that worthy. He lost 2 scouts and 1 is almost dead.
Just
really low.
Stabilizes the game.
Yeah.
Right? It's not the prettiest thing ever, but at least now he can think about, okay, how can I go for aggression? Send 3 villages on gold, so will be scouts into archers most likely mixed in as well. But for now, he just needs to find more aggression. Leary with the stable. The big thing, Ethiopians don't get bloodlines, so their scouts stuck at 45 HP while the Viper can go to 65.
Which is quite a lot if they can go for a feudal aggression. He has already the +1 armor. But it's not finding any damage. But he will. It's not fully wall. He's at the back with the scouts. Those are with forging. It's going back. Regret that decision. Coming back to try to defend those skirmishes. He can't. He's gonna take it down. He see the +1. It's gonna dive in now. But everything is now walled for Leary.
Some harassment. Is not going for the harassment against the woodline there. I'm really surprised. Could have maybe done some. Oh, he wants to go for the berries. Knows that those can't be really walled in. Aggression over here. Viper's pulling his villagers away. Is trying to go for the defensive tower. Leary thinks he can defend without the defensive tower.
Yeah, and he did the +1 armor, so he's probably fine. He's gonna take a villager here. The Viper is taking 1 villager. And now in the north, we gotta see what's happening. The tower is happening for the Viper. It's covering wood and gold. I like that tower. Not being greedy. And you do the tower, you confirm that you're gonna go full feudal.
Only 2 skirmishers here, won't be the greatest damage dealers. I think they could be jumped if the scouts wanted to go for it. Spearman scaring away the scouts here. And Viper, I think he needs to run. And then with combined forces. The big question now, Viper, what's your 3rd building? Is it the 2nd stable? Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I would like to see that. Probably is gonna be the way to go. 19 farmers here, 14 for Leary. Is gonna take another building. No, he's not. They are controlling the units so well, both. Because with all this aggression, 7-5 KD with only 1 villain loss for Leary. Ooh, nice walls in the last second. And he has archers. The spears are coming. Might kill some of the archers. No, the spears are there. He needs to run away, but he's still sniping archers. They are now the scout, as you can see.
2 scouts at the same time. Yeah, and that army is not really finding the damage that he was looking for. Viper at only 12 military right now. Bit surprised that he isn't committing more. Farm setup. This is really tricky on this map.
Yeah, very tricky. He has the tower, doing a lot of farms. I don't know if he's going to make the 2nd stable, as you mentioned. For now, he is stabilized and need to go back. But when you are with the aggressive civilization, in quotes, you should want to be aggressive. And Viper doesn't have now the army to be aggressive.
Archer jump. Jumps inside the town center, can heal up now. Viper just waiting for 2 of his upgrades and then more armor, more HP, and then he wants to take the big engagement. Leary maybe thinking about Castle Age already, looking at his resources. Now Viper wants to jump already. Timing would be in 15 seconds.
He has to wait a little bit. This is good army for Leary, but the Viper will have the bloodlines. He's coming now with that army. I believe that Leary see it already that he has the bloodlines. Yes, he does. No, because it's still 1 second. And Leary, as you mentioned, on the way to Castle Age. But can happen like in the previous game. He has to be careful now.
Once he reaches Castle Age, another 100 food, another 100 gold, and the free pikeman upgrade. Viper doesn't want to be too far behind. He's going for the market himself. The scouts running around again, but Leary is walled, so that won't be a thing. Villagers trying to save themselves as well. Leary knows that he's up to Castle Age way earlier.
Yeah, he definitely knows, and that's why he's going back home. I don't know if he's wall till the edge. No. He's wall.
So. Oh, he's trying to, but that won't finish in time.
He's going in now with that volley. He knows that he's coming. He knows that he's coming. He needs to wall this fast. He needs to wall this fast. He's going to be at the... Ooh! Use the house in time. The speed is going to be there, but now he will have the army. Until Leo is completely fine. He has all the army at home. He's not going to have a problem. Need to make another palisade, saving everything. Really good play. And the archers and the scouts are there. Might lose ability, not a big deal, in my opinion, Nelly.
Yeah, absolutely fine for him. That could have been really bad if he didn't build the house there. Could have been like 8 dead villagers there easily because the army wasn't around. But walls behind this. This is really good. Viper now on the way to Castle Age himself. But Leary could still have a nice timing.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to have a no. This is close to 2 minutes. Not 2 minutes. But very, very close. He will have a lot of food and gold. Look at the resources for Leary. He's gonna make crossbow, botkin arrow. He could do tambourine if he wanted.
Ballistics, yeah. I think he's going
everything.
He will go for wild aggression. Maybe even add some camels against the...
Couple of camels. Oh, yeah, a couple of camels. You put there because he
or
has...
pikemen because you get the upgrade for free anyways.
That's true. He's doing the pikes. He's doing the light caps. Crossbow, botkin arrow, everything.
Light cap upgrade, wood upgrade.
He's doing it. He has 7 scouts.
Extra town center,
wow.
but no university.
Okay.
Extra town center.
He bought it the stone. Well, he feels that he has a lot of farming. Maybe it's not needed really, and he's not going to compete with other range units.
Viper won't have an answer. Viper won't have an answer to those scouts. He has some. He has only one spearman. That was it.
Yeah. He has to be really careful now.
This could be big. This could be big. Viper problems. He potentially has to buy himself a tower, defensive tower. Not sure if that will be enough for all those farmers to protect their way in the open.
No, it's not going to be a no. The light guys are going to be in, and now he's in trouble. The farmers are going to be very, very exposed. They are very, very exposed. Taking one delay already. Going to take more. He's having the advantage. Lee has a lot of units, and when the Krobos arrive, because they are crawling through the TC, that tower, even if it's going to be up, is going to take so many. I think we're going to have game number 7, because even if he's going to be up in castle very soon, look at the army numbers. Now he's going to take all the gold and all the farming. How you defend this, Lily?
Well, Viper's trying to go for the aggression himself, but defensive TC there for Leary, potentially another tower, but that house might be holding long enough. The TC is going up for Leary. What a great defense and a great aggression at the same time.
Oh, crazy how Leary's taking the game. Game number 7. Both players playing in use. Incredible. Incredible.
And we questioned the Civ choice, but Leary, the best Ethiopian player, and he just knows damn.
Relief. In relief, like I picked Ethiopians and I got the game. It's relief, and game number 7, Golden Spring.
Golden Spring, Armenians against either Bohemians or Berbers. That will be the big, big question mark here. And I'm not even sure, like, this is the moment where I would really like to pick the brains of both of these great players, like how they want to approach this one. I mean, it just feels like the clear, better civilization, unless we think Bohemians in the late game with Nietzsche might be the option. Man. The pressure of both of them.
Is Armenians the safest choice here, right?
Yeah. Armenians, like, they are really, really good, right? I've been saying it basically since the draft. I'm repeating myself like a broken record, that I think this should be such a massive Civ advantage. But Viper, he is such a mastermind. I'm sure he has something in store for us. It could be just another aggressive game like he did against the Armenians of Sebastian.
But what kind of aggression can be?
Scout opening into maybe Camel Archers, could be into Janitor's Knights.
It's gonna be Bohemians. It's gonna be Bohemians. It's Viper.
And playing defensively and go for his Nietzsche? It's not unreasonable because you're contesting the center there.
I mean, with that civilization, you can take the water with that.
Yeah, Nietzsche can actually kill most of the water. Not unreasonable. And can they pressure you before?
And he can do hand cannoneers in Castle Age. Stop that.
Yeah, you're not really facing anything that will be...
I mean, I want to see Bohemians.
I want to see Bohemians.
I'm not telling that it's going to be the best pick, but maybe if we see Bohemians, he has something for us, for the crowd, and for himself.
Man.
How is the people feeling about this series? How is the people feeling about this series? They're focused. They are super, super focused.
Oh, the chatting. They are discussing the draft as well, what they want to see. Maybe Leary just throws in slavs.
And we see the crowd here, but how is the people on Twitch? On YouTube, in all the channels.
I think they're doing fine.
They're doing fine, right?
They have to be fine, getting such a beautiful show delivered.
You prefer Germany for the castle or Spain?
I prefer Spain.
Really?
But don't tell the Spanish. Don't tell the Germans.
Nobody knows. I muted when I was talking to you.
Okay.
Golden String, guys, is going to be, we're going to see now the civilizations very, very soon. And the best series we could get, we're getting it.
Absolutely. Though they are delivering. Viper with his wrist protection there, he is playing 100% there. No issues at all, just wants to protect it.
Obviously, they both want to win, but they have to be enjoying this.
Yeah. Both.
You know?
Yeah. Especially like Leary, like he, even after, like he has a bad run against Hera in finals, for example, like that were not in the Red Bull Wololo tournaments. And he was always like, okay, it went 5-4, it was a great set. I'm happy with what show we put on there. But
I'm nervous, man.
Is Viper still thinking
nervous
about this? Berbers or Bohemians? On a map where early aggression is tricky because the distance is so long. Maybe stable opening, 3 TCs.
In this kind of situation, it's important that the navy from Berbers is also faster.
I think the water is too short.
That's secondary, just for control.
Maybe for demos, that could be a slight issue, but for the galleons or fires, not a thing. And look at that beautiful thing.
Now I understand why you prefer Spain. And the weather we have here, you know.
Oh yeah.
You know, look at my clothes, you know. And
I'm looking at your guns, man.
You are smart. But are they starting? We want them to start. Come on. Come on.
I think it makes a lot of sense to just give them a bit of time to think this matchup through. There's so much on the line. One single best of one decides if you're finishing in the semi-final or your dream is still alive.
Don't be shy. Say hello to
for the
camera.
Red Bull Wololo Grand Final.
Okay.
Lots of tissues used. Want to keep the hands dry.
They are just calming down. It's this other, you know. They have to be with a lot of adrenaline as well.
Yeah.
So they want to let's chill a little bit, and then we put everything for game number 7. And not a super long series.
True.
I mean, we are in game 7.
Longer than the one before.
Well, it was easy. But game number 7, very aggressive games.
Yeah, true.
All of them.
We had some 11-minute game with the Sicilians.
Yeah. But Imperial, we got Imperial, yes, but not Imperial battles.
True.
Yeah. Has been early Imp games. Game over.
Yeah. This could
Pure
be
Empire Wars.
Yeah, this could be the longest fight in Imp.
No, this game can be longer than the whole series. And go for the time limit. Can you imagine that? Well,
I can.
In this kind of match,
this
it
map,
can happen.
It is one of the stalemate ones, yeah. Leary against ACCM was incredibly long, for example, there. And it feels like they are typing that they are ready. Leary, he's getting closer to the screen. People enjoying the show. Is that, I think that's...
I know that all. I took a picture with her.
Isn't that the sister of Teto?
No. But
okay. Oopsie. okay, my bad.
Okay.
Oh, Berbers the approach.
Makes sense.
I would love to see Bohemians.
Yeah, me too.
But it will be Berbers. And Armenians on the other side.
Ooh.
Oh man.
We're getting guys ready to rumble. Game number 7. Decided game. Last game from this semi-final. Leary 3. The Viper 3. Armenians, Berbers. Both opening with the double attacks. And is stable for the Viper. Leary is stable as well, Nearly? Stable as well.
He has to. Otherwise he will give up too much of the map control. We'll just basically let Viper play the game that he wants to. Okay, let's quickly go through the civilizations. Berbers, well, cheaper, stable units there in Castle Age with the Knights, with the Camels. Camel Archer, crazy unit against Cavalry Archers that we are not going to see, but also faster moving ships. Those are the options there. Also the Genitors, a skirmisher on a horse. On the other side, Armenians. They can build a monastery that generates a relic for them and their wood upgrades. Double the efficiency. So not only plus 20 wood, but instantly plus 40 wood for the fuel upgrade, for the castle upgrade. And since we want to go for that much water, it makes sense to get that much wood early on.
Which is amazing that you mentioned, because thinking on economy upgrades, economy bonus for Berbers, not many. But let's see first, because there is going to be a Belair down. No, he has the heal advantage. He need to go away. Spirit now to scout inside. Leary need to wall. He has nothing. Belair down.
Berber villagers moving a bit faster, helpful in those moments there if he gets the raids. Leary with the Armenians just pulls those away.
Ooh, Leary horse collar also.
Ooh, atypical.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised about that.
Okay, wants to go for the really boomy game then. He's adding some more farms. Neither player really going for a dock here, although there's so much water on this map. Viper stops the scout production, same for Leary, so both will play with 3. Uh-oh, exposed villager.
Yeah.
On both sides.
There's a spear. It's gonna be fine. The thing here is that he need to take any risk here, Leary. In theory, he has the better civilization for the late game, no?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Armenians, we feel if it's a water battle, they should absolutely win here. They have Dromans, that's basically mangle of the water. They have another unique tech which makes all of their ships so much stronger. The pure water battle will always go in favor of Armenians.
Mangones or trebuchet because they're crazy, those Dromans. Anyway, scouts are still going around. You can see how they are trying to control the units.
Uh-oh.
Totally not a single unit lost yet. There is a palisade gate. Leary will lose those scouts. Most likely they are trapped.
Some damage.
Or not.
Oh,
if they are trapped, it's fully walled.
Avoided those really nice. I think if I'm Viper, just send those scouts back and try to clear up the scouts of Leary.
Oh, it's
make a lot
open.
of sense.
No, it's walled. It's walled till the edge of the map, okay.
Okay.
The Viper is about to go up. Leary is not too far, not using the market.
Viper is using the market quite a bit now.
Yeah, Viper, yes, but not Leary. He is not using the market. And
Neither player is selling the stone, so indicating that they want to go for the 3 town center approach here. Makes a lot of sense. Tough to find a lot of damage here early in Castle Age.
Here going to Castle Age is earlier is not as important as in the previous games. I mean, he's gonna be up now. Leary, so no damage at all. It's okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if Leary adds another scout once he clicked up to Castle Age, because he can easily die to Castle Age all in by Berbers with the sneaky siege workshop.
Okay. Let's see what he's gonna do. He's doing gold mining upgrade. Sorry.
Also 20%
doing more
better.
spears. The same upgrade for the Viper, doing almost the same. Scout and spears, still not a single unit loss. He might lose eventually those scouts, but he's being annoying. He keep the Viper at home.
Yeah. Oh, clicked outside a bit there. Taking another hit. And we'll be fine. And there we see the scout of Leary now. And you can see the pathing. He will scout on the left-hand side and the right-hand side of his base. And that's the villager. That's the villager he wanted to spot.
Yeah, and he did it. You were mentioning about that sneaky one, and he see it. Let's see the Viper is going to be able to kill that spearman. Yes, he will, but the scouts for the Viper is also coming. I mean, he might do the same strategy he wanted, but now Lewis knows.
Needs to wall in this villager pretty soon. Scout around. Yeah, waltz him in, or waltz her in.
He walled the villager, all fine, but he stopped the potential aggression.
Yeah, at least it's fully scouted, and I think Viper will just realize, okay, this will be scouted. Either send a villager at the right-hand side, or just go 3 TC.
Yeah, well, we're gonna find out in a moment. Doing the extra TC right away. 2 tons of this extra.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, and Leary should probably do the same, knowing, okay, at least the immediate threat of aggression is avoided for now. Well, he's surrounding her with spearmen. What's happening?
And pikeman upgrade.
Oh, that she doesn't build the siege workshop.
Yes.
Out of it. That's so smart.
So smart because he could do then Scorpions, be annoying. 1 ton center extra. He's going to make the 2nd ton center extra as well. And with very similar approach, 3 TCs, but we don't see the 30th TC yet. 20 farmers.
Yeah, 30C could be coming in there. That's extra gold next to the wood line. And pikeman upgrade, Mim. That's a big investment.
Yeah, because he doesn't really know what the Viper is doing, what is going to be the approach. I mean, if he's going, since he see the villager forward, right, he's going all aggressive. Knights, you know, that berbers are cheaper, so he wants to be safe.
Yeah, the thing is, though, against a full knight all-in, Armenians can actually build halberdiers in Castle Age.
Oof.
So that won't be the best approach, and that's why Viper, he is actually happy with the big investment that he sees from Leary. Now we see the first relic in the fortified church, and Viper, 3 TCs against 2 TCs, and a really slow 2nd TC. He has to be happy with this.
Yeah, it's doing now. He's going to make it now. On the goal is a good one. 2 villages ahead for the Viper, and the game for now is boom. It's a boom game, as we expected, kinda.
Yeah, now the question is if Leary, since he already attacked the pikes, maybe he wants to go for the siege workshop and try to go for the aggression.
Okay. Yeah, especially when he doesn't see any kind of aggression, right? So just go forward. Also, the monks are a lot better for Armenians, so he could go some kind of monk rush with siege.
would be an option. It's not really the Leary playstyle though.
Yes.
And also he knows that there's a lot of light cav already on the map, and therefore typically you try to avoid going for mass monks.
Yeah, but since he has spikes, unlike that himself, he could avoid it. You know, he could counter more or less easily. Anyway, is a hold there? No, it's not a hold, but he's about to overchop for sure. On the left and on the right. 30C is still not up yet. That's why Viper is getting more and more advantage, Nelly. That 3TC was so quick for the Snake.
Yeah, now the question is, Viper, 40C maybe, tries to jump for this, but Pikeman around. Oh, this will be costly.
Well, it's always worth it to take the Monk.
Loses only one. That's fine for him. Absolutely fine for the Viper. Gets out of there, gets a lot of information for himself as well.
Well, it seems that we're going to have in this series everything. Super quick games, middle castle age, and the post-imperial game that we were claiming for.
This could be the really long one. And that's why we see so much fight for the relics as well, because both players know, okay, this game is not ending in castle age, this game is not ending in early imperial age, this game is going super long. Limited gold around our bases, and we have to take a big look at the main gold in the center as well. That will be the area that we are fighting for in the long run, and all the water control will matter there. Both players thinking about, okay, we maybe want to go for some unique units. Both players on stone already.
And what will you do? Will you do with this 800 gold in the bank that Leary has? Balance the economy, 40C, going monks that we were talking, because well, right now he's doing the bloodlines and more monks. Maybe he's gonna keep going booming, and at the point that he has the food, he will balance, right? Maybe it doesn't have to do anything right now.
Yeah, I think maybe just use those villages on gold if they're around the town center to build some more farms. Market use not really needed right now. I don't think like anything immediate that you can build will really pay off. And you see the Viper just getting the resources better on the map. Look at how low his res are compared to Leary's.
Yeah, but he's using everything.
4th CC.
Yeah, 4 town center. He's going for the crazy boom. He has 7 villages on the queue, so 8 villages more. Doesn't have wheelbarrow. Hand card already for Leary.
Big difference, big difference. And we mentioned that earlier, how Leary and
efficient, right?
The Viper, Leary and Hera are the ones going for those upgrades a bit earlier. Viper's trying to jump here. This will be tricky. I think there's too many pikemen. Viper might be misjudging this fight, is thinking better of it, will lose his own monks. And this was a disaster for the Viper. Has to fall back. That's the end of all his monks.
Yeah, and there is one thing that I like a lot from Leary. Not only that he did the hand card, look at how many villages on stone.
Yeah.
Already, and he took a really big battle. His economy is just gonna explode right now with this hand card. 1,000 gold, having the stone. He's about to just make the buildings and gonna go up to Imperial. He's gonna have the time and the momentum. No village on gold for the Viper. Now taking the second relic. He has one already, and this is the second. Well, fortified charge. It's for Armenians give you 1 extra. So this position looks smooth for Leary. Really great position.
But he still doesn't want to go for aggression. Monk!
It's
nice.
gone.
Ooh, and the relic jumped into the other direction. Maybe the spot where both players could start thinking about adding a dock. Some demos could be really nice here. Added there for sure. That light cav trying to protect it. And the castle in the center. And Leary, look at the resources. Not far away from him. But he's missing a second building.
No, he's doing on the left. He's doing there on the left. There you go. That's the university. He's going to have the building. He's going to kill those light cavs. He's forcing him to go back. And in a moment, as soon as he make... Oh my god, another monk down. And probably another one. The Viper is just picking all the monks. It's his goal in this game. Kill all the monks. Okay. Imperial Age. For Leary, but he has almost 20 villages less. But I don't mind too much, because he has hand card, and now he's doing the halberdiers and get the map control.
He's getting halberdiers, plus he will have all the map control in the center. What are you doing against like 3 Dromans protected by halberdiers? They will kill all of your front. Viper will have to do damage at the sides.
I mean, you can do bomber cannons, hand cannoneers, with berbers.
And look at that, Viper. He realizes he will move around. There will be a castle on the side of Leary.
He's going to ignore the water.
Oh boy.
He's going to ignore the water. He's going for the masterpiece. He's going to make the castle. Do you see those 3? If you see the Woodlands, I don't know. Viper point of view. Let's see. There. In that hill or between those woodlines.
Oh,
I will do it.
So good. That would be so good. But how is Viper defending the frontal push? Isn't he like completely dying the front here?
Does he need? If you go and kill his base?
2 traps, some Harbiers? Yeah,
well,
how is he killing the base though? This will be tricky.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh boy, this could be kind of a base race scenario, something we don't see too often in Age of Empires. Uh-oh, Lightcap are in!
Lightcap in, he's gonna lose the monks. This is terrible. He overchopped. The hole is there. He's gonna kill more villains, and the castle is definitely out of position. He's trying to kill in front. This is a really tricky position for the Snake, who did the crazy comeback, but you have to complete that comeback. And Leary is in a great position now to take this game. What do you think? Is still 16 villains behind.
Yeah, but Halberdier, I think like the map position is just so much better for him. That is a nice sneaky attack, will get to the stone, can pressure all these areas, but Leary, he's not that reliant on the wood over here, not reliant on the gold at all, and those light caps, they will be stopped against the Halberdiers eventually. The attack switch is already coming in for Leary with the crossbows pretty soon as well, is thinking about Arbalest after that. And Viper, I'm still struggling to see how he's defending the main push in the center.
Yeah, it's so tricky, and also it's crazy to have the halberdiers already there. Those light caps which is gonna melt, so you need few at home, and he's not gonna be able to really raid. He's coming now with the halves. The archers are coming. It's gonna be +3. He has nothing at home. He's doing the archery range.
Janitors, skirmishers maybe. One of the two has to be the answer. Goes for some camel archers at the right-hand side.
It's so tricky position. He doesn't have even bot king yet, so he will need to do some damage in front. Second castle forward.
Wow.
Taking the stone there. He's just all in on that situation. He knows that he's in a tricky position. Triple the army for Leary. He's gonna make at least skirmishes. Goes out mining. Let's see. The halves and the archers are now taking so many farmers. The Viper is in a really tough position here. And Leary is coming, as you mentioned, now with the traps. And he has nothing to defend at home.
0 skirmishers has Bracer. Chemistry on the way. Those skirmishers, they will need a lot of upgrades. Look at that. Only Botkin now first armor. Like, even if you send in like 8 elite skirmishers with those upgrades, they still die to this.
Yeah, they need the +3, but he's not expecting this. Viper's score is still ahead. Viper's score is still ahead, which is not the most important at this stage. It's only 22 minutes, but well, it matters. And Arbalest, this is going to be down. You need the +3. Doesn't have the resources. With the skirmishes fully upgraded, he might defend.
Yeah. Bracer now on the way, but it just needs to run as well. I don't think Viper really wants to take this engagement before he has the upgrades. Maybe thinks he can take the fight, but Leary is already taking skirmishers numbers a bit lower.
Yeah, but in the north, he's also now taking TCs as well. Both are attacking each other. He might be kind of confused. What is he doing here? Why he's attacking me from here? Go away.
That's not how it's being supposed to play it. I wanted to play the water fight here, but Viper is completely ignoring the water, playing on land twice.
Yes, he's doing exactly that. Now those skirmishes are enough, Nelly. I don't know what you think. He's doing +3, doing the chemistry, 60. And after chemistry, bomber cannons, and he's pushing from there, ignoring the middle completely.
This is incredible, how Viper is approaching this. But he has a slight advantage now. He's taking down all the crossbows. He's pushing over here. Can the Viper do this? This is madness.
Well, he's ignoring the middle. The trebuchets are coming. Look at the camel archers expanding more economy. He has a stone to drop a castle, probably now at home, and then he stabilized completely. I don't know if you will do the castle there. This is crazy. It's holding with a strategy we have not seen before. Ignoring in this golden stream completely the water.
I think he needs to build some archer ranges here as well, though. That's just such a good approach right now over there. Yeah, and some skirmishes there. And that castle will help out quite a bit, while we already have 3 traps around. More ranges than Viper's economy really paying off. He has so many eco upgrades, he has so many villagers. He can produce for days.
He can do it. He has 1,000 stone. I don't know when he's gonna make the other castle. Maybe now he will try to get back the middle, because Leary is trying finally to defend, and he's gonna be probably kinda distracted in the middle. You can see the Snake, 180 population, 20 villages more coming away from his base, and now the Snake is exploding in the score because it's all the upgrades. And what is happening here?
This is so clever. Fight on the left-hand side against all this army there. Halberdiers ready to clear this one up. Nice engagement here for Leary. Viper tries to make something happen. Skirm numbers not there yet.
Not there. He has not enough skirmishes. Those camel archers might probably die. The Halberdiers will try to help to kill those trebuchets, but this is the problem now for Armenians. They are limited in this kind of situations. They don't have bomber cannons, they don't have great units to counter this one, and now it's coming from the left with the skirmishes. Will take more and more economy. Population is the different. It's coming with more skirmishes. Those arbalists are not going to be enough, Nelly.
Uh-oh, 3 traps. They will move forward. So many idle villagers here for Leary as well. This will be extremely tricky for him. 22 idols right now. The skirmishers are really good against those arbalest. Soon the last armor upgrades coming. Bombard cannons that we already mentioned. Such a nice addition. Another trap coming. The raid at the left-hand side. The Vipers making life hell for Leary.
But look what he's doing. He's doing the castle on the left. He's getting kind of sandwiched his base. He's still ignoring the middle. He's taking the castle. Gonna take the castle on the left as well. And those Rewitched army numbers dropping and dropping. The Viper is pushing all over the map now, ignoring the middle.
170 population against 140. The only option for Leary would be against those skirms to go for champions, but he doesn't have the food economy. He will lose the castle at the right-hand side. That's so much exposed economy for him.
The castle is now, he keeps coming. He's trying to go infantry. He knows that he has the middle, and maybe using the market, he can do the job. Infantry, is infantry a good option? Don't think so, because then immediately he can do also hand cannoneers. And another castle.
Or just the camel archers. Viper, he's continuing to push from here. Soon Leary will run out of gold, it looks like. The main town center now under threat as well. Add some of those composite bowmen, but they won't be that great against that amount of skirmishers.
The schemes are fully upgraded. The bombard cannons are there. Trebuchets as well. The TC is gonna be down. Leary has no base. Leary has no base. No farmers, no wood, no nothing, only gold. The Viper has crazy population advantage, and he's gonna be completely cornered. His base is gonna be the middle.
We will see a water map played without any single ship being built. Absolute brutality here. The Viper, the absolute mastermind here. How he's playing this one through. Skirmishers are pushing composite bowmen, obviously ignoring the armor of those skirmishers. Now Leary forced into elite skirmishers himself, but the Viper still popped him and he's continuing to push.
Yeah, he's pushing completely. He's now gonna switch into Hazard probably. He's doing the scale bar in armor. You can see the traps are coming, and the population keeps dropping more and more, Thundering now for the Viper. He's gonna be able to make this crazy comeback in this series. Was 2-0 down. He went 3-2 ahead. Then Leary did a great game, number 6. And in this one, when it was looking all good for Leary, the Viper did another new strategy, another masterpiece. And probably with this population advantage, Leary is taking the game.
Just understanding his winning conditions to perfection. 120 population against Div Limit. Viper will go into the Red Bull Wololo El Reinado finals against Terra.
What an incredible series, Nelly, with crazy strategies. And the Viper, 4-3 against Leary in an incredible series. Best series of the tournament.
And we will let the crowd speak for itself. Feels like the person with the most experience in Age of Empires 2 is getting overwhelmed by this crowd.
He said wow.
Yeah.
I think he said wow. Well, I'm not very good with the lips, but this time it was kind of obvious.
What an emotional moment there. And Leary, absolutely incredible there.
Well, that was for the Viper for the win, but I think Leary did an incredible tournament. This is the kid, Leary, with a great performance as well. As you can see, the crowd, the recognitions he deserves.
What a great set. Has to be heartbreaking, obviously, and he is thanking the crowd. Feel a bit bad for Leary.
Yeah.
Well, he could have made it into the finals as well. What a crazy performance by him as well. We said Hera, Viper, Leary, top 3 in the world right now, and they delivered with an incredible set.
No doubt about it. I mean, crazy series with crazy strategies, and we're gonna see what the Viper has to say to Soren.
Thank you so much. Yeah, once again, give it up for our second finalist, the Viper. And what an incredible match this was. So there's a few things I really want to talk about. First of all, I want to talk about map 4. It was the one map that got you back into the game. You tied up the series, and you did so with a Sicilian Donjon Rush. But with the idled TC, that took us all by surprise. It was very exciting to watch. Can you maybe talk about what went into cooking up this masterpiece?
Yes, I cannot take credit for this masterpiece, unfortunately. ACCM, I'm not sure if he's in crowd right now, but ACCM, where's ACCM? Up here? Yeah. ACCM told me about a strategy from the qualifier for Red Bull Wear Barls. So we have to applause for Barls as well. Barls did a strategy in the qualifier where essentially did exactly what I did. And I didn't know about it, and ACCM told me about it, so I was like, I'm just gonna go for it. If it works, it works. If not, if not. But yeah, it was perfect.
It was. It was so exciting to watch. The crowd went wild, rightfully so. Now, you were down in the series though, 0-2, and then you started to claw your way back in, finding yourself on match point once as well. What adjustment did you make? Also, what went through your head when you were down in the series?
Yeah, I felt I got off to a little bit of a slow start, so it was a bit disappointing. But after I was down 2-0, I was like, I just need a win on the board to try and like get some confidence back. And that's where I went for what I think was my best pick, Cumans. And even that was very close, but it worked out in the end. So yeah, just got that win on the board, and then I could start playing more freely, and it worked out fine.
Well, and with that, you also treated us to a 5-mapper. I couldn't have asked for a better thing to end our semifinals with. On this last map, though, at what point in that map did you decide to give up water?
It was kind of my plan from the start. I knew his civ was based on taking the water early imp, so for me it's like just get a control on his side of the half, so I can put some land pressure. And yeah, I mean, like that game pretty much went perfect for me, so everything went as according to plan.
Perfect. Now, one last question. You're finding yourself in the grand final here, and your opponent, the person standing in the way of that very generous payday of $45,000 is going to be Hera. In your current form, and from what you've seen from him in this event, how do you feel like you guys stack up?
Yeah, Hera is obviously very tough. I think I will have to step it up even more to be able to beat him tomorrow. So all the pressure on him, right? I'm going to show up, do my best. I haven't had the best results against him lately, so gotta try to turn that trend. So yeah, I'm just going to show up, do my best, and make the best one win.
We'll find out tomorrow. The Viper, thank you so much for joining me once again. Give it up for the Viper.
Viper there after that stunning victory. I tell you what, Leary made him work for it, but at the end of the day, the Viper makes it back to another Red Bull Wololo Grand Final. Welcome back to the Analyst Chamber here. My name's Reinado and I'm joined by Jordan. Jordan, we're going to take our time here. We've got so much to unpack. We've got so much to talk about when it comes to what we've just seen. We can still hear the crowd going mental as Viper presumably makes his way out of the main area. But first of all, your thoughts overall from this set, from this series, as we see Viper eating up the atmosphere down there. Geordie, he's a friend of yours, a former teammate of yours. Talk us through how this series went for him.
It was just super good for him, right? I mean, Larry and Viper, they have long experience already. They have played so many very important tournament games already against each other. If you're thinking about the last Red Bull tournaments, Red Bull 5 where they faced in the final, they went to the final game as well. Then we had Red Bull 6 where they faced in the quarterfinal and Viper lost there, so it was kind of a 1-1. Mm-hmm. And today, Viper and Larry, they showed such a great performance. We had such a pleasure watching this event there, and yeah, it was just a blessing to be part of that.
It really was. Like, we're obviously giving full credit to Leary for putting up a hell of a fight, and look, win, lose or draw between these two blokes, we knew the sparks were going to fly. We certainly got our money's worth today, but let's dive in, right, and let's talk about each one of these matches here. We're going to go through them all, kicking things off with game number 1. This is Vietnamese versus Lithuanians on Isus. This was a game that Leary won. Of course, he got off to a great start, 2-0. We saw him take to the Castle Age with the Knights plus Skirm combination, facing off against a Viper who is more focused on eco, building out to Knights and CA. What are your thoughts on these compositions, and is there one that has a clear advantage?
So I would say I would phrase it like Viper often does. It depends. Like both army compositions are extremely strong and are to be considered the strongest in Castle Age. It depends heavily on the civilization as well, right? So Vietnamese, you want to go for the CA there, adding knights to combat the skirms. And Lithuanians, they have the bonus on the skirmishers, so Lithuanians wants to focus on that. So in this case, Leary, I felt like was focusing a little bit more on army, while Viper was focusing a little bit more on economy. And I often tell him, Viper, you often get in a bad position because of your underproducing, and that was kind of a example for that. And Leary also gaining 4 relics with Lithuanians, just like a thing you cannot really recover if the economy is good.
Supercharging his knights and able to pick up a massive bonus as a result. So it was a great result for Leary in game number 1. Similarly in game number 2, some early scout damage from Leary paid dividends. And what really stood out to me in that game was his counterattacks, right? The Viper tried to get into the game, stage some aggressive raids, that sort of thing. Maybe take control of the middle of the map, but it just didn't come together for him. And it was Leary's counterattacks that I think really got him the game.
Yeah, 100%. The counterattacks were just on point by Leary, and that's one of the, I would say, hardest things to manage, because Viper was also getting a lot of aggression going on Leary's map with Siege and other army, and Leary, he managed to defend with the least army possible while using his light cav to really go for devastating raids on Viper's base, and that was just too much for Viper to handle, as we can see here, defending very, very nicely here, and those light cavs, they just had a field day on Viper's base.
Really entertaining as well. We all love it. Look at it. We love a siege duel like this, and the crowd was they were on their feet at this point. We love to see play like this. So really masterful stuff from Leary after game number 2. He would have been feeling very confident at 2-0. But we can talk about game number 3 here. This was played on Depression. It was between the Cumans and the Hindustanis. Viper said that it was very important for him to get on the board, get the confidence back up. And that's what happened. He took advantage of the Cuman bonus, a lot of production out of early production buildings. Really, really strong start for him. Talk to me though about Leary's decision to go double stable instead of the more typical range.
Yeah, it's very interesting, because usually if that's the case and your opponent has scouts, archers, you want to opt in to have an archer range for building skirms. So it was a bit of a deviation by Leary. It felt like it worked fine for him. He's not taking any damage by the early pressure from humans, and we went into a very stable Castle Age game there.
We saw in game 3 Viper get on the board. As we mentioned, this was his first win. He talked about the importance of getting himself on the scoreboard. But I tell you what, when it comes to our next game, game number 4, this was the highlight of the set, as we see some of the final images here from game number 3. But game number 4 is the one that I really want to talk about. This was the closing moment in game number 2. We saw the Viper just mopping up Leary's eco in the back line, and that was that. But game number 4, the masterpiece. Jordan.
Yes.
The masterpiece. Sicilians versus Romans on June Springs. This was obviously something that Viper gave credit to ACCM for cooking up. What a joy to watch something like this unfold. Talk us through what happened, the Sicilian Donjon Rush.
It was interesting, because yesterday when I hopped on the bus, Viper was sitting there and, Jordan, I have a secret strategy. If I play against Leary, I want to use it. And I was like, okay, tell me.
Yeah.
And he was telling me about it, and I was like, it makes sense, right? There is potential for it. And I was telling him, I feel like the only thing which could really counter it hard could be a fast castle with monk follow-up. I don't see really knights working there. And we saw both of them rushing to Castle Age so quickly. And it felt like the fact that the dungeon pushed away the Shortfish villager was just too much for Leary to handle.
Yeah, and we've seen the power of the Sicilians just in regular random map games in the past, and they really put on a show here. That was masterful. I really enjoyed game 4.
That was my favorite.
As I'm sure everyone did. Yeah, certainly the highlight of the series there. We can continue now exploring Viper's 3rd consecutive win. He went to 3-2 in game number 5, playing the Khmer against the Portuguese on casts. Now, you pointed out to me when I was asking about this game the fact that it was the timing, Viper's timing, that won him this game. Talk to us more about the way that Viper chose to execute his game plan, taking advantage of Leary at his most vulnerable.
It's kind of how the civs play out, right? With Portuguese, they have the discount on their military units on gold, and with the crossbows following up with Arbalest and Imperial Age, they have very strong timing as well. So that's what Leary is aiming for, and that's something which is so typical for him. We have known him doing that for 4 years or 5 years, right? So he's the best of the best in doing that. But Viper with Chimera, you wanna opt for the stronger cast stage, because then you can also expend more on the economy side of things. And that's exactly what he was doing, and he hit the perfect timing, because Leary was on his way to Imperial Age. He invested 1,800 resources, which he was not using on the field, right? So that timing he was vulnerable, and Viper, he utilized that timing perfectly, and he had such a massive army coming, streaming through the map, and he was hitting Leary perfectly. Like Leary, the only chance he defends there is a castle. If he has a castle there, he wins the game.
Because then he can bridge the gap to get to Imperial, where he can then utilize the power spike that Imp gives you. But as it was, he'd essentially just incinerated 1,800 resources for no benefit, because he never managed to take it down.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the timing there from Viper was what kind of... Yeah. All right. Game number 6 now. Huge game for Leary, because obviously Viper now on match point. He wins one more and that's it. It's all over, Red Rover. But instead, Leary got up. He dug deep and he managed to equalise at 3-3. Magyars versus Ethiopians. Leary winning with the Ethiopians on Sanddrift. And again, this was a little bit about timing in a different way. Leary was the first to Castle Age, and he was able to... Are we calling it a snowball, or is he was just able to utilise the advantages that you get from clicking up to Castle with a massive crossbows pushed into very open farming?
Yeah, snowball I think is the perfect term here. The tricky thing about this map is, and that's the unique thing about this map specifically, is that you are not able to farm around the TC. And if you're not able to do so, you're very exposed. So you really want to have the map control with army. And Leary with Ethiopians, you're a little bit faster because you have the extra resource on Fuel Age. And Leary, I mean, that's something he has been doing so often already with Ethiopians especially. He hit the perfect timing, and then he just enters with crossbows, and like Viper was just 1 minute later than him, and that's enough.
That was enough.
Right? His entire farm economy was idled, and that's it.
Really interesting to see the contrasts in the timings between Game 5 and Game 6, giving either player a win. But at 3-3, we couldn't have asked for a better result for these players. We wanted to see them put through their paces, and I tell you what, we certainly did. Game number 7, it all came down to this. This was Berbers versus Armenians on Golden Stream. Viper ultimately winning, of course, with the Berbers. He mentioned in the interview he wasn't really interested in water, particularly against the Armenians. An unsurprising perspective. Jordan, what do you think of that assessment?
The thing is, Armenians might be, with Vikings, the strongest civilization here in terms of water, because of their economical advantage regarding the faster wood count, and their ships are also a little bit stronger, so it's not a good choice to go against Armenians on this map in terms of water. So Viper has done the perfect decision. He fully abandoned water, says, okay, you're Armenians, you can take the middle, you can take the gold, enjoy. I will expand on your base, and I will build up my fortress there in order to push you, and that's exactly what he did there, and that's what won him the game.
Well, while we were watching this match, Jordan, you characterised this castle placement, this push that Viper made as all in, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't hoping to gain territory with those castles. He wasn't looking for positional advantage or map control. He was essentially building production building, right? He wanted to tread push right into Leary's base. And the way that you put it to me was, if this fails, he loses.
Yeah.
There's no coming back from this all-in play.
Exactly, because if he loses that land, then all of a sudden between Viper's land and Leary's land there is water, and obviously Leary would have taken the water. He has the entire gold in the middle. There's no way Viper can win from that position, right? So it was an all-in, all or nothing, and Leary, I felt like he didn't scout it in time. He was caught by surprise. I think after the second castle has been built, he caught an eye on that, and that's usually a bad timing, because he was investing in a forward aggression, which didn't really help him so much, because he didn't have any siege to follow it up. So Viper was defending with skirms only. He didn't have to take care of any siege, and on the other side, Leary had everything against him there, and Viper just took advantage of that.
An incredible result for Viper. Commiserations to Leary, knocked out of this tournament, as indeed was Hart earlier. Hera taking things out in the first semi-final, a clean 4-0 sweep. But Geordie, here's what we're looking at when it comes to our grand final now. With Hera winning and with Viper winning, these two have done exceptionally well. I don't believe they haven't lost a set so far, and this means that we will see them tomorrow in a best of 9. Jordan, that's going to be a test for both of these players. Is it fair to say still Hera the clear favourite? What does Viper have to do to challenge that?
So in order to answer the first question, I think Hera is going to be the favorite, especially if it's a longer series, because I feel like Hera's stamina is the best from all the players, so that's a little bit of an advantage there. And I think Viper really has to think about very good strategies today, because
and this is the thing with Viper when it comes to strategy.
Yeah.
7 out of 10.
7 out of 10.
7 out of 10.
Exactly.
Exactly right. So this is a bit of an issue for him, but no, more seriously, I'm sure he's going to bring, as he said, he's going to do his best and see how the cookie crumbles. It's going to be a test for both players. These are world-class players. This is one of the greatest players of all time versus the current greatest player. So Jordan, we're in for a hell of a show tomorrow.
It's going to be amazing. I'm looking forward for tomorrow, and we see both of the best players of this tournament facing each other. So it will always be a treat seeing those two match against each other.
Well, thanks for your perspective, Jordan. Right now, it's my pleasure to tell you that I've had the chance to walk the parapets of this castle show at the weekend. I've got a great love of history, and I thought, why not share some of the things that I observed on the walls of this castle with the viewers. So here's a short piece I shot earlier about how a castle might be defended from its battlements.
Now I've got a real treat for you, my friends. You're not going to believe your luck, because it's time to talk about parapets, battlements, merlons and embrasures. Up here on the top of a castle wall, there are lots of defensive elements that make the defense of a castle much easier than they would be otherwise. A battlement like this one would typically have a parapet, a wall, as you can see, divided with embrasures or gaps filled with merlons, the things that you could use to hide behind. And the reason that these walls are crenellated in this way with these embrasures is that you would use these gaps to either fire a weapon, a bow, a crossbow, what have you, or just chuck a rock down at people below and quickly take cover in case the enemies below were firing back at you. You could ready your next attack, or, find another rock to drop on the heads of the poor buggers below. As typical as these elements are of defensive medieval buildings like castles, they also became very architecturally fashionable. And a lot of the times when you see things like crenellations in many buildings, they don't serve any practical function, they're more decorative. But hey, whether practical or not, you can't argue that these defensive elements of a castle are an iconic piece of medieval architecture and make castles the spectacular buildings that we all know them to be.
Welcome back to the Analyst Chamber here. I've got the great pleasure to be joined now by Zoe. Zoe, thanks for coming and hanging out with us up here.
Of course.
We are just big chilling, right? We're having a great time up here.
Yes.
The villagers bring us some freshly gathered berries as well, so we're having a great time. We can sort of get ready to set things up now for the next and final stage of the day's proceedings, Age of Empires 4. So let's talk through what we're about to see here, and I'd like to hear from you a few more details about some of the players, because I know you've followed the careers of one of these players in particular quite closely. So we've got MarineLord facing off against PuppyPaw. This is a $30,000 match, the total prize pool, played off against 5 individual games. MarineLord, from France, the former or reigning Red Bull Wololo champion, over $220,000 in winnings for this bloke. And his opponent, PuppyPaw from Canada, he made the top 8 last time and has won around 50 grand across his career. But what further details can you give us about these two blokes and what they'll be bringing when it comes to this game? Perhaps their experience, their history together.
Yeah. There's actually a lot to talk about with those particular two players. And if you're looking at the individuals here first, MarineLord obviously going way back, spanning over different kind of games with his experience in the competitive esports scene. And I think stuff like that, if you're at a LAN event in conditions that you might not just be used to as a regular old player in a castle in the middle of the night, stuff like that can actually come into play. If we're looking at the history from both of these players in general, they faced off against each other quite a few times. MarineLord usually came out on top of these bouts. He has a 75% win rate currently. However, if we're just looking at them playing this very year, it's actually the other way around. It seems like PuppyPaw has his number. He won the last 3 matches. Granted, they only played 5 matches over the span of this year, but they went in favor of PuppyPaw more often than not. So big question, and they played very recently. End of August was their last bout against each other, and that went the distance. But PuppyPaw came out on top. So I feel like for MarineLord especially, there will be a lot to prove today.
It's an interesting dynamic between these two players then, because obviously both of them, a lot of experience playing Age of Empires 4, a lot of them succeeding pretty well. You can see here Puppy saying, no, not today, MarineLord, it's not happening. And I like the confidence from this young bloke as well, because he's got every reason to be confident, Zoe, if what you're saying about his current record, if this is to continue, right, as you say, he's got MarineLord's number. So MarineLord, clearly on paper, the more dominant player from a historical standpoint, a lot of experience under his belt, under the bright lights of a feature match era stage, or what have you. But PuppyPaw, a real challenger here against the reigning champion.
Yeah, no, MarineLord definitely, he has done his homework against that because he has to. Like, PuppyPaw has been putting himself on the radar as of late quite often in a lot of different tournaments and what have you. So, yeah, this is not going to be an easy game for MarineLord. I expect this series actually to really go the distance.
So you're thinking the full 5 games?
I mean, I'm hoping.
You're hoping?
Still hoping. Maybe I can manifest it. Maybe I can just speak it into existence.
Yes?
It's the grand final. It's got to be worthy of it.
If you had to speak a winner into existence, I'm not saying that you possess this power, because if you did,
but we don't know for sure if I do or do.
Well, I'd tell you, if this is how you're putting it to use, look, I'm not going to judge you for it. But no, who do you favour in this matchup? Who are you backing?
I think. I'm such a numbers person, but I'm also a victim to recency bias. And they clash in this scenario. By the numbers, MarineLord, I would have said, has the upper hand. But quite frankly, I went to rewatch their recent matches against one another, and I just felt like PuppyPaw, he read him. Like, he had it figured out. Like, his strats were they seemed particularly tailored against MarineLord's approach to the game. So I'm giving PuppyPaw the edge here.
All right, well, let's see if this bold prediction pans out. The former champion, the reigning champion of Red Bull Wololo here in Age of Empires 4, facing off against his nemesis, PuppyPaw. We're going to throw it over to the casters, who are going to be taking you through this grand final. So it's over now to the casting area, where you're in the safe hands of Wham and Killer Pigeon.
Thank you, Riley. Thank you, Zoe. Perfect night for late night showdown here in Age of Empires 4. One and all, welcome to the Castillo Almodóvar del Río. Best of 5 between two of the best in Age of Empires 4. And it only felt right that we had someone who just fell short of the mark to join us to commentate this wonderful occasion.
Yeah, thank you so much, KP. I'm very happy to be here with you. I'm very excited for this series.
And you know what? We don't want to keep people waiting. I think there's a draft already underway. And I'm so excited for this moment, right? Like, we're talking about 2 years since I think a lot of people here would have seen Age of Empires 4 last, right? Last time when we had Red Bull Wololo Legacy back in Heidelberg. A very different game, right? I think that's something that you and me were talking about. We're very proud of that. Like, Age of Empires 4 has come such a long way in a short period of time.
Yeah, we have come very far. And more than excited to see the draft here.
I mean, this guy right here has come very far, right?
Yes, PuppyPaw in general.
What do you think? Best banner? I think it's the cutest.
Oh, it's the cutest by far. PuppyPaw didn't have quite as cute banner last time.
So talk to me through the map draft, because I think this is a time, like, you've been holding it back, and I know you've been holding it back from me. It's time to spill the deets, right? Like, you know PuppyPaw better than any other player in the scene. What are we looking at from his perspective here when we're talking map draft priorities?
Well, we saw the first map here for PuppyPaw, it's Socotra, and I mean, going into this series, obviously I knew he was going to play Socotra, but what I didn't know is that MarineLord would pick Holy Island, and PuppyPaw, I'm sure, is very happy with that.
Yeah, and it's I think back to Holy Island the early days, and even now, MarineLord is still the type of player that pretends he doesn't rate English there, but I've seen him pull it out in multiple tournaments. So, how do you feel when we're looking at civs there? It feels like at the moment, Juji Japanese, the new civs since the expansion, are the ones taking over that map.
Yeah, I expect to see Zushi and Japanese on Holy Island. That's what myself and PuppyPaw practiced, and I mean, we'll have to see what they go for, but I would heavily think that that's what they're going to go for.
Yeah, I was talking to you behind the scenes, like, there's a certain map in here that we both pegged as the one that, if there's going to be one that drags a late game, it has to be Rocky River, right?
Yes.
I think that's the chaos factor.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Was it banned?
I think it wasn't banned, but it's up for grabs, because this is now the RNG element. There's 3 maps left in the pool. They've all picked their 2. And now we're going to find out which one is going to round out our best of 5 grand final draft.
Yeah, and this is going to be, obviously, neither player can prepare for this, so this is what you have to be adapting to throughout the series.
What do we got? Is that Ooh, dude, I need to look closely. That's dry? Wait, no, that's regions, right?
Yep. Okay,
regions. An interesting map, actually. I think, like, historically, when I think back of the players that look very dominant, MarineLord and PuppyPaw both rate incredibly highly on that specific map in tournament plays over the last 2 years.
Regions in general is a map that you have to be very familiar with if you're in the competitive scene. Because of those big gold mines, you have to be active throughout the middle of the map to get a keep on those gold mines.
And now we're into the ban phase, of course, and there's a lot of obvious ones coming in here. I think we can front run the most obvious bannable civs in Age of Empires 4 right now. It has to be, what, English, Byzantines, and HRE.
Yeah, and I'm surprised MarineLord didn't go for the HRE ban, which means he's probably going to first pick it, but we'll have to see here. And yes, indeed, he does first pick HRE.
Now, this has to be something you prep for, right? Because we have to remember going into this, Seed 1 has priority pick, and HRE or English were the most likely ones to get through here.
Yeah, we did prepare for HRE, and although it could be picked on any of these maps, in particular, HRE is very good on Holy Island, Socotra, Frisian Marshes, so unknown MarineLord will go for HRE here.
And, well, that is a signature pick. I think at this point, it's fair to say PuppyPaw is kind of the Chinese master.
Yes, I think PuppyPaw is very good on China here, and I expect for it to be picked on Frisian Marshes. However, I mean, again, very good on regions, very good on Holy Island, very good on Socotra, so he has a lot of options there.
Now this looks a bit tricky, right? Because we talked about Juji as the priority pick for Holy Island. That's now been snatched away by MarineLord after he gets HRE as well. Japan was always the backup option, but I feel like in more recent times you have to get very creative to win that matchup compared to the less chaotic approach.
I'm very surprised that MarineLord went for Zushi here. It might be a snipe pick to take away from PuppyPaw. If you were following the qualifiers closely, PuppyPaw very heavily favored Zushi on many maps, and MarineLord has now taken that away from him.
Yeah, I love that Ibid's pick as well. It's kind of interesting. In some ways, it fell off a bit in priority, but it's still a solid civ, right? I think it forces some interesting situations. And, I recall this guy bragging about how Delhi is kind of like overrated. You don't need it. It's not that good. But we've been talking behind the scenes, and Delhi, with the new builds, new breath of life for the civ.
Exactly. Delhi, for example, we definitely might see the Dome of Faith here. And MarineLord historically has not been very strong in Delhi, but his practice partner has been Anatan, a very, very good Delhi player, and he might be leaning heavily into that.
I'm wondering if we're going to get some Order of the Dragon. Obviously, if people haven't seen that, because they haven't tuned in for a while, it's HRE. Just imagine that you fed them too much as a baby, and they are twice the size they should be.
I don't think we're going to be seeing Order of the Dragon here in the best of 5, but who knows, maybe MarineLord has something prepared there. We do see PuppyPaw taking Malians and Japan here. Very good on Socotra and Holy Island.
They're an interesting pick occasionally on Frisian, but I think it requires a specific matchup, right? Because the biggest issue with Japan is they benefit from all the food on the map, but they're always predictable. Like, I mean, you and PuppyPaw are probably the two few players I would say, yeah, do like Yumi or something. But most players, they pick Japan, they're like, fast castle, build heavy knights.
Yeah, PuppyPaw is very knight focused as well, Yumi knight focused. Honestly, I have no idea what he plans to do with Japan here. Could be on many maps here.
Ooh. It's interesting to think of the changes. So like Roos had the bounty rework recently, completely different civ. Most people are put in the mid tier. It feels so weird, even after a few months now, to see Roos picked at the end of a draft. Whereas historically, for the last 2 years, it's been first pick, first ban material.
Yeah, and I think Roos has suffered a little bit from the changes. Notably, they get a very slow start because you don't get that instantly a good amount of gold from the bounty here. They're better in the late game, and again, I'm not sure where MarineLord is looking to pick that here, but very good on Gorge, just because Knights in general are good on Gorge, but...
Yeah. And Mongols, this is a pick that I think fell into sleeper mode on the ladders, but has always been a staple competitive. There's something about picking Mongols, the way you can execute them in the draft. It's almost like an ace up the sleeve. It blocks you from certain civs being viable, right? So, rounding out these drafts, I mean, we can see the full picture here. You're, of course, my expert. Like, do you feel like anyone got a clear edge here with the draft?
I think they both have their advantages. If PuppyPaw had gone Zushi, I would have said PuppyPaw, but the fact that MarineLord sniped that away from PuppyPaw, not ideal, especially in my practice. Zushi was very strong in our practice.
It's tough as well. Just that HRE pick is undeniable. It's like, I don't want to say it's a default map when you can't afford that in a best of 5, but in some ways it feels like an uphill battle. Maybe that's the idea of something like the Iabids, as we've seen Iabids HRE is more of like a 50-50 when you play kind of all in feudal, right?
Well, yeah, but I think HRE in general, particularly on these maps, there's PuppyPaw, for example, has China for Frisian, Albids for Socotra, maybe Holy Island. HRE not too strong against those cips in particular.
I mean, this is an incredible occasion as well. Like when I think about like how far the drafting's coming, how far we're coming, because we have to look back at these two and what our expectations are coming in. MarineLord, maybe I'd say slight favor on the draft because the HRE pick is there, but neck and neck, right? I think Zoe was saying on the broadcast is this is very interesting this year. They're at a 50-50 win rate in real series, so not best of ones, not one-offs. Like MarineLord has the dominance in the S tiers, but your bro has been picking it up the slack in the A tiers and below.
Yeah, exactly. MarineLord has been dominant in the S tiers, for example, the Elite Classic 2. Well, not these qualifiers, but the Master of Realms.
Yep.
And PuppyPaw just recently did very, very well in the King of Dry Arabia tournament. And, I mean, he knocked out MarineLord in that tournament, so he has those lower tier tournaments.
I think it's a big deal, right? Like, I've watched you two evolve from the very early days, and the thing that I've been saying is, Age of Empires 4 is kind of a StarCraft retirement home, right? That's the joke we make, is like the top players, they all have a legacy. You two are the purebreds, right? Like, you're the new generation, so the way I look at this is like an old guard versus new blood situation.
Exactly. PuppyPaw is generally, I think, considered not a new player, but new in the top scene.
Yeah.
Just this year, I'd say he's become a top 2 player, while MarineLord for the last 3 years, maybe even since the game has been released, the best player in the game.
I mean, it's crazy as well, because like last year, MarineLord, he didn't win much, right? I think he won one of the S tiers in total. This year, he's, if we be fair, has looked unstoppable, right? It's been a bit hard to gauge him with the way that Red Bull Wololo works, is that we haven't seen him in like 2-3 months in like the major league tournaments.
Yep.
But when you think about the first half of this year, when you're breaking this down, and I imagine going for it PuppyPaw, we do have a very different meta, right? We've moved away from the TC booming as much. We've got a lot more aggression. It feels a lot more fresh, a lot more fast-paced. And I think that's where PuppyPaw could excel here.
Yeah, I think MarineLord is definitely the more defensive player. PuppyPaw is the more aggressive player. We may even see that in this series. I think in particular, Frisian Marshes, PuppyPaw is going to be very aggressive. I mean, just a hint with China. However, I mean, obviously MarineLord is very, very good, so.
This is the beauty, right? Like the draft and the way you execute it here is, you talk about that ace up your sleeve of Frisian and Chinese. You just can't gung-ho that. You can't run straight to it. It's the elegance of this draft. Is like when you think about what they had, is there certain things that PuppyPaw needs to remove from MarineLord's arsenal before he approaches that map?
Well, HRE, for example, might be one of those, definitely. I mean, the thing about HRE, though, is that they're very good on any map, the land maps, the water map, the hybrid map, Socotra. It's going to be tough to pull that away from MarineLord, I think.
Well, it's about time to get this underway. We're going to start crowning champions. In the next 24 hours, we will crown 4 new Red Bull Wololo champions. Will it be the first time ever back-to-back champion, or is the new blood about to break through? It's time. It may be late in the evening, it may seem cold, but this is about to get sweaty. Two of the best players we have seen in Age of Empires 4 at their peak. A best of 5, the only thing between them. I'm somewhat envious that we couldn't have it longer, but it almost feels so much more palpable that there's only potentially 5 games to decide this.
Yeah, every game is going to matter, and the first game, Regions, neither player has likely prepared for. I mean, this is a random map.
It's also weird because I feel like Regions in general, historically in tournaments, isn't first. And there's something about Regions where you can kind of treat it like an atypical Dry Arabia, but it's not. The way things work out, we learned very quickly into the meta, most of the gold's in the center. So you're forced to play out a bit more present than I'd say you'd have to on Dry Arabia, where Dry Arabia allows you to maybe skirt the sides and exist a little bit longer. So I feel like historically we like to see 1 or 2 maps already so you can thin the field and get an ideal matchup. All right, this is what I love to see because, you know, we have a decent elo between us. We won't talk about mine, but yours are pretty high. But statistically, if we take the chat's elo, it's 20 times higher than either of us, easily. So we're going to find out where the fanboyism's coming in, where the belief is, because this is impressive, man. I always say I love MarineLord, but because he wins so much, he's kind of like the big bad boss at the end of the journey. So a lot of people are starting to believe in the PuppyPaw hype. I mean, it's fair to say he's the underdog, and it's not just because he's got it in his banner.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an underdog story, and I mean, I'm a little biased, but I am cheering for PuppyPaw myself.
Yeah, you got your phone out right now. I can see you pressing the 2s. But so, like, talk to me Regions. It's awkward because we said usually you build 1 or 2 picks, and you have a little bit more diversity. I guess you have to anchor more safe here. You can't look for that gotcha counter pick because we're looking at 6 potential picks on either side.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have no idea what they're going to pick for this map. In general, I think the RAM maps are going to be a little bit more, I mean, open to whatever, but PuppyPaw, I'm kind of leaning towards French. I mean, MarineLord could go for Rus, he could go for Abbasid. Very open to what civs he could be doing here.
Well, let's try to get in his head. Let's see what he's thinking as we got a chance to talk to MarineLord.
PuppyPaw is a chill guy. I think he's pretty good. From the last 2 years, I think from the get-go he was trying to be a complete player. PuppyPaw's gameplay in mid to late game is pretty slow, especially when he is ahead. I think I snowball way better. If I have a better strategy, I'm gonna win. If he has a better strategy, he's gonna take a lead. Maybe if he plays very well, he's gonna snowball. But sometimes I still climb back into those games. Obviously, PuppyPaw is very good. It's a best of 5, so I'm not saying I'm gonna win 100%. I know there is a risk, but for sure I feel confident and I think I'm very favored.
It's an interesting situation to think about as well. Like, you hit on something good there. Like, you know, there is that snowball effect. PuppyPaw. I mean, we kind of like analyzed you a little bit as well. We were saying, I'd say PuppyPaw is the more aggressive of the two of you. He has some really out-of-the-door kind of swings, and I think the interesting thing as well is, you know, we like to compare brothers. Like, in RTS, this is kind of a cool thing. We had Lucifer and Vortex, rip out to them, they've moved on to new games, but they were the kind of guys like, oh yeah, 8-min GG, they're done. I think the thing that's really interesting with both of you, and we'll probably see it from PuppyPaw, is even if his back is up against the wall, you're not going to see that immediate GG, right? You're going to see him try to scramble out of the chokehold and fight back into these games.
Oh, definitely. PuppyPaw is not going away easily. He's going to make you work for it, and especially on this map Regions, whoever can get that goal control in the middle may have an advantage, but it is not anywhere near over, and I mean, they're going to be fighting you on the sides for the sacred sites. It's not going to be easy.
Well, that was wholesome and quite polite from MarineLord. I'm wondering if your brother had the same table manners.
MarineLord is mechanically very strong, but I think he's very predictable. He likes his certain civ picks. He's very defensive, I think, in general, and he likes to play a lot of civs on certain maps. I think I can use that to get very favorable matchups, maybe take advantage of him being maybe a bit too defensive in all those situations.
Now, we got to hit on someone there, because you said he's quite predictable, but when we were in the draft, you were a bit perplexed by that Juji pick. That seemed like it came out of left field.
Yeah, and that's a pick we didn't really think was going to happen. I don't want to credit this to his practice partners, but I think they did heavily influence what he was, obviously what he was going to pick, what he was going to ban, and I think in general that's a very, very strong pick from MarineLord, so maybe a little bit less predictable than we think.
It's interesting because I think for a lot of players, usually almost became a bit of a meme, right? Like at release, they were broken. Let's be totally real. Like they even had certain tricks that made them fundamentally broken. But more recently, it feels like you don't see it on the ladder, apart from like 1 or 2 spammers. You see it in competitive still, but usually around these water maps. But I think the interesting thing is usually it's starting to develop to the point where even these kind of fast castle builds are scary. I remember, I believe it was you, right? You ran Juji on Socotra in the qualifiers.
I did. I ran Zushi in the qualifiers against Beastie. We didn't get to castle, but very aggressive Civ. In general, I think because of the meditation guns, it gives you a lot of flexibility in what you want to do. You can go for that Dark Age gameplay, you can go for that fast castle, aggressive feudal age, very strong.
It's quite windy up here, I've noticed. I've got to give it to them. Like, I was impressed. I wasn't sure what it was going to feel like when we came from Hard Work to this, but I'll tell you what, it's a bloody amazing venue that we're sitting in right now here. How you feeling, crowd? Like, what do you think? 2-hour, 3-hour stream? I'm feeling like we want a deep series here, and I think we might get quite the nail biter.
I hope so. I think both of these players, I think we deserve a good game from these two. Very strong, and like like they mentioned, very peak performances from both of these players recently.
Yeah, it's interesting to look at this breakdown, micro, macro. The experience is undeniable here, right? I think the interesting thing is speed is quite close, but something I've noticed, and I actually rated you, bro, higher than I'm gonna call you out. I rated him higher in micro than you, right? Like,
than me?
Yeah, I think PuppyPaw is the single best mango dodger in the game.
That's true. I think he's very. To be fair, PuppyPaw is very good at micro and particularly mango dodging. I just think maybe he struggles under pressure a little bit more, and I just can't give him 10 because Rusifron, Vortex, they're just so strong.
True, yeah. I think the interesting part is the strategy though, right? And this kind of speaks to the old guard versus new. Is MarineLord has a very formulated, figured out approach. He does throw out some innovative ideas, but the thing is when you are the true champ and you're the #1, he's even got it as jersey, you're the meta. Right? And the meta, while it's a strategy there, it doesn't leave as much room for evolution. That's where I find things like Socotra, a very recent map, invigorating here, because you and PuppyPaw have been scrimming religiously. Like, I'd say, in some ways, one of you was the bigger threat qualifying because you have each other to non-stop scrim.
Yeah, and I think obviously the other big threat qualifier would be Beastie, right?
Yeah.
And Beastie is a little bit more predictable. He streams most of his games. MarineLord can see that, whereas, as you mentioned, me and PuppyPaw also have a practice, and we can come up with very good strategies together.
Yeah, and you're probably not going to go scrim with MarineLord. I noticed Anatan may have been slipping into both of their lobbies recently, so we'll see who he's skewed the opinions of. Maybe he's kind of pivoted someone off a certain strategy we would have seen otherwise. But to kind of recap the regions here, you can see the description of the map. Like, the biggest thing to focus on here is going to be the gold in the center. Berry sometimes plays a cool strategy when you're playing civs like the Abbasas and Delhi. But time and time again, what we've noticed is it's almost like there's an internal clock you can't quite process. And that internal clock is when do these 4K golds run out?
Exactly. As you mentioned, the berries are very important in this map as well. However, if you think PuppyPaw is going to play French, for example, you can't really be playing Abbasid and going for those berries halfway across the map. It's just not a viable strategy, especially against someone as good as PuppyPaw, right? He's going to be utilizing those knights to great effect.
Do you think, French could be quite suffocating here, I feel like, right? It's not the best civ. If you think about competitive spree, most people don't rate it highly, but on a map like Regions, when you think about how stark you are, it takes map control, and that's pivotal to success here.
Yes, very correct. Mr. reminded me earlier today, remember when I went Mass Knights against you on Regions? I'm like, I do, very strong, and who knows, maybe PuppyPaw goes Mass Knights here.
Mr's another beast. People get the pleasure of seeing him playing live tomorrow in Age of Mythology, but I still remember when he was doing the whole TC spam French, get into in-page and just have crossbow placements in every single town center. It's impressive the type of strategies you can come up with still. I think that's the beautiful thing is, like, we've had a small midway patch, and that was kind of being discussed a little bit. Some of the changes seem small, but one of the biggest changes, and we saw it drafted here, is going to be the Delian. Hey, there we go. Look, we got more signatures to get in there. Keep going. Hey! Oh, that's taking me back. The Age of Empires 2? I wonder if she's got the big box somewhere.
Me? I'm too young. For that.
You're just 25, mate. Like I was there. I got I got Age of Empires 1 big box, Age of Empires 2 big box. I got Age of Empires 3. It's even bigger box. I don't know why. But I don't know. I'm kind of in a time where I miss the good old boomer days of you go and you buy an oversized box you really have no use for, but it does look cool.
It does. I mean, you have those raw types of games. Age of Empires obviously holds a special place in all of our hearts, and when you have those boxes, it just shows I was there.
it's a legacy thing, right? I think it's 25 years now. 25 years that this series has been going. I mean, 3 feels like a baby. We're 3.5 years in, and I think that it's a very promising situation. The first time we're going to see, like last time we were here on land, we had 2 new civs added, right? And although we've played online tournaments, I think it's going to be a fresh perspective to see these 6 new civs. I'm a bit gutted we didn't get the Order of the Dragon though.
Same, but the players obviously want to win, and Order of the Dragon competitively is just not up there. French is good.
I know.
French is good.
It's interesting because it was very subtle, the change, and this is always the beautiful balance thing when you come to like design choices with this, right? Like you change something with one civ and actually enables another, right? Like we saw this at the start of the year when Ottomans got nerfed, China got buffed, but that buff was more substantial because Ottomans now weren't kings anymore, and China was just filling that role of going later into the game. China, since, I mean, I still think they're a little bit too good. I mean, don't let PuppyPaw hear that, but the Imperial Academy gives a lot of more potency to the early game than China used to have.
Exactly. I mean, China, the Imperial Academy, for example, when you have resources so condensed, and for example, Frisian Marshes, I keep coming back to that, but you have 20, maybe 25 sheep on that map. Imperial Academy is benefiting you so much, especially with the wood line right beside there.
I'm trying to think, like, if we could look at the draft again, because there's some things that kind of interest as he's developed, and it's going to affect his first picks. Like Frisian Marshes to me is a very big kind of question mark there on Renown's side. He definitely has options, but you know, you could imagine HRE there. Historically, they felt like a good sit, but HRE just feels so good that you could use them anywhere. Do you really want to use them with Frisian? He picked Mongols, which are really good, but with the China pick there, I feel like China in more recent months has become an absolute blocker to Mongols.
Yeah, China very good aggressively, especially with Zuganu. Maybe even a Barbican Rush, who knows? Against Mongols, I mean, they don't have that, they do have the early units, but it's just not enough to deal with China these days, I think.
I do like how MarineLord didn't lie to us though. I remember he said something about he's not going to pick Ottomans, because he's been recently picking Ottomans in a lot of tournaments, right? It's weird because Regions is a map that I feel Ottomans are decent in, right? It's one of the few maps where I can like see Ottomans there, I'm like, oh, yeah, that kind of works.
Well, I'm not surprised we didn't see Ottomans. I think they are definitely a little bit weaker in the current meta. Who knows? Season 9, anything could happen. I mean, it's really up for...
I mean, those changes are going to be wild, right? Like, I was telling you about the pop. It's incredible that we've got a full Siege work, like rework for people who've played 2. We kind of stole your ideas.
We did. Good ideas, and I'm personally very excited for Season 9. I mean, I'm excited now, but...
Last time you're going to have to moan about mangonels.
Yes. I don't want to get too much into that, but yes.
I'm trying to think like what way he can really... Because I mentioned the IBIDs earlier for the HRE threat, it's always going to be looming. Is there anything else you saw that PuppyPaw had that felt like, yeah, that could slay the HRE in this map draft?
It really depends on where MarineLord picks HRE, and again, I think that is maybe the most difficult part that PuppyPaw has to deal with here. HRE, again, so versatile, you can really play them anywhere. I do like MarineLord's draft, I'll be honest. I think he had quite a good draft, especially with that Zushi pick, with that HRE pick. It allows him to do a lot here.
I mean, I don't want to give him away too much, but, you know, bless him. MarineLord has a mixture where he's, like, really polite, and then he's really, like, cocky. And I had flashbacks to a certain game, a certain series against Canadian, last time we were Rebel Wololo, where that cockiness did come back to bite him a little bit.
Yeah, no, I remember very well that series. Magic, very good friend of mine, likes to remind MarineLord, you know, don't be so cocky, it'll come back to bite you, and who knows? I mean, not that he's cocky here, he's actually...
He's actually really humble, right?
He did give PuppyPaw credit.
He doesn't want us to give it away, but he's actually a sweetie, you know? Like, he kind of acts tough on cam, and then you get him, he's like being really friendly all the time. I think that's something I love about Age of Empires in general. Every single game, you guys down there, Myth, 1, 2, 4, whatever it is, it's a community that always comes together, you know?
It does, and I'm very happy. I mean, the community is excellent in Age of Empires 4. It just keeps getting better every edition.
It does, and I think it's really refreshing what we've been seeing in the scene recently with, like, I think Anatan, I kind of have to give him a special mention. I'm a bit of a fan of him, sure, but the fact that, like, we're 3 years in, and we're still finding people just suddenly appearing, right? It's a refreshing feeling, because I think sometimes you get games, they go a long time, and it feels impossible. You see this in 2 as well, with people like, you know, Sebastian coming through, where very young player, 22 years old, it's kind of crazy. When you think about RTSs as they go on the years, you don't imagine new players just popping up out of nowhere.
I mean, that's very impressive. Sebastian, for example, I'm very impressed by that. In Age of Empires 4, I think it might be a little bit easier to come up. I mean, a new game. Yes, 3 years of pro players, for example, MarineLord. Very, very difficult to beat them at this point, but when you're skilled enough, like Anatan, who knows in the future.
That's why I love these new maps, man. I'm going to coming back to Socotra, because I think for a lot of people here, that's going to be a treat and that's going to be a highlight. Every single time I've seen Socotra come in tournaments so far, 50% of the games that I've watched are ones I put in for game of the tournament. It's that good of a map.
Well, I'm looking forward to Socotra. With this draft, I'm not sure what we're actually going to see, but I'm very excited for it.
I'm looking forward to seeing that trophy lifted, right? Because that is it looks like it's a trophy, but it also looks like a very impressive sculpture you wouldn't want to knock over, you know?
It looks very impressive, yes.
I mean, is that can I get a check? Is that like proper hardwood? Because I've seen some gamers try to lift trophies before, and it's needed some assistance.
I hope not, but I mean, these two are very capable.
Oh yeah, they've got the peak gamer physique, as I like to say.
They do. They have the peak gamer physique. I think both of them very similar in that regard.
It's a crazy thing as well. Like, you know, we've got so many players watching around the world in different languages as well. Of course, for those that don't know, MarineLord, last time they would have seen him, I think he was with Izzy at the time. Now, of course, with the Gentlemates crew. Very big deal for Age of Empires. I think they're the first or second biggest esports org in France.
Well, I mean, amazing for Age of Empires 4. I mean, MarineLord, obviously one of the best player. I mean, the best player on Age of Empires.
If you say it anymore, his head's going to get too big for the headset.
Well, he can't hear us, but he deserves it, you know?
Yeah. I think it's that's the thing for me with PuppyPaw on the other side, is like it's proof that the hard work pays off. Because you guys have been non-stop. I remember the early days, him impersonating David Kim on the ladder. I got baited as well. I was like, oh my god, David Kim plays Age of Empires 4.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago. I think me and PuppyPaw in general, we had a very good timing in that we had the time to very practice hard to get into these tournaments and stuff, and PuppyPaw had a breakthrough in the first Golden Week. He actually came fourth. Unfortunately, he lost to the Viper, obviously very good at that time as well, but I mean, amazing performances regardless.
It's also like, I really like to emphasize this, because in some ways, like I've seen people have the feeling of, you know, you see Lucifer and Vortex retire, and it's in some people's minds, it's like, oh, so like PuppyPaw and Wham just naturally move up. It's like, no, you guys have improved so much. Like, if PuppyPaw and you and PuppyPaw faced off against like Lucifer and Vortex in the coming months, I think you're getting to the point where you're on par, right? Like, it's crazy to think that, yes, we've lost some players, but we've got so many people coming through, right? Louis MT from the Chinese region. I love the fact that Age of Empires 4 has become so popular in China. Like, you've seen some of those streams, right? It's insane the number of people watching.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with the audience in China. Louis MT, for example, is just another example of someone from China doing very, very well, and with that great audience, who knows for the future, right?
I mean, it's just crazy to think that this weekend, we're past the halfway mark, right? We're getting close to the end, but yeah, look at this. He was confidently trash talking me, saying he would easily beat me, but ended up losing.
Wow.
So the funny thing is, then the counter argument I go in with is like, ask him about Magic. But then we were bigging up Magic. I got to put him under the bus here. I checked the stats, and like, it's the only time Magic ever beat MarineLord.
Well, as MarineLord would remind us, he shows up when it matters, right? And
yes.
MarineLord will remind PuppyPaw about that, and Magic will remind MarineLord. So, you know, he gets his fair share.
It's a phenomenal weekend it's been, though. Like, it's crazy to think that in the coming hours we will have potentially a return back-to-back Wololo champion, or a new, fresh from the roots, like began his competitive career in Age of Empires 4, did not make a fuckaroo anywhere else, came in, made it here, and is now going to be the Wololo champion. Those are the two possibilities. And then 24 hours from now, we'll have another 3 Red Bull Wololo champions.
Yeah, it's amazing, and I think there's so much to be excited for. I think the AOM, AOE 1, AOE 2, obviously every single one of those players has performed amazingly to get to where they are, and I mean they're obviously very, very talented RTS players in general.
I think it's a beautiful thing as well, like Red Bull's done, bringing all of them into one place, right? Like I remember talking to some of the developers, and then like we view Age of as a family, right? Like they're all our kids. We do what we can for all of them. We want the best for all of them, and we hope that they want the best for each other. And I think like that was the beautiful thing we saw last time with Legacy, and I'm glad we're getting to see it again. That all of them got to be part of it, you know.
Well, almost all of them.
We don't talk about that.
But yes, I agree with you. It's very special to have an event like this. It's very special to have an event like this, and I'm very happy to be a part of it for a second time.
You're about to be part of the recordings, though. Apparently, PuppyPaw had some words to say about you.
I'm feeling definitely a bit nervous before playing, but having my brother as a practice partner definitely gives me an advantage and gives me some confidence going into the matches. My relationship with my brother it's weird because we both compete in the same game, and I think that gives us an advantage to be able to practice together and talk a lot about the game and figure out the best way to play.
Does he seem a little bit nervous in those interviews to you?
I think he's not used to being interviewed in general. PuppyPaw is one of those people who focuses a lot on, the game as he should, but he's just not familiar with this kind of aspect.
Yeah. I mean, he's not about the spectacle, but it's weird because when I've watched PuppyPaw, his gameplay brings the spectacle.
Exactly, and who knows? 5 years from now, maybe he will be. I think that's something that PuppyPaw, as time goes on, he will be more comfortable with.
I think I remember I was joking. He was like, I mean, depending on how close the casting booth is, you could just like swap midway through the series, and.
No, I mean that's something people like to joke about, but me and PuppyPaw, he's so good that it wouldn't even make a difference,
I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about how we got here, right? Because we had the rest of the tournament online, right? And we had all these players vying. MarineLord just sipping some Chicante wine on the beach, waiting for us. And that grand finals was a marathon between you and PuppyPaw. It was 13 games to decide which one would be on that stage.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, PuppyPaw made it, but I think either of us could have made it, and I mean, if you watch this qualifiers, you would know that me and PuppyPaw obviously used strategies against each other that we could have used against anybody in the game. Beastie, for example, Rusifron. We definitely both had it in us to be in this grand finals, I think.
Does that ever feel tricky? Because obviously he's your go-to scrim partner, and like we have people like that that always go, like MarineLord as Anatan a lot. And you feel good about what you've come up with, you feel good going into the tournament, and then you run into them in the tournament. Does something fundamentally flip, something fundamentally change about your approach because they have your playbook?
Oh, 100%. I mean, you have to change something, right? Because ideally you're playing the same way because you two think alike. Zushi on Kawasan, for example, we both probably wanted in the qualifiers. I know I did. He actually ended up getting it. So, yeah, you have to change how you play. Luckily here, though, I mean, there's no reason for either player to have scrimmed against each other. So we're going to see very different strategies collide against each other.
You know, that's going to be crazy tomorrow now that you mention it. Like, there's no way grand finalists would scrim against each other, right? And I'm just thinking forward to tomorrow. It's like there's a certain Mythology game where that's exactly what those two done.
That is true, actually. I know Mr. and Recon going into the qualifiers, world's practice partners, and when you have a qualifier so close to the main event, I guess, yes, that does happen.
It's crazy to think what we're going to get to see tomorrow. I'm hoping it's not too quick, because I was saying, Mythology can have 8-minute GGs. Age of Empires 4 definitely playing at a faster pace, but I think we're rounding up, we're getting ready. So we've got confirmation of like the opening civs. I believe we're going to be going for French versus Delhi on regions.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit unexpected from MarineLord. Obviously, Regions only has 2 sacred sites on the map, so he's really maybe going to have to go for that Dome of Faith build and transition a little bit faster into Castle.
That's the interesting thing. I think that the change with Delhi is they've now become a versatile Civ. They were very predictable before, very good at what they've done with Tower Victory, but in some ways one-dimensional. They felt anchored to the validity rather of the sacred sites, whereas now you can play that later game. You can play into Lancers. Do I dare mention War Elephants?
Against French, who knows? I mean, definitely might see that. I think on this map in particular,
it's time. We're finally ready. Grand finals for Age of Empires 4. This is the moment it's been building towards. PuppyPaw versus General Mates MarineLord in a best of 5 when we kick off on Regions. MarineLord with the Delhi and PuppyPaw on the French.
Very excited. I'm looking to see what PuppyPaw does here. Does he go for a 2TC? Does he go for an aggressive gameplay here? Starting with 3 villagers on the landmark makes me think, okay, he's going to go for a wheelbarrow here, maybe a little bit more defensive, at least in the early game.
You know, I'm looking at the spawn straight away, and it feels like PuppyPaw, you'd expect him to play aggressive. He has to play aggressive. Look at that double gold spawn. Both on top of each other for Ed. It's so uncomfortable. We've seen how Regions can be really harsh for this. Like, MarineLord got something similar, but when you look at his tree lines, it's much more easy to defend that.
Yeah, and I think this matchup in general, PuppyPaw is going to be setting the tempo of the game for the first 10, maybe 8 minutes of well, the game. Yep. And then MarineLord kind of, once he gets that Spearman mass, Archer, maybe Ghazi mass, we're going to kind of just see what he wants to do in this game. Does he want to go Castle Age? Does he want to push that feudal pressure? And we do see the Dome of Faith, which signals to me it's going to be a little bit more defensive this game.
It's going to be interesting as well. I think in some ways it makes sense. Like Tower Victory, you can roll over your opponent or you can get rolled over. And the thing with French is every time you take a subpar fight, that faster producing town center is accelerating a gradual lead for the French.
Yeah, and that's kind of why maybe as French here you don't have to go for that second TC against Dome of Faith. Yes, MarineLord is going to be defensive here, but if PuppyPaw can keep him in his base, stop him from getting those sacred sites, that passive villager increased generation is going to allow him to get an eco advantage in this game.
Have you guys been prepping pro scouts for these type of situations? Because I know this map is a bit weird for it, but French do get a big discount on that tech.
That's always a possibility for French here. We haven't been preparing that, but I mean, Delhi, for example, gets free pro scouts, so possibly doing it yourself will take that away from them, right?
Yeah, because we've seen situations where Delhi players will try to lean into Ghazi even against French because it gives you an opportunity to punish their movement out into the map.
I mean, definitely. I think against French, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to go Ghazi here. I would be a little bit surprised to see that, but he would likely do that later in the game because you're going to need to produce extra scouts anyway, right, for that pro tech scouts.
And obviously the expectation is always going to be Spearman opening here. The Knights are just too dominant. Like, it's that effect of the first one. I'm expecting... Has MarineLord already gone for the textiles? Because I feel like in this type of matchup, you're almost guaranteed to lose at least one villager.
Well, if you lose one villager and you go textiles, then you're losing one villager anyway, right? So maybe you take the gamble, say, I'm good, I'm MarineLord, I won't lose a villager, right?
It feels like a MarineLord thing, right? Like I've seen so many players just go, I mean, it feels inevitable in the next 10 minutes, right? Let's just do it. Especially with the Delhi, like, I don't know how you feel about it. I still think textiles is a bit busted on this Civ, considering, especially with this build, you're researching in about 15 seconds, and you're not paying 150 resources like other Civs would.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think at some point you should be going textiles, but obviously early on in the game, it's going to hit harder if you lose a villager than later in the game, so I think he's going to at least delay that until, let's say, 10 minutes in the game, right?
Cheeky little wall's coming up now. Of course, that is going to connect to the berries. Knight is not going to be able to dive in because the Spearman is waiting there. I think his spear through the wall gave him away a bit there, mate, but you know, looking at the circulation here, it feels like a fairly easy area to wall. This first Knight is the biggest issue I think MarineLord's going to have in this opening.
Yeah, and I think he's doing a very good job at defending here. He's actually going to go Ghazi now, which signals to me he's going to go for a more aggressive gameplay here. He's not going to be able to wall those sacred sites. PuppyPaw has actually started walling the deal already, which means going to be more difficult to go for that pro scouts, right? Yeah. If it's walled, you can't pick up that deal.
Now what's interesting here as well, especially the Dome of Faith build, is the optimization around spears. As long as you're outnumbering the Knights, you can peel back the injured and heal with the Scholars, right? It leaves you very efficient for this Ghazi transition that's coming in the following minutes.
Yeah, obviously Dome of Faith doesn't give you the plus 20%, I think, to infantry.
15%. We don't trust the UI tooltip.
Okay, well, 15%, so the Spearmen are not going to be as strong as they normally would be against Knights, but Spearmen in general, very high multiplier against Knights, so it's not going to matter too much, I think.
And it's also the brace, right? The brace is the biggest pincher. Stun them, hold them in place, stab them again, and if you got a few Spearmen together, you shift your Bob the Knight. So Scout knows that the deer gathering is going on, but at this stage, it's a little bit too early to do anything about it. Does it feel like PuppyPaw needs this much walling early on? Because we did see him wall the backside of his base, even though the Delhi, while they're going to go Ghazi, they're going to be quite delayed moving towards that.
I think it's fine. Walling in general is very cheap in this game. The most expensive part is probably moving the villager out there, and you can see that he's going for the berries behind that as well. What I do see, and I think is very good for MarineLord, is walling that top site there. That's going to allow him to pretty much guarantee that site, in a few minutes when he gets that Sanctity up.
It would be ironic if PuppyPaw now walled around the walls and we got a nice kind of layered onion going here. But I mean, this is always the perk with the Delhi, right? It sucks that you have to go Spearman. I think it's the worst unit you want to have to open up with Delhi. Ghazi is obviously the best. But you do get to wall in these sacred sites, and that's something nicely tucked on this map. It looks like PuppyPaw is just going really gung-ho with those walls on the west side, though. So instead of just focusing on locking the sacred site, he wants all those deer denied.
Well, he wants the deer denied, and obviously he gets them himself, right? And the bull as well. Maybe he walls it in, maybe he actually extends it all the way to his base. I would be surprised if he does that, but it is a possibility, right? So.
I mean, I know he used to practice with Magic. I want to call this a Magic type wall,
Magic would call it a wham wall, but,
You copy each other. So we've got a good rotation so far. No blood has been drawn. It's kind of crazy. You can feel the intensity because you have to remember this is a best of 5. So every game truly matters, and just one night can be the difference in this particular matchup.
Yeah, and it's a very slow start. I think this matchup in particular, I mean, if you lose a few Knights, if you lose a few Spearmen, that's a very snowbally fight, right? And PuppyPaw is deciding not to take this fight. Probably a wise idea. Those Knights are so expensive, the Spearmen are cheap. Just going to run away from now.
Pro Scouts now on the way from MarineLord. We're probably going to be about, I'd say, a minute away, maybe less. I think he's got about 4 skulls at home at least. One of them's probably garrisoned in the production buildings. 2 in... Oh no, he's got 4 in there, so this will be really quick. Spin Brace is going to be there though. So Knights are going to try to take the clash. Now, it's important to always outnumber these Knights. If you don't, you will get wailed on because you do stun yourself when you go and brace with the spears.
Yeah, and PuppyPaw probably could take this fight against the 3 Spearmen here, but he needs chivalry, right? And if you can't heal back those Knights, then you won't be able to take a fight later in the game.
And PuppyPaw up to 5 archers. I think you want to start prepping the blacksmiths around, about 11, 12 archers is when it feels good?
Yeah, 11, 12 archers when you can one-shot those Spearmen, right? And Lucifer Vortex did this very well, right? Yeah. They would make the perfect amount of archers to just one-shot, kite away, one-shot, yeah.
I think this is the tricky thing with the Delhi now, is with the old Tower of Victory build, you had these windows that were more apparent against blacksmith plays because it was very expensive to add in the blacksmiths. But now, with these new Dome of Faith builds, this double blacksmith play is going to pay off so quickly for MarineLord.
Yeah, and I expect he's probably going to be playing maybe a little heavier feudal than I thought. I mean, going for that double blacksmith play makes me think, okay, I mean, you don't want those upgrades, you want to fight in feudal a little bit, so... You don't need a rush Castle Age anyway, right?
And the Ghazi, I wonder if the timing is a little bit late. Obviously you can burn through these walls, but by the time they're going to be really rotating looking for picks, it feels like this wham wall is going to be complete.
I mean, very good walls here from PuppyPaw. Oh,
Spearman?
Going to lose a Knight there, not ideal for PuppyPaw. In fact, hasn't got that much damage done in general, so...
It's tough as well because, he's quite fortunate that MarineLord went this hard into spears. Usually, some matchups you see a few more Ghazi, that becomes a problem because then you can body block the Knights and pick them one by one. And I think that's the situation where French starts to feel a bit bullied in this matchup.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Spearmen are very, strong in general. Delhi kind of go for that. They can bowl that sacred site. There's no problem for MarineLord going 26 Spearmen here. It's going to be fine for... presumably a while now, right?
Yeah, I think looking at the food though, how much does MarineLord really have access to now? Because he has got the blackberries. I think he's got about 6 sheep left. So there is that kind of impeding point where he's probably going to have to consider carving up the map himself, starting to divide it with walls and probably leaning towards this berry side.
Yeah, so food is going to be the most important resource at this stage in the game in general. Feudal Age, especially when you're going this Spearman Ghazi type comp, you're exhausting your food very fast. MarineLord has that back berries, but as we mentioned earlier, those deer at the top left side are walled in.
At this point, what does it feel like MarineLord's win condition is in this situation?
I think MarineLord just needs to secure some food on the map, get to Castle Age, and I mean, he's going to be fine in this game.
And you think PuppyPaw has to lock him into this feudal situation, kind of starve him out slowly?
Yeah, exactly. Dome of Faith doesn't scale well into Feudal Age just because, yes, you have the scholars, but at some point in Feudal Age, you have researched all those texts, so it becomes quite insignificant, right?
Yeah, and you can bring them to heal, but it feels really finicky, especially when you're leaning cavalry, because you've got to catch up, right? And against knights in particular, you kind of get sniped. Speaking of which, the knights have moved in to start burning down the walls. Has to move away quickly here, though. Almost pinched himself into a corner, so we'll shift off that. Won't be able to decap the Sacred Site, and of course that is going to give a beneficial trickle of gold still over to MarineLord.
Yeah, and that's why those walls are so powerful, because yes, you can break them, but if you're keeping those knights in those walls, it can be a very bad experience for those knights, of which you do not want to keep them in there.
You cheeky thief. While that's all going on, MarineLord just snuck out for a casual deer.
Yeah, and I think he's actually taken all the deer from his main deer pack beside his base. Again, once he exhausts those berries, once he exhausts his own deer, now he has moved to the top side of the berries here, but that is where PuppyPaw is going to be meaning to attack next, right?
Now that boar, of course, is going to be pointless for MarineLord there, as the Deli can't gather from it, but, you know, maybe a knight comes in and makes him a little bit angry. We've seen that happen plenty of times before.
Yeah, at this point, MarineLord is starting to go into archers, and if he intends to play Feudal Age here, he is going to need to heavily go archers here. However,
this doesn't feel good, right? Like, the concave is coming, the archers might be overexposed, Ghazi do get on top of them, the knights have to hold back. There's just simply so many spears here. MarineLord has had enough of waiting around, so knights are going to try to hold near the choke point, the stone outcropping. It's going to be a pullback again, but the archer count just doesn't feel good enough for PuppyPaw to break through this spearman mass.
yeah, there's just so many spearmen here, and once you, I mean, you can't take a fight with those knights when you have so many spearmen on MarineLord's side.
No, and it's that we talked about this tricky detail where Ghazi will then start running past, get in the way of the knights, and then all of a sudden your food, your fish food for these spears. Instead, he's sick of checking on them. He's sick of chasing them. He knows there's food gathering going on because logically French are going to want to be on their deer, and on regions, you know the one location they're going to be.
Yeah, and PuppyPaw is kind of going back towards this wall here that he's made, but I mean, he's not going to be able to defend that. What I'd like to see is maybe go to MarineLord's side of the map and try to get some counter damage, because at this point, that's a lot of spearmen, right?
Yeah, I think it's your only option, right? And then you just try to rescale the archers. So it's tricky because we've seen MarineLord can be very good at this, forcing you to react to him. And I always say proactivity over reactivity. Right now, it feels like PuppyPaw is stuck in a reactive state because of that bad fight.
Yeah, he definitely is. And he has to get that archer mass up against, right? He is losing some villagers here to be expected. I mean, you can't defend that, right? Again, maybe he can get some counter damage on MarineLord's side of the map. He's trying to do that now, right?
And the nice thing, of course, is because you're French, you've at least padded your economy, you can afford a few losses. We can see he's still ahead by 2 villages due to that 17-second production time instead of the 20-second on a TC. But maybe we'll see a fish over here. We are seeing outposts going up, as should be expected. Delhi typically go for that double outpost layering to protect if they've got enough villages out there. So MarineLord understands the play. The problem is against this many knights, a tower is not going to feel protected against the torches.
Yeah, well, MarineLord will be sending his reinforcements to these berries, right? So maybe that's enough to deal with the knights. As you see here, his reinforcements are coming. He's actually moving his entire army there, saying, okay, I'm just going to play this safe. I'm going to defend my villagers at home. I took a really good fight. I don't need to push my advantage here, right?
It's kind of classic MarineLord. You can see he's macroing up the castle. He likes to do this. If he thinks he's taking a slight lead, he plays the percentage game. He doesn't look for that knockout punch. He says, I can now weigh you down because your fatigue bar is a little worse than mine.
Yeah, and he's actually not even going too many archers here. He's staying with 37 spearmen, 19 Ghazis, which is very difficult to deal with if you don't have a significant archer mass.
It's the crazy thing about spears, right? Like we always talk about archers feeling good and how you can, count spears, but when these numbers get big, and this could be bigger, the knights, they're trying to deal with the Ghazi, but this feels like a bait. MarineLord getting in position for the surround. The reveal comes through. The knights need to shift north just in time there. So PuppyPaw switched in, dodges death, but now, because of the position they're in, MarineLord can try to hit that backside berry mass.
Yeah, and again, PuppyPaw is in this position where he can't really take that fight. He needs to be doing something else with these knights, and he's taking fights against spearmen here, but I mean, you really don't want to be doing that when your opponent is pushing your base.
We have got the dive though. Those 3 knights, they're trying to be the 3 musketeers. Unfortunately, it's not enough for the reinforcing spearmen. Ghazi are now in. PuppyPaw has a lot of villagers on that wood line, and he doesn't have the capacity to defend against this. Ghazi, they get the backstab. PuppyPaw, there's simply no reaction to this. That's going to be 8 villagers, maybe more, going down.
Yeah, that's extremely bad. I mean, that's something PuppyPaw just didn't see. I mean, he's getting a little bit of counter damage on these Ghazi here, but
it feels moot, right? It's not enough for what you just lost here. It feels like PuppyPaw needs to fish some more eco. That idea with the 3 knights was cool, but I almost feel like he needs to take the few knights he has, break them up into 3 different groups, and just go hunting.
Well, I mean, MarineLord's deciding to stay Feudal Age here. If PuppyPaw can take a very good fight, maybe he can come back into this game. I mean, again, he still has 9 knights, 42 archers. Like, he's not out of this game by any means.
But it feels like you need to be in a position to do damage, right? So, like, you know, French are usually dominant in the mid-map, so are Delhi. In this kind of situation, it kind of feels like PuppyPaw is having to wait in his base, and MarineLord is taking advantage of that to get the extra deer, to offset that starvation point that we said was going to be key to him finding success.
Yeah, and exactly. I think MarineLord has kind of prepared maybe this build for this map. Obviously, he has those berries that he's kind of siphoning up on that top side, and he's going to have food for days here.
Oh, yeah. Do you think there's a world in which he just tries to sneak castle here? Like, does it feel like MarineLord had an opportunity to go up already?
He definitely has, but I mean, he just doesn't need to, right? He's MarineLord. He likes to play that safe game. Maybe if he goes Castle Age, PuppyPaw takes that really good fight, and he somehow loses the game here. So MarineLord doesn't need to, and he's not going to.
We have textiles coming in from PuppyPaw to try and minimize the damage of the Ghazi raid in the future. Archer count is really big, so you have to show a little bit of respect, because we've seen time and time again where archers feel king is when you reach the base. These choke points make it hard for melee to win.
Yeah, and I think this is the critical mass of archers where it's really difficult for Ghazi even to get into that back line of archers and actually take a really good fight. 25 Ghazi is a lot, but you're going to be front-running that with knights, so I mean, potentially it's quite good for PuppyPaw here if he can take a fight before MarineLord gets to Castle Age.
Just a defector here, folks. Don't worry about him. They're so cheap. Who cares? It's like 65 gold now. But we're back out in the mid-map here. Ghazi are going to march in. Are the archers good enough this time? They do not have the support of the knights, so this is a mere melee mass diving in. In the meantime, the knights are trying to cut reinforcements. The Ghazi count is getting cold, but PuppyPaw is losing a lot of archers for it.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. The knight's not here to support these archers. Yes, they're not taking such bad trades, but at the end of the day, you kill the Ghazi, the spearmen are still left.
You're not killing villagers, right? Like, this is the big problem. These knights, they need to find that eco to make this a beneficial trade. Count for PuppyPaw is down to 30 archers. Spearman is still looking healthy, and yeah, those Ghazi are bruised up. But this is going to be the key paramount moment. Like, MarineLord, he hasn't got enough to guard now. He could end up losing a few villagers. If PuppyPaw can scout maybe 6 more here, all of a sudden you feel quite content with the next few minutes as French.
Yeah, I'm surprised, actually. PuppyPaw took a pretty decent fight there. Didn't have that knight support, but
he's still going. Wow. He's hunting the backside. Knights are going to jump in. The textiles should help out a little, but the idle time alone pains him here. MarineLord was in the midst of a farm transition and prepping more archers, so losing out on that wood is going to sting.
Yeah, and I'm surprised he's transitioning this hard into farms. Like we mentioned, he has those berries, so this is almost not necessary here, and he's actually going to be losing a few villagers on top of that.
Min-maxed it at the end. Of course, the 4 musketeers are ready to go to their deathbed, but they've definitely achieved a lot here for PuppyPaw. A grim situation after that Ghazi raid, but now when you look at the eco, 56 to 58. The lead is shrinking. The archers have marched up, and we talked about this. When you reach the enemy base, you can hold them hostage with the archer block.
Yeah, and I mean, this Retold stage of the game has gone pretty good for PuppyPaw, I'd say. And yes, MarineLord is still on these berries, but he has heavily transitioned into the farms here, which I'm not even sure PuppyPaw has done the same. I think he's done a little bit, but not as much, right?
I think maybe 12 to 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 15, I'd say here. So it's not terrible for PuppyPaw. He does still have the deer on the side, but MarineLord still has that berry mass, and it's almost like PuppyPaw should be there, but we've seen what happens when you try to play archers into this open battlefield area. This fight could potentially be good, but you'd need some knights here. The problem is PuppyPaw only has 4 in total, so although the Ghazi numbers are limited, they're absorbing the blows and allowing those spearmen to gap close.
Well, even if the spearman gap goes against archers, what are they going to do, right? But, I mean, PuppyPaw is doing a very good job at kind of thinning the Ghazi numbers, and you can see in Q, MarineLord actually has 6. He had 9 Ghazis. He's really trying to get that number back up again, right?
It's fragile state, right? Because that farm transition, you can't afford to just keep double pumping Ghazi, so you're slowing it down a little. We're seeing him pad in archers, which I kind of like here, right? They're units that won't die as easily. Your blob might shrink, but let's say your spearman count goes down to half. PuppyPaw doesn't really have a Night Mass anymore.
No, he doesn't. And MarineLord does have 31 spearmen, right? Not really going to be that useful against 4 knights, maybe a few more here, but I mean, if you look at the food per minute, PuppyPaw has actually reached 1400, whereas earlier he really didn't have that great food per minute. So that's definitely a stage where PuppyPaw is kind of coming back into this game.
It's intriguing. We talked about that passive kind of advantage with the French. They produce out of the TC quicker, so it kind of creeps up on you. It can supplement the issue of farm transitions, especially in a Delhi matchup in particular. Speaking of which, Delhi are trying to cut off the raiding group here, so we'll try to just find the split forces of PuppyPaw. That berry mass is definitely a priority. I think the thing I like that's now starting to happen is PuppyPaw is starting to shift attention away from the deer stacks over to the berry mass, and we're seeing him creep the knight count back up behind this.
Puppy actually cheeky got a decap in during that time. Probably shouldn't have, but you know, that's just something that MarineLord's doing so many things at once. He maybe didn't even re-wall that sacred site there.
Does it feel like MarineLord should just be going in? Does it feel like he's at a stage where he's being maybe a bit too defensive?
Honestly, I think yes, and I think he could have, like you said many times, gone for that castle rage, especially when you have as many farms as MarineLord does. He really is staying with this feudal age gameplay. Finally transitioning to those archers, but again, 45 versus 18, it's not enough at this stage in the game.
And the blob maybe losing their quality a little bit, back up to double-digit knights, and this is where it gets scary when you consider MarineLord is split. He's got a huge blob of army outside of PuppyPaw's base. He's got a reactionary force defending, but he still has that berry mass area that's kind of reaching the depletion point where he's going to have to shift to the new ones, and that's where you can start to leak a few villages. But in return, MarineLord is in position. I love this. He shifts around the backside. Make sure those reactions come in a little bit too late. There's a counter raid attempt here, but this damage is huge. MarineLord once again reducing PuppyPaw's economy and keeping him behind by 10 villages now.
Yeah, that's so bad for PuppyPaw. You see his archers going on the other side of the map, but archers just aren't as strong as raiding as Spearman Ghazi are. I just don't think he's going to be able to get the damage that MarineLord done here.
He's hunting deeper. This is what we were just asking. MarineLord maybe sensed it as well. Like, why am I chilling? Why am I going 100 military here? It's time to send it full Divide. He's heading around the back. He's checked the backside where the ball was at. He's getting a little bit suspicious. PuppyPaw did dodge to the north side, has wood gathering there, but the predictable area is on the back here. When you get wood all condensed in this area, it's going to give an easy raid point for MarineLord to now dive.
Yeah, I think, again, PuppyPaw is not really where he needs to be in this game. He needs to be either defending or in MarineLord's farm.
He's wasting all his time in fortified outposts with archers, right? Like, I mean, you can kill them, but it takes 1,750 shots to kill them. That's a long wait in this situation. Farms on the backside getting idled up as well is going to also impact PuppyPaw's reproduction rate on this night count.
Yeah, and you can see in the screen there, MarineLord's still doing damage in PuppyPaw's base, whereas, yes, PuppyPaw is doing some damage, but not as much as MarineLord, or as much as he'd like to be doing.
You're losing like 10 villages and killing 5, right? And even with the faster producing TC, it doesn't make up the difference here. Villages now shuffling even further out to Danger Town. Guardian reinforcements are going to try to cut off the archers. Knights looking to block that out. We'll have to go into the clash. The spearman count is really not that big, so a really good fight here for PuppyPaw. But you have to remember, MarineLord still has half of his army camping in the back of PuppyPaw's base.
Yeah, and what you can see here, the story, PuppyPaw has 368 food per minute. MarineLord has almost 1,000 now, right?
That's ludicrous.
So PuppyPaw really needs to do some damage soon. Either take this army out and go towards his base, or kill some villagers, right?
I think PuppyPaw needs to equip all these villagers with Fitbits. They'd be setting high scores at this point. They've spent so much time running in the last few minutes. He's barely gathering at all. That's why these numbers are looking so underwhelming. Finally, things do begin to move towards PuppyPaw's Imperial army of Frenchmen here. The problem is the numbers are not going to favor him as the reinforcing wave of Delhi come in. Tries to shift away. The Knights are not going to be able to frontline, and that means the Archers are going to be left behind to do it. Ghazi just forcing them out further as he dives deeper. Double the military power here, and PuppyPaw's power is waning in this first game.
Yeah, and this is a fight PuppyPaw needed to take a bit early on this game. MarineLord really benefits from that bigger eco, and you're kind of showing here, it's just not paying off.
I think this surely should be it. I mean, MarineLord now with 12 villager lead. PuppyPaw's entire army about to get decimated. After that, we're talking about 20 Ghazi that can still raid, a safe berry economy, and you're now in a predictable position. You set up those farms, you could set up other ones, but you don't want to. So where are we going to see MarineLord go next? Back to that corner to camp the economy.
Yeah, and you can see PuppyPaw is not happy here. I think this kind of spells the end for him. I mean, maybe he'll try to come back in this game once again, but 13 archers, 4 knights, it's gonna be an uphill battle here.
It would require MarineLord to probably go for a coffee break, it feels like. You know, I think MarineLord could now just go for the castle. I think that's the safe play here, right? Like, you could dive and castle because your military lead is now substantially larger.
Yeah, and I think you may be, I mean, that's exactly what he might be doing, right? 1,600 food per minute.
It just kind of organically happens, right? When you take a fight like that, you look down and go, oh, I can afford a Lamborghini.
Yeah, and PuppyPaw trying to do some additional damage with these knights here, just, I mean, almost dying to MarineLord's reinforcements. It's just not enough units at this point.
I mean, he's done a good job with a few knights he's had. It's almost like every time PuppyPaw has a lot of knights, the great things are not happening, but as soon as he's down to a few knights, he finds these great raids, right? Chips 5 villages, 6 villages here. It kind of looks like he claws his way back in, but it's a big uphill battle at this stage. I think MarineLord, with this army size, should just start to shift into those farmlands again. The few knights are going to try to distract, but you know, before we saw MarineLord reacting with, say, a third of the army. Now he can react with a tenth.
Yeah, and this is probably going to be, I mean, you just can't fight this. PuppyPaw retreating back into his base, but...
It's so demoralizing. You're sitting here like, okay, maybe I can take that fight, and then more spim and sharp, and then more spim, and then more archers sharp as well. So gold has to be abandoned. We have to remember, this was a sticking point. PuppyPaw, we're at that point in regions. There's simply no gold. There's simply no knights. There's simply no hope. The champ is going to open this series with a win in game 1. Deep in reflection as well. I mean, is he happy about that? He kind of looks maybe a bit in analysis mode after that victory.
Well, I think he's definitely happy about that, but I mean, this matchup in particular, I think is definitely Delhi favored. PuppyPaw, I mean, I know that he was prepping other maps, other civs. This is kind of not a throwaway. Obviously, this is a map that you want to be winning, but it favors MarineLord.
We talked about this at the start. The regions is this tricky map, is that you don't usually want to see at the start of a draft round because there are some picks that can be very strong, but you need to strip a few back. It's not like a Dry Arabia. I feel like Dry Arabia, you could kind of plant anything on there and feel kind of good. Regions has certain conditionals that make you feel uncomfortable, and another map that can make you feel uncomfortable. This is going to be either this or Socotra, the map of the series, because Holy Island, we know MarineLord is an incredibly talented person on water, but if there's something I've noticed about both you and PuppyPaw, you have leveled up your water game tremendously in the last year.
Well, I mean, I'm excited for this game in particular. We have prepared things for Holy Island. I mean, I don't want to spoil it, but very aggressive gameplay here I expect to see. However, I have no idea what to expect from MarineLord here, and I assume it's going to be Zushi, but Zushi, another very, very strong bottom civ, right? So MarineLord going to feel strong on Zushi here.
And of course, we know that there's Japanese on the other side. This has been, I think, the most played matchup is Juji versus Japanese on Holy Island. Japan got buffed, right? Ever since like the last major tournament, they've got that reduction to Shinobi cost, now 50-50, a little bit more spammable. I think there was also a really cool game from Beastie in the qualifiers where he pivoted with more Shinobi and delay sabotaged on the docks. It threw his opponent off, and it meant that the second wave of ships that's meant to secure you water for Juji didn't ever come out.
Well, I mean, you may not see Japan on this map, I'll just say that. But
really?
It's definitely possible that you don't.
Do you think, like, would you go Chinese here, you reckon?
Not Chinese.
He's got Frisian. There's no way.
He's going to play... I mean, I think he's going to play Albids on this map, right? If you followed King of the Rockies, another very spectacular land event, Albids very strong on water, in particular going up fast with them.
Yeah.
They have a lot of options in their arsenal. The economic wing gives 350 wood now. It's been buffed. They have reduced cost for the Dark Age to Feudal Age tech. So you really don't know what to expect if you are up against Albids here, and that's favoring Albids, obviously. So
that's a fair point.
MarineLord, who knows, right?
That is a fair point. I think, like, where else could you potentially see Ibis? Gorge is the other natural one I was thinking. It just fits. It's just very comfortable. I think also, you know, we've seen on Gorge in particular, there's some potential for the logistics wing play where you get the religious units early, so you can prep for a fast castle relic snatch. I know in particular, like a few players like Anatan were practicing that quite a bit about a month ago with mixed success.
Well, I mean, you would definitely see Albids on Sakatra. A lot of my practice with PuppyPaw has been Albids on Sakatra. However, I think PuppyPaw feels a little bit up against the wall. Best of 5, obviously, every map. If he doesn't win this map,
match point.
I mean, match point. So
it's
he wants
big.
his best strategies first, and Holy Island might see Albids here.
All right, even I can do this. I can count to 2. 1's in the chat if you are cheering for MarineLord. 2's if we've got a lot of Canadian fans here for PuppyPaw. Not just for the banner, but for the play style. Old versus new is what I'm feeling here. And, yeah, I mean, I think Juji's a bit dirty, and so is HRE. So maybe I'll lean PuppyPaw. You know, I think you're probably having this as well. When you play HRE afterwards, you feel like you need a shower. It almost feels a bit too easy.
It's a bit strong, especially with this patch, but I mean, both of these players, very good. I mean, the thing about HRE, right, I think at a weaker level, it's more difficult to deal with because they just have an immense amount of units, whereas at a top level, there's strategies you can do. You can cut off reinforcements, you can raid their base. A little bit more difficult to deal with that mass amount of units when you're, well, not used to it, right? So.
Let's try and back engineer this draft, because I think there's some things that almost feel inevitable. One that comes to mind is Socotra. Marlians feels quite good in a lot of people's eyes. Like, if we're looking, I think Socotra is such a specific map. If you're looking for a way of reverse engineering where pick's going to come out, it's a good place to start. I've seen a few Japanese players there. It's kind of intriguing. You mentioned the Ibids. I felt like they came in with the Marlians and then fell off, but I really rate the Gulam spam potential highly on that map.
Well, yeah, I have to agree with you there. I think PuppyPaw actually has a lot of good choices for Sakatra. Malians, for example, Albids. I mean, even Japan has potential on Sakatra, whereas MarineLord, I mean, I'm leaning towards HRE there just because Rus, Mongo's a little bit weaker. However, I mean, maybe you could go Rus on Sakatra and get the ball early. I don't know.
I know some people like Mongols, but like with Marlians there, it's a no-no, right? Which is weird because I feel like on a normal map, Mongols feel decent against Marlians. The Rus, we've seen a lot of Kremlin drops, but I feel like sometimes that Kremlin drop just loses a player a game. It doesn't win them the game, right? Because if it feels like the type of landmark drop where you lose if you focus so much on the fact they've done it.
Well, scaling your economy is one of the most important parts of every 4. Rus, the best way to do that as Rus is to go second TC, whereas on Sakatra you just don't have the space for that, you don't have the food for that, and if you're up against a civ like Malians, an easy way for them to scale their economy, going cows, you don't need that second TC, you can play very condensed. Rus is just not going to be able to keep up there, which makes me think HRE, right? So.
And it's like, you know, the thing is, like, I like MarineLord's draft for the Frisian pick later. Mongols locks a lot of things, but that also means that China pick, I agree, it can't come out in Holy Island because I feel like you need to hold that hostage over the Mongols for Frisian. So like Holy Island, you know, we used to see HRE a lot. Is there a world, or is that a bit too crazy, at which you pick HRE here?
I mean, it's a possibility, right? MarineLord has surprised us again and again, particularly in this draft, at least me, and who knows, maybe he goes HRE on Holy Island, goes Zushi on Sakatra. Definitely a possibility here.
What about Abbasids? Because if you think your opponent's going to go Iabids, you pick Abbasids into them, right?
On Holy Island?
Yeah. Because on land, I know that's Abbasid favored, but on water?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think MarineLord is thinking that, but we'll have to see here, right?
I mean, we used to see Rus a lot, but I think we're getting confirmation in that, so it's gonna be Iabids versus Juji. So we've got that old versus new. You mentioned King of the Rockies, the most recent tournament with a noteworthy prize pool, where you just had that Iabid meta coming in, whereas Juji, something a lot more historical here. Talk to me through this quickly, like as we prep to get into game here. Is this an Iabid favored matchup?
I think it really depends on what MarineLord does here. It's going to be difficult for MarineLord to deal with that aggression if he doesn't understand it's coming, right? So he's going to need to scout and...
Let's find out.
properly defend what's coming his way.
All right, here we go, folks. Game number 2, the grand finals for Age of Empires 4, Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. Ibid, something a little bit different for anyone who's taken a break from watching Holy Island, something more new. Whereas MarineLord has gone for the tried and true Zhuji legacy, the bullies of 2024 on this map.
Yeah, MarineLord going for that early dock here. PuppyPaw is, I mean, if you're familiar with this map, you go water, PuppyPaw is not doing that. So we're going to see something special here today from PuppyPaw.
You tend to prep for the advancement wing, right? And then you come out for the dock on a delay, is what we've seen usually on water maps Ibid. So with that in mind, is there a world in which you drop the dock towards your opponent's side, or is it just safe play for the food?
I think there's a high chance that we see the aggressive dock here. Just because, I mean, if you're docking on your side, it's going to take 10, 20 seconds to reach the opponent's side, and that, on a water map in particular, very critical time, right?
It's tricky as well, because like I think this matchup in particular, usually you think, it's not too bad on a water map, advancement wing gets you there. Is it 40% faster now? It was 35 before, I think. It's quite fast. It's about 1 minute and 13 seconds. So that in mind, you get there quickly. But that's something that Zhuji is also phenomenal at. They get the discount from Tang Dynasty of 15% on their tech up, and they build landmarks quicker.
Well, yes, I mean, Zhuji, but you have to understand, Zhuji is playing, I mean, they have to spend full cost for their fishing boats, right? Comparatively to Japan, who spends half. And they also start with an IO, which means you have 4 villagers on the wood line here. That's not even efficient at this stage of the game, right?
Wait a second, is he going Growth Wing?
Yeah, he's going Growth Wing. I mean...
Okay. I mean, it's so good, right? Like, you have to keep in mind, at the point in the game where you get Growth Wing, it's like a 15% increase to your villager count.
Sorry, he's not going Growth.
Oh, is he not?
He's going Industry. He should be going Industry here.
Let's check. Check the House Wisdom. We've got Industry Wing play. Okay, so this is for the rush of docks into the boats, right?
Yeah, it's just to get, I mean, water control, right?
There we go,
That's critical in this map. And the idea behind this is similar to Zhuji on Meditation Gardens, right? You go for that fast age up, and you're trying to immediately get water control, just because your opponent has been investing into the fishing boats. Meanwhile, you invest first into military units, and with that Industry Wing, 350 wood, that's quite a significant amount of wood, right?
And now we get the double dock reaction like coming in, so PuppyPaw is ready to surge forward with this now. MarineLord, the funny thing is, normally when we get on this map, we're like, where's the good Meditation Garden placement? But this is intriguing. The Ibid changed the flip on the script here. It feels almost like an irrelevant detail, which is wild considering Meditation Garden usually gives you about 120 resources plus on this particular map.
Exactly. I mean, I'll share a little bit of insight. Zhuji was another pick that PuppyPaw and I were leaning heavily towards picking on this map. However, again, MarineLord picked that Zhuji, so that's something we couldn't do. Backup plan, Albids, and I mean, MarineLord isn't going to be able to get that great Meditation Gardens.
He's going to have to rush. Oh, wait, he's trying. He's going to go for it anyway, the greedy boy. So remember, folks, it's going to gather resources based on everything nearby. It's going to lock in a number. So it looks like he's got all of the berries, so that should be 72 food. And then it's going to be 25 stone. That stone is especially important for the arrow slitting placements on the docks.
Yeah, well, I don't think MarineLord's going to be able to get 2 docks here, though, just because the speed of this timing. Okay, well, I guess he is, but he's not going to be able to afford a lot of units then immediately when he goes fuel ratio.
But I guess the tricky thing there, the logic is, well, he can't afford units. Now because you've gone double for dock, you're not fishing. So does PuppyPaw want to try to get some fishing boats out on the forward here?
I think you may see 1 or 2 fishing boats just from PuppyPaw, probably prior to getting fuel, right? And if we don't see those now, we probably won't see them. I mean, he had 1 Hulk, 1 airship in production. He now has a demo ship, so he's going to be looking to apply heavy pressure to these docks here.
So going to force the garrison. MarineLord going to have to wait for reinforcements. Is going to have to shift those villagers back and away. I mean, the incredible thing PuppyPaw could have maybe tried to do is sneak a dock between the two and then try to rush them stone yourself, get some arrow slits or demo ships. But he's just going to try to lean aggressively from one side here. And we have got the retracted dock now. So PuppyPaw, he's setting up for his food economy far on the opposite side of the map from here.
Yeah, exactly. And we see the first war junk come out. Hopefully that demo can... Oh.
Well, he doesn't hold it. So the repair from the fishing boats will be good enough to push away the archer ship. And it looks like PuppyPaw is actually prioritized targeted under the Springald. Not the best of ideas here. The demo now coming out. Should be able to get him low. And with Micro, it looks like that's going to be the Bagler going to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, and that was obviously very good trade for MarineLord there. He got the Archer ship just in time. And, I mean, it wasn't a bad demolition ship by PuppyPaw, but if he had kept that Archer ship alive, then it would be a very good situation for PuppyPaw here. However, that's how Wallo goes, you know?
Return fire coming in here. Detonation just in time before it shifts away. So we'll at least reset the playing field. But now when you think about, like, we're neck and neck on economy, the fishing can at least start to blow up for PuppyPaw here. MarineLord does have the IO to inflate him a bit, but we should be getting close to that Golden Age 1, which isn't as substantial for the IBIDs, but it's still a 10% increase on your economy.
Yeah, Golden Age 1 will help PuppyPaw here. However, obviously MarineLord does have that meditation guns, which on this map is very good. He's probably getting, like you said, 72 food or something.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's almost 2 fishing boats, which is very, very significant as well.
And then, of course, the 25 stone. So over time, he can rely on those static defenses with the arrow slits to give him a reset point here. One of the villagers going down on the fort, though, so great shift in there. Every villager really counts with this type of play. Yes, MarineLord's lost some fishing boats, but those are more easily replaceable than these valuable villagers.
You can see that they're neck and neck on the units, and in production they both have 1 Hulk, they both have an airship.
Wait.
Very tight game here.
PuppyPaw, I don't think... Okay. I thought he wasn't going to see it for a second, because the disaster is you then walking all the way back to the gold, because you're going to need another demo in about probably the next 30, 40 seconds here.
Yeah, and he's getting, well, another Hulk here, but obviously you do want that demo as well. I mean, if you look at the income here, PuppyPaw is slightly behind just because of that meditation guns, but hopefully in the next 2 to 3 minutes, like you said, you can get that Golden Age up as well.
It's like, please just repair it beyond the fire.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be honest, he should repair it to full, or attack the scout with his own scout. I mean, he still has that roaming around the map, right? So
it's crazy because if you think about it, he's spending to repair this. He's idling out, it's 4 villagers, 3 villagers, right? On the other side, he's only denying 10% of 100, like, was it 97 resources. So he's denying 9.7 resources a minute, but he easily lost more in that repair access. So kind of an awkward trade. He is now coming back, like, to deal with it with the scout. But now MarineLord's starting to bolster up the fleet. We've got 3 Springalds, we've got him prepping the demo ship as well. And PuppyPaw does, of course, have those 2 docks, but when they're this tight and close together, that can leave you a bit more vulnerable. If you lose this control point, you don't have that split reset where, like MarineLord, if he gets pushed back, he has a safe replenishment point further behind him.
Yeah.
Demo in. Ooh, just about gets it. Archer ship on the other side. MarineLord, I don't know how he didn't take more damage from that. That looks so close. So does dodge any real pain here. We have got kind of a neck and neck, and the scout has discovered there is a back dock. So MarineLord at this point needs to start feeling maybe a little bit more pressure to move to deny that.
Yeah, and you mentioned that stone, but it's not going to help out here. PuppyPaw is deciding to go a little bit more defensive, go for the long-term gameplay here. MarineLord actually going for the archer range, so he's going to be deciding, okay, let's be aggressive on lands instead if we can't get this water damage done here, right? And I think that's a good choice for MarineLord.
I think it's another thing that makes Zhuji a lot nicer than China is, like, China, of course, would have to build 2 landmarks to get access to the Zhuganu. You get them straight away. In a game like this, where there's no real focus on your land, you have no ranged armor on those villagers, they are going to take a heavy dose of 12 damage per burst from the Zhug.
Yeah, and PuppyPaw is going to need to scout for that. I mean, that's critical information. If you do get those Zhuganus on the gold there, you're not going to be able to get demos. That Hulk mass is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. I mean, you won't even be able to get Hulks yourself, right? So
it was crafty as well. Like, the way he done that, he waited for the scout to come home before he really reacted to that move. So you're right, if we check vision, I don't think PuppyPaw necessarily sees it coming before it arrives on the gold line. In the meantime, there's that distraction, and this is a classic for Holy Island. Attack on water, but also simultaneously attack on land. The first Zhuganu are already approaching the gold.
Yeah, and PuppyPaw is going to have to deal with both things at once. And that's why this map in particular is very, very... I mean...
It's high skill, it's high tension, it's high APM. It's a sweaty boy map, and the Zhug, beautifully micro there. MarineLord getting another villager kill. Yes, it's 2 worker kills a pop, but of course for PuppyPaw that matters a lot as the villagers are more critical here. They can't easily be replaced like the fishing boats.
Yeah. Okay, we do see a stable from PuppyPaw, and that will be able to deal with the Zhuganu coming out. May lose another villager here, which is not ideal, but he does have that villager advantage because of the fishing boats, right?
Shove coming in. Now, PuppyPaw needs to be a little bit careful here, because as MarineLord, because the demo ships now can come from behind. So PuppyPaw is going to give it a slack, a bit of way, but we have to remember he got idled out of the gold. He doesn't actually have the gold count to release the demo ships yet. So MarineLord going to be able to brute force this even deeper. If this starts to reach the fishing eco, things are going to get uncomfortable for the Canadian.
Yeah, and when pushing like this as MarineLord, you have to watch out for the demo ships. However, like you mentioned, that's not something that he has to be concerned with the gold idled here. And I mean, didn't get the damage done here, but potentially he could next.
All that effort microing that 1 HP demo ship, you're like, wow, the mic, and it just stays there. So does end up losing the boat still. MarineLord is doing a good job of keeping the Springles alive so far. PuppyPaw finally does have one of those demos queued up. I think at this point, PuppyPaw needs to hunt down the Juggernaut, which he's done, but now find counter damage with these horsemen. They're not cheap.
Yeah, they're not cheap.
As well. Okay, thank God. That felt like a misclick. That would have been a heavy investment into camels.
Well, MarineLord has already invested into Spearman here, so he won't be suffering too much damage from the horsemen. Obviously, he's very on top of what PuppyPaw is doing, right?
It feels like MarineLord is just getting better water trades though, right? Like, the demos is mainly the thing flopping for him. Great, it means you're not getting the big hit, but the Springle count difference is building. It's double the count now for MarineLord, and PuppyPaw needs a double demo pump to reset this. MarineLord should be on point to shift away, but he's getting a bit greedy with placement here. Pinch comes in from behind, and the reaction a little bit slow. MarineLord does get hit on the backside, but the archer ship minimizes the damage.
Yeah, and that's what I mentioned earlier, right? You really have to be mindful of those docks on the top side. MarineLord minimize the damage as much as possible, and is actually getting very good trades
This is
here.
dirty.
So.
With a health bar like that per ship, I love the fact that he understands that health shouldn't be a limitation. Damage matters more. He's like that classic person that wants all the damage items in an RPG. They don't want armor. So uses that to his edge. Resets PuppyPaw now down to 2 Springles here. And as you said, those horsemen aren't going to find value on land. The best thing I think PuppyPaw can hope for is to just mitigate some of the meditation garden gathering by idling that out with the disturbance of peace.
Yeah, I mean, that's very, very minimal damage. I would...
You shouldn't be here, buddy, but bye.
I mean, not too big of a loss there. I think the water is what PuppyPaw really needs to be kind of getting back control of. I mean, he's down 4 Hulks. In general, Hulks on water are the most dominant unit, and you support those with archer ships not to get demoed, right? And he's down almost, well, 3 now once he gets this additional Hulk.
But we can see what's happening here. It's like both of them are pseudo-prepping for castle transition, and you know, it's not bad for iBase with Advancement Wing in their pocket, but it's very dangerous with Zhuji, right? That cheaper tech up is kind of insane. It's what their signature move was on maps like Warring Island and Archipelago, pure water maps. Is the tricky thing with them wasn't just how they could win the opening fight, it's how quickly they could then transition into Age 3.
Yeah, and I think PuppyPaw is kind of working towards that as well, though. I mean, he's actually almost got enough to age up here, and Wing with Advancement Wing, he could actually have a very deadly attack, even if he does lose this water. I mean, once you get control of the land, I mean, you can have massive swings in your advantage there.
I like that we got Teak Mask coming through as well, so PuppyPaw just getting that, I believe it's 15% increased HP on his military boats, make him a little bit more bulky, maybe they survive an extra demo. In the meantime, the docks are starting to flop dead. 1 down, 1.5 HP, and the demo are meant to counter the Springles, but within reason, not when there's that many staring you down. So he will lose the 4th position, and this is all a forfeiture for the tech. You just saw him lose the resources. Advancement Wing has been locked in by PuppyPaw.
Yeah, and I think that's a great option for PuppyPaw here. It's definitely a little bit easier to defend on water. I mean, it's going to be difficult against this mass from MarineLord, but if PuppyPaw can do that for a considerable time, force MarineLord to continue to build ships, it's going to be a potential win condition for PuppyPaw on land.
It's tricky because he is prepping a lot of spears, which counters the value of Camel Lancers on the opening. And on top of that, the pressure is mounting here, right? 7 Springles. PuppyPaw is at least building a second wave behind this. Love the fact he's prepped 3 additional Springles. The key thing here is going to be to hold to get that initial tech. Is there something you think we're looking at here? Maybe explosive techs or the armored hull first?
Well, I mean, it depends on this fight, right?
Oh, he's pushing in. Archer ship just trying to shove away any demos, but you know, it looks like MarineLord is missing that wave. I feel like we're at that point, and agreed, here we go. We typically see this on Hurley Island where someone starts to snowball demos. You see 5 come out, you see 10 come out. We've had games where there's been 20+ demo ships, and in the meantime, PuppyPaw might be teching up, but he doesn't have access to the gold. The Spearman spam for MarineLord is shoving him off of it.
Yeah, and he's going, I mean, if you look at the gold mines, 3 gold mines right beside each other up here. That's super bad for PuppyPaw.
Imagine if Fuji spawned this side with a meditation garden.
I mean, amazing, right? But
that's why you pick it here when you get those type of spawns. So yeah, we usually joke the MarineLord spawn. He didn't quite get it in this game, but it's also a curse for PuppyPaw because he now has to find a reaction on land, and that's going to be what, like archers, or you're going to have to bind the gold and maybe go for some golems?
I think it's going to have to be Gulams here. I don't think he's going to do too much damage, potentially regain gold control with the Gulams here. Not as much as he probably would have liked, but again, he didn't lose water control, so he's very much in this game still.
I mean, golems are at least more cost efficient than Camel Lancers, food versus gold, right? And you have a lot of food, but we are seeing MarineLord now prepping his own tech up, and this is the tricky thing with Juji. Even if they're later, they're not that slow to get up. 15 workers on it, and look at that bar filling up. Shaolin Monastery now on the way, so Relic's going to become a key objective for both, but right now, PuppyPaw is having to wall himself in the back of his own base here. Quick reactions to block a potential damaging and dangerous raid. Push now coming in on water. The demos are going to move in. The archer ship's nearly racked fast to this. The counterplay is going to be to pull forward with the fishing boats and the demos laid in. But it looks like the demos have hit to the backside. Teakmask is going to minimize the losses for PuppyPaw. Spring was still alive, but MarineLord now with a lead up to 12. Armored Hulls is already on the way, and PuppyPaw's eco is starting to get blocked out on both land and water.
Yeah, he lost a lot of fishing boats on water here. I mean, he's actually down on ships as well, down on technology. It's going to be difficult to hold this push on water, and again, he's going to have to do something on land.
He's not looking good there. The Golems, like, they're good. They're going to win this fight eventually, but it's taking so much time to reclaim his own base, and it's coming at a cost. It's affecting his ability to get additional boats out here. The demo ship rally point, not ideal as he's distracted, so MarineLord just getting freebies there. He doesn't have his own demo pump to reset this, but MarineLord is also prepping a transition on land. Crossbows now on the way as he continues to dominate the water side.
Yeah, and that's the issue. Crossbows are very effective at dealing with Gulams, man-at-arms in general. Even if PuppyPaw, you know, does, and he probably will regain control of the gold, he's not going to have an effective counter for those crossbowmen.
This may be the edge of the abyss for PuppyPaw. We talked about him wanting to avoid this 2-0 situation, back up against the wall, no room for error, but it feels like that is approaching here. 72 to 56 economy. PuppyPaw, that is dangerous as well. Gold, there was an extra on the shoreline, but if he loses this position, he will be gold starved, he will be food starved, he will be starved out of this game.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, MarineLord looks like retreating a bit here, but if you look at the villager tab, I mean, he's down 20 there, down military as well. I mean, PuppyPaw is definitely not happy with the situation, but I mean, there is potential for him to come back here if he can get good trades on, I mean, on both water and land.
And he does at least have that woodline now truly safe with the palisades up, but the crossbows have been revealed, and this is unfortunate for PuppyPaw. He hasn't got 3 or 4 Camel Lancers out that are now forcing defensive reactions. You may notice MarineLord is lacking walls for good reason. There's no reason to do it. It's a wasted effort. He wants to put everything into the attack, and it's just it's a double snowball effect, right? You're not just denying your opponent's equity, you're not forced to protect your own.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like this kind of came down to PuppyPaw not having great trades at the start of the fight here, and I mean, when you're playing a map like this, tempo is so important. Water, tempo kind of go hand in hand together. And PuppyPaw, I mean, that early Hulk got destroyed, the early Archer ship got destroyed.
That opening Zuganu?
Kind of, yeah, the early Zuganu, it kind of took the wind out of his sail.
And now we're seeing him idled out. The gold workers have to lead. Now, the Sprilled ships will at least be able to reset this, but it's a sticking point. The gold is now going to be an undeniable issue. Meanwhile, the only upside is MarineLord has taken this long to produce a single Shaolin Monk, but he's finally targeting relics to accelerate that eco lead that already has him ahead by over 20.
Yeah, and I mean, we can see neither side has actually started to gather the relics here because this game has been so, I mean...
You can't be greedy, right? It's all in. It's what you want, though. You know, it's the purebred form, but there it is. The purest of them all, MarineLord. It's 2 in a row. He's looking to make this a quick closer for the night. Already on match point here in the Grand Finals. And we've got to look a bit deeper now because you've worked with PuppyPaw on this. You've ran him through this. You've drilled this into him. You've worked out the formula in your eyes. What is the way back from this? Because he needs to read MarineLord's draft almost perfectly and execute. It feels like almost perfectly now.
Yeah, he does. I mean, the way back into this is by just playing the best Age of Empires 4 that you can, and PuppyPaw definitely has it in him to do it. I mean, down 2-0 obviously is not a good good place to be in, but PuppyPaw, I mean, he's been down 2-0 many times before, and I mean, he's an amazing AoE4 player, so I think he can do it.
I mean, that's the beauty, right? It's never over until it's over. 99% back up against the wall. We've seen it time and time again in Age of Empires 2, 4, Myth, all of them, comeback stories that are undeniable. The Cinderella turnaround, that could be it. But you know, this is the key paramount moment is I keep looking at it and I keep seeing that HRE and it's like a horror movie on my screen. What is the solution now? Because we talked about Ibids as a potential way of dealing with that. When you look at the rest of his draft, what does he have?
I mean, China on Frisian is one of the strongest, if not the strongest pick on Frisian. I think either we see that or we see Sakatra next. Going into the final series, if we do get a 2-2, I think PuppyPaw might struggle a bit more there because he's left with Japan and Jean d'Arc, but he's, in my opinion, very high chance to actually make 2-2 in this series.
It's crazy to think how quickly that snowballed, and I mean, that's the volatility of Holy Island that we see there in the grass, right? Like, MarineLord, I mean, he always talks about this idea of taking a 1 or 2% advantage and snowballing it, and I think that's where Holy Island is like a purebred map for him. I think that is one of the most obvious maps where the tiniest advantage completely unravels it.
Yeah, and exactly. I mean, MarineLord is very good at just not being too greedy, playing the map very, very well. I mean, he doesn't need to take these desperation plays when he's playing the game not to perfection, but very, very well, right? He just doesn't need to, so MarineLord's excellent at that.
Cheer up, lad. You may be at the beginning of one of the greatest comebacks in Age of Empires 4. Positive outlook, man. I think it's always important, and you know that may be a difference. Is something that you could speak to it because you and Puppa rather been like on a similar level of trajectory. You've started to get more of competitive experience. I think one of the biggest differences is that mental reset, right? Is understanding that it's never over until it's over, and to not let yourself get in your own head too much.
I mean, you have to. This is the grand finals. PuppyPaw is not, you know, just some run-of-the-mill player. He is the second best player in Age of Empires, maybe the best if he can win this. So, again, no means over. So.
Hey, look at that! Staying late into the night. Love the support. Love the turnout as well. I mean, this is something else. It's crazy to think. I said it at the start of the series. It's a wild moment because for PuppyPaw, I mean, this was set like a new high, undeniably for him in his career. For MarineLord, I checked the stats, I looked at the breakdown. We've had multi-time Red Bull Wololo champions, but never back-to-back. MarineLord has the potential to be the first person ever to do that in the Age of Empires Wololo history.
Yeah, and that would just show MarineLord's domination in Age of Empires 4 in general. I mean, this would be the third S-tier tournament that he's won this year. I mean, every S-tier tournament, right? So MarineLord is just very, very dominant at the moment.
I think he'd say that he's earning his salary package from General Mates at this point. You know, plenty of trophies to go into the cabinet for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, MarineLord, you can't. If he wins this tournament, you can't knock him down too much. You know, he's earned his praise.
PuppyPaw on the other side. I mean, it's a phenomenal ton of events that got him here. The way that the entire qualifier phase played out. I mean, it's shown the potential, right? And we talked about the stats this year so far, 50-50, right? Start of the year, MarineLord's dominance. More recently, in slightly lower tier tournaments, A tier, B tier, it has been MarineLord falling. King of Dry Arabia, I believe, is the most recent one where it was a 3-2 set, if I recall correctly, going to PuppyPaw. So there is that potential. He knows the ins and outs. There is no Dry Arabia here, but you know, looking to the next map, you know, do you go to the Frisian? Knowing that HRE could come out there, do you feel confident with it?
I mean, as we see, yes, he's going to the Frisian.
Okay, so we have confirmed it. Frisian Marshes, this is signature PuppyPaw. If there was any map you looked at in this pool, and I think you'll agree with me, that he could take, this is the most obvious one. We're getting ready for it now. Game 3 is going to be Frisian Marshes, and PuppyPaw has something special cooked up for you folks. He may easily be the best Chinese player in the game. It's his signature Civ, and he pulls them out. MarineLord on the other side is going to be heading into the deep swamps with the Abbasids in his hands.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what MarineLord will do with the Abbasids here. Obviously, you have Trade Wing, you have Eco Wing, you can even go Military Wing. There's a lot of options for Abbasids here, whereas China, it's a little bit more predictable. You're probably going to see some Zhuge Nu aggression. MarineLord really has the option to choose what tempo he wants to set in this game.
And here we go. It's been a day with some heroic comebacks. Could we see another one here? Game number 3, MarineLord on match point, looking to make it back-to-back Wololo champion titles. PuppyPaw with his best Civ on one of the best maps for it. Let's see what he's got for us. So run us through the openings here, because Abbasids is kind of an interesting one. I think recently when we see Chinese, we've seen Mongols, we've seen Japanese, HRE. Abbasids has always been lingering, but I feel like it's taken a bit of a back foot on this particular map.
Well, I mean, like I mentioned, there's lots of options for Abbasids here. I think something, as shown here, Sheep is going to be critical. I think MarineLord has a bit of an edge on Sheep, but PuppyPaw has definitely got his fair share, and I mean, he won't be too unhappy with the Sheep collection here.
Usually China wins the initial divide, right? Because with the Tang Dynasty, they have the better vision, so they should be able to react to you. Like we've seen at the highest level, the best, which PuppyPaw was one of, sees their scout first, and then they pivot past, so they don't know that they've been seen.
That's true. Tang definitely, I mean, greater vision on the scout, right? You can see more, and he is going to collect some more Sheep up here, so like I mentioned, both players should be decently happy with the Sheep correction in this game.
Now, I'm looking at MarineLord's spawn, and I am seeing Ford Gold and Ford Stone, and I know that PuppyPaw's a very big fan of adding another landmark to the enemy base.
Yeah, Barbican Rush is definitely a strategy PuppyPaw could pull out here. You have to remember on this map in particular, your wood is always going to be backwards, so there's a high chance that the stone, the gold, is going to be forwards, and PuppyPaw knows that. He's no slouch.
Oh, yeah.
He knows that MarineLord will very likely will have front resources here.
And we are going to get an Imperial Academy opening. I mean, we talked about this behind the scenes. I think this is a top 3 feudal landmark. It's insane how good this landmark is now.
I mean, we touched on this exact situation. A lot of Sheep, you know, massive backwood lines. You're just going to get a lot of value from that Imperial Academy.
Yep, and generate 20% more. I mean, I always say that the Chinese cook the books. They take a limited resource and add 20% on for reasons.
Yeah, I mean, me and PuppyPaw have actually touched on this many, many times, is that China is one of the civs that benefits from Sheep the most because of the 20% supervised bonus. HRE, yes, but you're going to exhaust that Sheep so much faster, whereas China just gets additional food on top of the Sheep, right?
And this is tricky now because MarineLord has gone for the economy wing. We've seen this actually eclipsing the military wing recently. Very powerful tool to utilize. With the Fertile Crescent, you get cheaper town centers. I believe it's a 35% discount. It might went up to 40%. So, you know, by the time you get up to 3 TCs, you're probably getting the fort basically for free. Then we have fresh foodstuffs, which is going to reduce villager cost from 50 to 32. You know, we used to see China versus Abbasids being a bit of a TC race, but with all these changes, I feel like China can't do that TC race anymore.
Yeah, and they don't need to on this map, I think. We're going to see probably Song from PuppyPaw, which means 50% increased villagers, right? So MarineLord going to go for that second TC, probably won't be able to go for a third TC. I would be very, very surprised if he did go for that third TC, which means he's only going to get the benefit from the Eco Wing on 1 TC and not the third one.
The other tricky thing here is all that backward you mentioned. I mean, the nice thing about Frisian is usually we talk about the cheap farms. The thing that's going to be nice for China here is if this was like Dry Arabia, the thing you'd like for Abbasids here is like building farms doesn't feel as painful because you get them for 49 wood instead of 75, right? Or 52 wood instead of 75. So that difference makes farm transitions feel more comfortable. Whereas here, you don't really want to think about farm transitions. You shouldn't have to when you on average have 20 plus sheep underneath your TC.
Yeah, exactly. MarineLord, I mean, I'm curious as to where he's going to put the TC here, right? Because there's the gold option, there's the fish option, there's the wood option.
I mean, it's berry and fish, which just feels too good to pass up.
Well, if you do that, you're kind of inviting aggression into your game, right? Very vulnerable TC if you place that there, and I think he's looking to place it on the gold.
Plays it safe?
Yep.
I mean, the thing is, when I get gold and stone this close, I watch an Abbasid player, and it's almost like the temptation of the dark side. You're like, just go fast castle now, don't be weird. And then you look across at the stone. You're like, 3 TC does sound kind of cool. It's always been in the blood of Abbasid players.
That is true. I mean, 5 TCs, 6 TCs. Who knows how many you can go with Abbasids, but MarineLord probably just going to go with 2 here. He likely knows what PuppyPaw is going to be doing, and he's trying to secure that gold, right? I mean, he's going to need the blacksmith upgrades, especially against Zuganu, which have those 3 attacks instead of the traditional 1, which means that the defensive undermesh is going to be so much more critical to get.
And that's tricky as well, because if you play a greedy tech game, you try to come in later as a Bassids. You know, unlike Ibids have that cool thing with Golden Age 2, where they get 50% quicker tech speed, but with
I'm sorry.
Oh, just go ahead.
He's actually going for a 3rd TC here, which for me is just like very, very nuts. I mean, I know what PuppyPaw is going to do. He's going to Zuganu all in him.
He has to.
And if you're going for that 3rd TC...
And the other thing here is it delays that blacksmith timing. What I was getting into is like with Ibids, you have that 50% increased research speed from Golden Age 2. You get 15% as a Bassids. It's nothing. Meanwhile, China, they don't just cook the books. They also somehow incentivize people to just research things super fast. So you get, was undermesh in about 30 seconds? It's insane.
I mean, look at the villager count here. PuppyPaw is actually up 2 villagers now, 3 villagers. And MarineLord is the one going 3rd TC, so...
It's the Imp Academy, right? It's always tricky because I think he's up to, is he up to 4 taxmen already? Oh yeah, he's got the full 4, so.
But either way, right?
It's going to balance it out a bit, yeah.
Right, so.
I think the thing that makes this so desirable for a Bassids is just how cheap it is though. 32 food for a villager just feels like a drop in a pond, you don't care. But we'll have to see if PuppyPaw can make it. The Zuganu are starting to march across the field. MarineLord already aware that it's coming. He scouted it immediately and we should be seeing a stables reaction soon.
Well, that's the thing, right? If you do go for that stables, then you're going to exhaust your food so much quicker. And yes, you have a lot of sheep on this map, but I mean, you're up against aggression. The game will be going long. You're going to either have to build farms or go for that berries and fish spawn, which you mentioned earlier, right?
Oh yes, and now with the stables coming down, I mean, sheep count, if we can double check that with the control shift there, I think we're probably at like 20 still. He has got some berries left over. It's not the 50. That's respectable. That's, what, 3,000 food? Yeah, 3,000.
Well, that does go quick, you know, and PuppyPaw is actually going to tower rush the gold here, which means if MarineLord has not gotten these blacksmith upgrades soon, doesn't have the gold, I mean, won't be able to get eco upgrades as well. I mean, that's not great for him, but he is going to get enough at least for undermesh here, right?
Yeah, but Steel Dara can still come in quicker. PuppyPaw just scouted it, so I imagine we're going to get blacksmiths at home. 14 Zuganu is begging for it here. The question is where the penetration point's going to be. Funnily enough, he doesn't go blacksmiths. Instead, now adding in the racks, it is going to give MarineLord a lot more punch between these horsemen before those spears arrive.
Yeah, and one thing about the aggression here is that if you can get those early rams out, especially since MarineLord went 3 TC, he's not going to have the army to actually kill the rams, which, in my opinion, PuppyPaw should be going blacksmith a little bit sooner, right?
Yeah, it feels like usually by the time you got 10 Jug, you're like, okay, blacksmith now. Steeled arrow, it's insane, because you have to remember, steeled arrow on a normal archer, that's +1. Steeled arrow on a Zuganu, that's +3.
Yeah, well, I think he needs to be going for the rams quite quick here as well, just because, again, as I mentioned, MarineLord is on 3 TC. This isn't the traditional 2 TC gameplay that you expect to see when facing aggression.
Agreed, because although he's going to run out of food quick, he's reaching that point where his economy should be good enough to get a breakout opportunity. And if just one slip-up happens, if PuppyPaw's border breaks and some people sneak on out, that deer, that berry, the fish, they're all on the menu for MarineLord.
Yeah, and maybe MarineLord is actually going out to the fish now, and I think I caught that, but...
Yeah, he's shifting out.
Yeah, and that's something that you have to be doing. I mean, thinking about the later stages of this game, either you go for the fish or you go for farms, right? And when you're up against the wall, you don't want to be building farms.
No, I mean, you kind of can with a Batters, but it's still going to put you behind. So, funnily enough, he builds the mill, immediately sees problems coming, does shift away. We've got an outpost now going over in that direction, so PuppyPaw just trying to get full vision control, make sure that MarineLord doesn't have that sneak out. We've seen it so many times on this map where someone pulls 10 villagers and they go into the opposite corner, you never find them.
Yeah, I mean, that's... would be good for him. However, I don't think he's going to be able to, get that in this game, right? So, MarineLord is going to get Wheelbarrow, he is going to get Undermesh and Steeled Arrow. Might not get too much more than that.
We have got a ram coming, so MarineLord is going to try to deal with that outpost pretty quickly here.
I think PuppyPaw either needs to get a ram himself or starve MarineLord here. He's trying to starve MarineLord, but that villager count is going to start to, allow MarineLord to catch up in the army quite quick, right?
Oh look, more Zuganu. I feel like I've seen this a few too many times on the ladder.
Yes, and PuppyPaw has finally started to research siege engineering, so we're going to see some rams. He actually has 700 wood in the bank.
And remember, those secondary TCs don't have much health, so free rams can delete them quite quick. MarineLord does, of course, have the horseman, but the pain of Zhuge so much is when you dive in and start stabbing at those rams, you just die to the repeater crossbows.
Yeah, and if PuppyPaw can manage to take a fight here soon, I mean, if you just look at the unit numbers, MarineLord cannot take a fight, so he's going to have to give up at least that third TC, or the second TC.
In the meantime, I love the fact we're using horsemen like this. This is so big. Horsemen are an expensive investment. You need to be out on the map. The worst thing you can do is sit in your base. So he's going to try to cull some reinforcing waves here. There's a few spearmen in the mixer, but the horseman count is good enough. MarineLord just trying to shift away, gets rid of most of the Zhuge and gets away before losing a heavy chunk of those ponies.
Yeah, it's hard to see the spearmen in the stealth force, right? And
especially when they're in red on the orange.
Exactly. And maybe MarineLord didn't even see that himself. He's like, oh, this is actually not a good fight for me. However, we're seeing the fight on the second TC now, and MarineLord is going to try to defend this, but I'm really not sure he can, especially down 20 military population, right?
Well, the army's a bit split. We have to remember it's not all there for PuppyPaw. About 15 of his military is still shuffling across the map, so this might be the perfect time to go for that engagement. Horseman on the backside are drawing fire. That's giving the breathing space for Horseman to deal with the rams. Repair Force is out to try and keep it alive, and the archers are trying to distract the Zhuge now. So 3 rams now going down to 2, soon to be 1. The second wave of Horsemen come in before the spearmen arrive, and it looks like the rams are going to be shoved back. So MarineLord, he keeps the TC alive, and now he's up by over 20 eco.
Yeah, but I think this is not a bad fight for PuppyPaw. If you look at the destroy value, very even, and PuppyPaw still has a very strong Zhuge mass here, right? 35 Zhuge to 12 archers and 6 horsemen. That's fine for PuppyPaw, at least at this stage in the game.
As soon as he gets him here, that's where it gets scary, right? I think credit to MarineLord, when he kept cutting the reinforcements, slowing things down, it opened up that space. That's why Horsemen can be such a powerful unit in Feudal. The archer numbers are building over time, and one tricky thing that sometimes happens is when you dive these TCs, you kind of get the A-click point wrong, and all of a sudden you're attacking the TC instead of attacking those archers that have slightly more range than the repeater crossbows.
I mean, that is true, but if you look at the state of the game now, MarineLord has 1,500 wood per minute, 284 food.
This has got to be a farm transition, right? So he needs to survive this.
He does, and he just doesn't have the horseman mass anymore to actually, raid, kill these Zhuge. Archers in general are not going to trade well against these Zhuge, so this is going to be a tough defense for MarineLord here.
Once again, into the breach, hides behind the TC. Rams, love that. Get the money camp out of the way because we've seen how clowny their pathing can get sometimes. So pressure now on. Arrow fire from the town center is focused on the Zhu. Horsemen move in. They ignore the Zhuge and start to hit into the Rams. Villagers now pull for the torch through. And the archers are cutting the waves down here. And that military difference, it feels like it's getting closer here.
It is. MarineLord, that eco is really starting to get a little bit out of control. However, again, these Zhuge are still doing very, very well. MarineLord has only 14 archers now. PuppyPaw is still at that 35 Zhuge mass.
The thing is, PuppyPaw is 35, but it's never here, right? That's the problem, is he's got so many coming across. One ram still alive, though. The TC barely holding on, and the final shun should be coming through. He keeps it up for the moment. The villagers are drawing fire, and the Zhuge mass is getting pretty small here. And we have to remember behind this, even if this town center goes down, it's still 2 TC versus 1. So PuppyPaw needs to keep this pressure up. The beauty is, if he can strip this away, he knows MarineLord can't do any cheeky sneak up because all gold will be denied.
It feels like this TC is
just won't
never gonna die.
He has to run away, and this is crazy because when we look at the aftermath of this fight, we're seeing one farm here. Check the back of MarineLord's base. I think he's set up about 10, 15 farms in total. He has the food to now start affording mass archers, and quite soon, mass horsemen.
Yeah, I think once he can get a amount of horsemen, that might be a bit of a struggle for PuppyPaw here. However, if you look at PuppyPaw's side, he still has very good income. 1,400 food, 1,000 wood.
But it's all going into feudal, right? And can you break the base anymore at this stage?
I think it's possible. China just scales so well into the late game, and Zhuge are a very, very good feudal age unit. So
he did get quite a few worker kills, right? You have to be conscious of that. It's still 20 eco lead, but when you think about that, I said it's 20 eco lead like a few minutes ago. So he has nullified some of the damage. And funnily enough, MarineLord, he can't cut down the trees quick enough to set up farms in the back. So he's now setting up his eco in a dangerous location. And we have to remember, those farms are substantially worse than the fishing that PuppyPaw's on.
Exactly, and MarineLord does just not have the horsemen to spare to actually, you know, go to the fishing to harass those villagers, so he needs everything at home to defend these bushes.
Love the sneak out into the bush and the fish though. This is going to be big. The outpost did get removed very early by this one ram, this hero ram that's just been a mascot for the Abbasid Base this entire time. Jugenu mass, I think, is as big as it's ever been. The spearman count is starting to bolster up a bit. Love the textiles, because I think one thing that's happening in these fights with Jug that's kind of annoying sometimes is you obviously want to kill villagers, but you're kind of overkilling them, but you're splitting your fires. So like the textiles may make them last a bit longer and allow those archers to get the trade necessary here to hold.
Yeah, definitely a good move by MarineLord there. I mean, all he needs to do is hold here, right? And textiles is going to help him do that. Pushing out
crazy, right? Like it's 32 food for 75 health. It's not bad.
It's not bad by any means, no. You might get a few picks here with the horsemen, however the stealth force again actually doesn't even see those units, right?
I'd love to just see him go up to the fishing. He has to know that fishing's happening at this stage, right? Like you're not going to farm transition to China from this position. But meanwhile, that farm transition has started to extend out a bit too far forward. PuppyPaw once again in with a little bit of population control here. And once again in with 3 rams. We've seen this story many times. Is it good enough to break? MarineLord has so many archers this time around. Can he once again hold against the push?
Yeah, he has way more archers this time around. He also has the TC fire. These Zuganus, I mean, they trade very well against the archers here, but he's actually pushing into the main TC as well, so he's getting that fire from the main TC.
It feels like they're getting wiped so quickly here, and the spearmen got drawn away by the rams. Like, you'd think he'd want to kill the archers in the spears first, but the Zhuganu are king here. You win or lose by them. And it almost feels like PuppyPaw, maybe it's a good thing his economy is starting to creep towards castle, because we're seeing this Zhuganu mass completely fail. 30 now in retreat. It's a military lead for MarineLord, and for the first time in 17 minutes, I think he's ready to come out of the base with the full force of his army.
Yeah, and PuppyPaw has to make a crucial decision here. Does he continue to play Feudal Age, or does he go for Castle Age? I mean, it's really hard to tell based on his current resources. He could do either, right?
Oh yes, and now he's going to be forced to add in more units. MarineLord understands what's just happened here. There's only so many times you can commit a ram spam and fail before it damns you to eternal hell. Shoves out Zhuganu, simply outnumbered by the archer mass. Remember, this is not a military wing play. This is not the extra help from boot camp or the impeding threat of composite bow straight away. It is simply the raw power of economy. And Chinese, they have to turn to their tech. Astronomical clock tower now on the way from PuppyPaw, but by the time he completes the tech up, which will be quick, the Abbasids will be on the edge of his base.
Yeah, and that's what PuppyPaw is trying to do here. He's not trying to take good fights, he's trying to delay MarineLord from getting to his base, because if he can delay that enough, he gets Rancers, which just means, I mean, MarineLord either needs to tech, or he needs to go Spearman, and that's difficult to do regardless, right?
Oh yes, and tech now confirmed, but we can see MarineLord has almost saved up himself, so consider Lancer production can be slow. The beautiful thing with China is they can supervise that. Love this push though, you cannot allow those Zhuganu to get upgraded, they will hold you back. So he brute forces it before any real threat arrives, and with a military mass this big, PuppyPaw is going to lose the mass of these Zhuganu.
He definitely might, right? I mean, possibly if PuppyPaw can hold here, he's only down, I mean, 30 villagers. That's not too significant. I mean, considering
Chinese supervision, these extra little perks, it does help, I agree.
It does help.
But it's kind of comical when you go, he's only down 40 villages. It doesn't sound good to say, but I get where you're coming from. China does have a lot of economical perks, but they also need to be able to access their resources. So that first Lancer, critical to reset this. MarineLord has to shuffle away, but we've seen these bad boys before. Camel Archers, a great early answer to heavily armored units before you have age 3.
I mean, that's true, and considering MarineLord has almost 2k food per minute, he can definitely afford those. However, I mean, PuppyPaw already has like the Zuganus to deal with the camos, which means if he can snipe those, the Lancers are still going to be quite difficult to deal with.
We are seeing the difficulty of Lancer plus Zhug though, right? Like, archers are able to kite away, and the Zhug can't actually chase because they're slower moving than the archers here. And the horsemen have started to scout this out. This is a scary point, because I mentioned the camel archers for dealing with the lancers, they're also very good at gobbling up villages.
Yeah, and I mean, MarineLord is doing what he could have, maybe should have been doing earlier in this game, is going towards those villages and trying to get kills there. However, I mean, he has 2 horsemen, so it's not going to be that significant, right?
No, the horsemen no, but the camel archers with 12 base damage, a bit more spooky. Military wing is about to complete in 20 seconds, and do we just see him spam lancers himself as well?
It's definitely a possibility. I mean, he only has 500 gold, so probably not initially. You want to be getting those, I mean, Castle Age Tax, maybe a Mangonel, you know, there's lots of options for MarineLord here.
We got to shove in. Lancers are absorbing a lot of the Archer blows here. They're unable to tech up, so Zhuganu actually getting a decent trade, but the numbers don't lie. He's heavily outnumbered in this fight, so even with the quality of units, quantity may simply be winning out. Veterans, he just got queued up for MarineLord. The Zhuganu mass is going to have to retreat once more. It's been a repetition in this series. Repeated crossbows, never able to break the defense. The Nesta Bees could be a sticking point here, but we have to remember the Abbasids can quickly react with siege, but they're not doing it right now. He runs straight in range, has the staggered formation away from this. The Camel Riders potentially could ride in, but with this many Zhuganu, there's no opportunity to snipe PuppyPaw's siege.
Yeah, like you mentioned, MarineLord is actually going into the Knights here himself, so it's going to be a little bit difficult for PuppyPaw to actually deal with that without crossbowmen. I mean, Zhuganu just are not going to trade too efficient versus the Knights, especially.
Oh, Veteran C is about to complete from MarineLord. Now remember, he did go up with the military wing. He will have access to the composite bows, so the quicker attack speed. So Archers likely to still be spammed by him. The initial Lancers do ride out, and that is Masyug. There have been no crossbows prepped for this, so this might be enough to chip at him. He tries to die with the backside. Micro on point from PuppyPaw to dodge the Raiders. Nesta Bees slaughtering into the center of the formation. Are they going to be able to do enough damage here? First siege weapon goes down. It's still 2 Lancers left alive. One is on death's door, but he's not being killed quick enough. The Archers are looking to brute force this down. The staggered formation has done enough, and MarineLord will push PuppyPaw back again.
Yeah, I mean, PuppyPaw, it's not looking the best for him here. I mean, he still has the unit mass. He has some Zhuganus. He's remassing on those Expos, getting 2 Nesta Bees. If he can take a really good fight again, who knows what PuppyPaw can do.
So long though, right? Because you can't supervise for these. You have to wait the full 40 seconds, and 40 seconds feels like a long time, considering MarineLord should now be able to dive the base or dive the fish.
Yeah, and I mean, notably, PuppyPaw still is on fish, while MarineLord probably has a much stronger farm transition.
Look at the map. That's Sim City down there. I think he has about 35 farms now as the Abbasids.
Yeah, and
bloody hell.
I mean, that's Abbasid farms as well, right? So that's just amazing farms for him here.
39 farms, and of course, yeah, he can get agriculture for the extra 15% gathering speed, a unique thing for the Abbasids here. Dive's now going to come in, the first Lancers arrive, and look at the villages from China. Archers are going to intercept the Zhug. The idle time alone, in a game where you're 50 villages behind, how do you get out of this hole?
I don't know. I mean, even if he can defend this push, which
it's
I'm
not
not
looking
sure
like he is. It's looking like the Archers' attack speed is simply doing too much. I mean, the Zhuganu are overkilling, right? Meanwhile, Archers, they reload quicker, they go for another shot. And these villagers, I mean, I respect it. PuppyPaw says, I can't go home. I need this food here. But it's going to get him killed. The Archers win out. They're now going to hit onto the fishing group. The second wave of Zhug is on the way, but it may simply be too little too late.
Yeah, and once these villagers start to go down, I mean, it's an extremely uphill battle on the military and the eco count. So, I mean, that's exactly what MarineLord's doing. He's just targeting these villagers. It's not easy for PuppyPaw to replenish those at this point.
I mean, MarineLord is almost ready to go Imperial Age.
Yeah.
And he's not going to do it, right? He's going to switch Horseman here because he sees Zhuganu seems like the only option. Lancer spam just doesn't feel like it's going to work here. You don't have enough reliable food access to get that many ponies, and he does it anyway. Culture Wing now on the way. He's got so much dominance on the map. He's about to have dominance in the tech, and he will still look to go on the offensive.
Yeah, I mean, he has the units to support that as well. I mean, the Nesta Bees going to be difficult to deal with, but he has the Lancers to deal with them as well. I mean, actually going to retreat now, but probably picking up relics that we see soon as well.
The other tricky part is PuppyPaw has no walls, right? Like, if you think about it, MarineLord was relying quite heavily on Archers, a few Lancers. Maybe a few walls could have given that breathing room to allow him to access the food for a bit longer to get that second wave of Nesta Bees, because I'm not going to write PuppyPaw out here. It's an uphill battle. But we have seen Nesta Bees do some of the dirtiest and most absurd things ever in the history of Age of Empires 4.
That's true, and he's almost up to 5 here. I mean, MarineLord is already prepping the String Lords. I mean, the thing is that MarineLord is going to the late game, and PuppyPaw kind of can't go to the late game, right? So
I mean, he's got the gold for it.
Very Very strong out of the PuppyPaw here soon.
That's the tricky part. Like usually you don't want to build spring rolls against lockdown SBs because they're too tanky. But with the extra 2 range, I mean, it's not like he's going to build his own spring rolls to counter you. So I'm wondering, like, will PuppyPaw see hope? We have to remember he can't just GG and go next. This is the final game for him if he loses here. So although it may be demoralizing to see age 4, he's got to somehow find a way out of this ever deeper hole. Archers now once again raiding to the center. Nesta Bees should be able to shove that away, so at least depletes the army somewhat, but 10 seconds out, and the Vet Horsemen will be ready, licking their lips and biting at the bit to be teched up. And they alone could just blitzkrieg and finish this game.
Yeah, and I don't think PuppyPaw will be very happy to see that MPH. However, he's still going to be pushing through here with this Nesta Bee mass. I mean, not going to be easy to deal with for MarineLord unless you have those spring ults, right?
No, and we see the elite tech queued up, but of course he wants to take the fight right now. So MarineLord brute forcing it. The Zhuganu have to stand their ground. There is a decent number of archers on the backside poking away at this, and he's peeling. Villagers are going to come with the repair. Pretty clutch here to try and keep them alive. But the split formation means the Nesta Bees, they're just shooting all over the place with potato aim. They're not doing the damage they normally would in these type of engagements, and they are beginning to splinter and break. One down, second one falls, and that is it. MarineLord has done it. Back-to-back Red Bull Wololo champions, the first to ever do it at these events. Soak it in, lad. You have earned it. 2 years. He has been waiting 2 years to return to this stage, to prove that it's not a one-off, that he is the best. And now, son, it is undeniable.
I mean, you gotta give credit to MarineLord. He played very, very well in this series. He didn't crumble under pressure. In the Holy Island game, he knew exactly how to defend that. His micro was very, very on point. I mean, you saw it, he initially took a very good fight on water there, right? So
I mean, it set him up, and we talked about this, like going 2-0 down. The effect it has on you, because it's not, I'm not talking about the nitpickies of like, oh, I feel kind of bad about it. It's this tactical layer it has. He didn't use HRE. We talked about that, and you know as well as any player, you're sitting there the entire series when HRE is there, and you're like, well, I'm going to have to deal with eventually. Is he going to pick at this game? What's my solution this game? So you have to kind of throw out your best. And you never, I'm not going to say he's going to do a throwaway sieve, but you can do that. We've seen that historically. I remember the earliest days of AoE4, you remember when the Bastards was terrible, funnily enough now winning grand finals. When they felt terrible, people would throw them away to force you to use things like Mongols or Rus, and then they just come back off of that. But nowadays, it's become so much more refined, so much more calculated. I mean, you know, I think we can kind of gauge like the feeling a little bit, because you've got to feel it emotionally, like he's your bro, right? And I know you guys worked hard for this. Like, don't be shy to talk about the emotions, because I know you're feeling it a bit. MarineLord, we knew he was going to be strong, but the execution, I don't know if we could have expected it to this level.
I mean, definitely not happy with the result, obviously. I mean, me and PuppyPaw trained, I mean, relatively hard for this set, and I think the draft, especially in the best of 5, just didn't go PuppyPaw's way. Like I mentioned, he didn't get that Zushi pick. He wanted to play Albids on Sakatra, and again, forced to play them on Holy Island, so I think PuppyPaw maybe not happy with the way he played as well, especially with China on Frisian. That's definitely, if not the strongest civ on Frisian, so I mean, in the end, it is what it is, right?
I mean, it's a phenomenal occasion either way, and a phenomenal moment for him on the stage. It's time to throw it across the Zoe to hear from our Red Bull Wololo Age of Empires 4 champion. She's with MarineLord.
Thank you so much. Let's hear it for our Red Bull Wololo Age of Empires 4 champion, MarineLord. And you did it in such a dominant fashion. The casters just talked about how the draft may have not gone PuppyPaw's way. How much of that draft was specifically tailored against PuppyPaw?
I mean, I was just trying to figure out the meta by myself, and I felt like I would have a better understanding than them. And after seeing the draft before any games, I felt like it would have been maybe a worst case scenario. I felt like it would be 4-1. Because of the first game, I was not sure. But once I won first game, I knew it was a 3-0
Right on. Now, heading into this event in general, I mean, there was a lot of tape obviously on PuppyPaw. He had to play through those qualifiers, even dropping that to the lower bracket, then heading back up. Whereas you were able to save your strats as the direct invite. Do you feel like you got an advantage due to that?
Yes and no. I was on vacation, so it was some cool time for once for me. But I feel like since it's a new patch and it's 2 months later, it doesn't really impact much. And what can I say? Like, yeah, I got invited, but it's not because I'm that good. It's because they all suck, so it's not really on me.
All right. Hey, fighting words. But you know what? As the winner, you backed it up, all right? You took that series in a very convincing fashion. Did it mean a lot for you as a direct invite to be able to make that stand here and show that you belong on this very stage, and you are, without a doubt, the best Age of Empires 4 player we have in the world right now?
Thanks, yeah. My goal this year was to win pretty much everything, and I did it, and the year is pretty much over, so obviously it was an incredible goal. I didn't think I would achieve it, but I did it.
You did indeed. You know what? $20,000 are yours. The coveted title of champions are yours, and this one is yours too. Yeah. So let me take that mic and you once more hoist that trophy up in the air. This is your Red Bull Wololo Age of Empires 4 champion.
Well, that at long last brings the day to a close, Zoe. Here we are on the main stage at the end of our second last day of proceedings, and what a day it's been. MarineLord crowned champion here in the Age of Empires 4 event, but we had spectacular Age of Empires 2 played earlier as well. Hera taking out Hard in a clean sweep, and then of course a hard-fought contest between Leary and Viper, of course. What are some of the highlights that you're taking away from today, Zoe?
You know what? Is everything an okay answer? Because that's my personal highlight. The crowd was incredible. I mean, this venue, that's bonkers. The fact that we're even here and the performance we got to see on that stage from the winners and the losers was just absolutely phenomenal.
Yes, it's a day that we'll remember for a long time, but we're going to do one better tomorrow as we crown not one, but 3 champions across 3 different games. Zoe, I know as a kid, like so many other people here, you played Age of Empires 1. We've got Chimsi Denang playing off against Juan Thu for an $18,000 prize pool going all the way back to Age of Empires 1. You looking forward to this?
I'm super excited for this one. It's going to be very nostalgic to watch it. And I get to watch this in a castle. Again, that's incredible. And it's teammates going up against each other, so the story writers couldn't have done a better job with this one.
Yes, indeed. And then from the oldest version of the game to the newest, Age of Mythology Retold, we've got Recon and the Mister. They're playing off against each other in Age of Mythology Retold for $10,000 in total prize money. It's going to be great to see this new version of an old classic on the big screen, on the big stage, but also great to see these players again.
Exactly, and we get to see them in a different title, so I'm very, very excited and interested to see what they have in store for us.
Yes, indeed. Both Recon and the Mister appearing at the last Red Bull playing Age of Empires 4. A little bit different this time around, but it's going to be great. But I tell you what, the big one. We are all here for the main event, the grand final of the Age of Empires 2 event here. Hera versus the Viper, a best of 9. A 6-figure prize pool, $45,000 to the winner. It doesn't get much bigger than this, Zoe. I can't wait for this match.
Neither can I. I mean, it's late already, but I'm so amped up. I don't even know if I can sleep heading into tomorrow. We have so many champions yet to crown, and I just want the day to start again.
I'm looking forward to it tomorrow. It's going to be terrific, and I'm looking forward to having your company here in the castle, your company where you are, wherever you are around the world at home. Thanks for tuning in today. Thanks for contributing to the success of this broadcast. On behalf of the entire broadcast team, both in front of and behind the camera, we'd like to thank you for your support and for your company today as we have explored Age of Empires 2 and 4. We're back to do it again tomorrow, and we hope to have you with us as we do so. So take care of yourselves until then. We'll be back 4 p.m. Spain time tomorrow. On behalf of myself, Zoe, and everyone else here in the castle, take care of yourselves. Have a good evening. And from Cordoba in Spain, from Castillo Almodóvar, good night.